Bro, listen, this time our MC has beaten the game 19 times, and on his 20th run, he grinds for months in the beginner area before even starting the main quest, maxing out his character at level 9,999, but the moment he clicks play, he actually gets transported into the game. Unfortunately, he does not become the level 9,999 character, but the Demon King, that guy's enemy. Worst of all, he loses his OP character from the start and gets heavily nerfed, while every demon general in his faction wants to kill him because they know he has become weak as hell. At least he has this 6-armed blonde tsundere to keep him happy. But the question is, how can a nerfed Demon King survive? An absurdly OP hero and the fury of all his subordinates? His answer? Farming. I know that solution sounds terrible, but hear me out. He has completed this Souls-like game 19 times and knows every detail there is to know. On top of that, the system shows him a path. The happier his demon army becomes, the more of the Demon King's power he can use. In theory, he sounds like he is going to be a nice guy. But holy Jesus, this MC is the ultimate menace. What he does to poor Azuret is the most disrespectful thing I have ever seen in any manhwa. So without further ado, let's get into it. My name is Jang Jil. What a cursed name. I was just an ordinary Korean student, or at least I used to be. Yesterday, I became Demon King Kratos, the final boss of a game I was playing. Total cliché, right? The game is called Blood Paladin, and the goal is to awaken a sleeping hero like some male version of Cinderella. But here is the problem. Right then, a butler walks in and calls for Kratos. It is Zephyros, and he says the preparations for war are complete. Outside, an entire crowd of demons is roaring. Azuret, the Blood Prince, level 534, is there too. Beside him stands Sergi, the Ice Monarch, along with Hartok, the Archduke of Shadows and head butler. And of course, there is the classic musclehead Baal, level 539. Standing before them all, Kratos calls out and tells the army to listen carefully. As the Lord of all demonkind, he has something important to announce. Their war will be put on hold because they need to focus on growing crops and raising livestock. The crowd of demons looks around in confusion, then starts freaking out, calling the idea ridiculous. But then the Demon King gives them a death glare. Everyone immediately falls silent. Of course, there is a reason he does not want to start this war. Right then, a notification appears. Someone is beginning their 20th playthrough of the game. A player known as Agid Kimchi, level 9,999, and Kratos knows he is destined to die by this guy's hand. Then he explains, I graduated from the agriculture program at Korea University and became a wealthy farmer. I was seriously one of the best. He was so talented that even professors asked him to help write their theses. That bald professor asks him to help with yet another project. And whenever he goes to the fields, people ask him to work there too. The truth is, all that talent only turned him into the #1 slave. What kind of cursed life was that? He had all this skill, yet everyone else took credit for everything he did. He screams that he wants to kill those bastards because his dopamine has hit rock bottom. That is when he decides he needs a little excitement in his life. And what could be better than a good old video game? He wanted something that would give him the thrill of achieving something he actually cared about. That is how he became the first person to finish this game 19 times. He is completely exhausted now, but says it was worth it. And yeah, he is insanely strong. So he decides to begin his 20th playthrough on Hell difficulty. First, he has to level everything up. After all that grinding, the character is already maxed out and wearing gear that looks strange, but is clearly completely OP. He stands there wondering how many years have passed. Dude was seriously committed. The game asks whether he wants to begin, and he says, of course, clicking without hesitation. But this time, the monitor begins glowing, and he feels something pulling him in. Suddenly, his soul leaves his body and gets sucked into the screen. Something lights up in the middle of the sky. He is flying over a forest, wondering, dude, what is happening, okay? I need to calm down. First, I know this is my soul, so I probably will not die even if I fall. Wait, look over there. That is the Tower of Life. No way. I actually entered the world of Paladin. Then he spots the tomb and excitedly heads toward it because he knows aged Kimchi is there. But as soon as he sees the blonde guy holding a staff, he thinks, why does this character look so awful? Suddenly, his soul makes a sharp turn and flies somewhere else. He screams in despair, begging for anything but this. And that is how he ends up inside Kratos' body. He cannot believe he lost his chance to become aged Kimchi just because he thought the outfit looked stupid. Meanwhile, Zephyros overhears several demons saying, there is no way Kratos is as strong as he used to be. The vampire-looking one suggests they join forces, cut off his head, and take the throne. But Hartok asks, what if he is not weaker? All four of them could die trying something like that. Sergi says she will only join if Azurath attacks first. Baal, meanwhile, is starving and does not care about any of this. Then Azurath says, if I prove the Demon King really has grown weaker, will all of you have the courage to do it? Everyone immediately smiles and agrees that, in that case, they are in. Zephyros overhears everything and says, my dear Demon King, the demons are joining forces to take you out. They say you have grown weaker and are considering chopping off your head. Trembling, he thinks, if all four of them attack me, I am definitely dead. But if I look weak, I will die anyway. What he really wants to know is what happened to aged Kimchi. Did he fail to possess him? Was the body simply left there like a corpse? Right then, Zephyros tells him to watch a recording captured by the orb. It was recorded at the tomb, where a blonde boy was slaughtering every demon in sight. The guy literally reaches inside and rips out one creature's eye before, staring directly into the camera. Kratos instantly realizes that whoever is in that body is definitely not normal. He cannot leave the castle. If he surrenders, he will look weak and the generals will kill him. But if he enters the human world, that level 9,999 monster will kill him instead. The poor guy starts crying, saying he only entered this game to find a little happiness, not even more problems. Then he stands up with determination and decides that, first, he will solve the food crisis to calm everyone down. Zephyros asks where His Majesty is going. Kratos apologizes for not explaining earlier and says he is searching for land to start a small farm. Zephyros gives him a strange look, and even the Demon King himself feels confused. Zephyros points out that Kratos used to be arrogant and full of himself, so why is he suddenly apologizing? Kratos finds that strange too. Zephyros was basically a background character in the story. He appeared once and was killed by the hero. Still, for some reason, he was fairly popular. That was because when he died, he apologized to the Demon King for being weak. People admired how deeply he respected his lord and liked him for it. But now he is just being annoying, rambling about how he has never seen a Demon King lose face so quickly. Krigos tries to intimidate him, but Zephyros clearly does not care and asks where this farmland is supposed to be. After all, if he means the nearby land, he should already know that nothing can grow there. Krigos replies, I know this place is called the Land of Death, but with my current abilities, I can bring it back to life. He kneels, scrapes some dirt up with his hand, and eats it. My God. Zephyros immediately writes down that, unfortunately, the Demon King has become mentally impaired and is eating dirt. Kratos tells him to stop writing, but Zephyros says it is part of his job. Since his lord appears mentally unstable, keeping records is even more important. Kratos ignores him and spits out the dirt, realizing it contains no nutrients at all. Nitrogen is one of the basic elements plants need to grow. Even though the atmosphere is 78% nitrogen, plants can only use it after it enters the soil. When humans discovered that, it marked the beginning of agricultural engineering. And Kratos knows one way to make that happen is through lightning. When lightning strikes, it oxidizes nitrogen into the soil. And guess what Kratos' main power is? Lightning. He slashes his hand. and tries to activate Blood Strike. But wait, no, that was actually the trigger used when the hero died. He tells Zephyros to step back. This time he really cuts his hand, and man, it hurts like hell. He cannot understand how that lunatic used this skill so casually every time. Then he senses something strange and looks behind him. His entire crew is staring at him like they think he is weak. He jumps in fear at the sight of those bastards, and Zephyros says he is now 100% certain Kratos has grown weaker. Kratos asks whether he is trying to kill him too. At that moment, Kratos shouts that enough is enough. The pain cannot be worse than dying. He activates Blood Strike, but all that really happens is his blood splatters across the sunlight, and it still hurts like hell. Then someone behind him asks, "Lord Kratos, are you feeling a little unwell today?" At that moment, he realizes these bastards are going to kill him. Meanwhile, far away, aged Kimchi is wandering alone. He remembers his past lives and knows he has walked this same path more than 10 times. He once carried something called the Summon of Duty, but now it has disappeared. Worse, he no longer knows what he is supposed to live for. He simply stands there, lost in thought, while back with Kriegos, the entire group is staring him down. Azuret steps forward and asks whether he truly is the great demon king, strongest of all demon lords. Kriegos panics. He knows Azuret is insanely powerful, while he cannot even activate a single skill. Still staring, Azuret says this pressure is unbelievable. The fight has not even begun, yet Kratos has built up so much energy that his entire body is trembling. Even so, Azuret continues, "Do you really think you can take on all 4 of us?" Meanwhile, the other 3 have already hidden behind a tree. Kratos turns around and realizes he is completely alone. They simply stare at him and say he should have realized by now that resistance is hopeless. Now he is completely screwed because he is on his own. He points out that they are all demons, and they casually reply, "Of course we are." Suddenly, Zephyros pulls out a projector and explains that demon law requires fights like this to end in death. There is no backing out. Azureth, terrified only moments ago, forces himself to focus and remembers that the Demon King is weakened. Kratos trembles while desperately thinking, "What do I do?" What he just tested his strength, and considering how easily he used that last move, maybe he is not that weak. Before he can finish thinking, Azurath charges forward and announces his attack. Kratos remembers that this guy really only has 2 moves, a sideways slash and a forward thrust. He assumes dodging will be impossible, yet somehow avoids the attack. Confused, he notices that Azurath still has the exact same habits. Whenever his foot points forward, he follows with a direct attack. Kratos slips while dodging and slides backward. Hartok remarks that the effortless dodge is terrifying. If Kratos had misjudged it, his arm would have been torn off. Another attack comes, and Kratos dodges again. Kratos slowly realizes that every move is exactly the same as in the game. The first time he fought this guy, it felt hopeless. Azurath was fast, deceptive, full of feints, and had countless attack patterns. But after dying once, twice, 3 times, then 10, and eventually 128 times, he started understanding the pattern. During his 19th complete playthrough, he even tried defeating Azurath without taking a single hit. And now, in this real battle, he has already figured everything out. There is no way this guy can land a single blow on him. Nearby demons watch nervously as Kratos rolls from side to side with a grin. They realize the Demon King has not lost his power. He is simply toying with poor Asherat without even fighting back. Asherat burns with rage, while Kratos realizes he may not be able to defeat this guy, but at least he will not die. The moment he understands that the game's rules still apply, the system announces that he has begun grasping how this world works. Kratos recognizes it immediately. It looks exactly like the system pop-ups from the game. It congratulates him for dodging attacks through pure concentration. As a reward, he receives an ability normally limited to playable characters. He unlocks the ability to select a target. The moment the small green marker appears, he knows what it means. It is the indicator for activating a special skill. Without hesitating, he slashes forward and activates Blood Strike. This time it works, blasting poor Asura with electricity while the other demons stand frozen with their jaws hanging open. Asura collapses to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Kratos, however, is shocked that Asura is somehow still alive. In the game, this ability always caused instant death, so he decides to hit him again, just to make sure he really goes down. The demons gasp, whispering that he is only using a fraction of his power, so Asura will not die immediately, allowing him to prolong the suffering. Meanwhile, Kratos has no idea how to finish this guy off. The system chimes, but only announces that he destroyed Asura's clothes, leaving him completely naked. At least that unlocks a new system feature. Armor removal has been activated. He opens his inventory and sees all the equipment he had been wearing. It is still there, but he ignores it because his priority is making Asura disappear. The problem is he is not strong enough to finish him. Then he gets an idea. Since Asura is already on the ground, Kratos figures he can strike him with more lightning. The current will pass through him and create the nitrogen needed in the soil. Honestly, the guy is kind of a genius. Meanwhile, the other demons are hiding behind trees and trembling in fear. Kriegos calls Sergi over and orders her to tie Asura up. She asks why he has to humiliate the man this badly when he has already been defeated. But Kratos straight up crucifies the guy and props him upright. With that, the perfect lightning rod is ready. Suddenly, Asura opens his eyes and announces that the immortal has recovered. Since he is still alive, he is now certain the Demon King has weakened. But another lightning bolt shuts him up before he can say much more, while nitrogen begins spreading through the atmosphere. Kratos then orders Hartok to cover the entire area in fog thick enough to produce water droplets. Hartok is shocked and wonders whether Kratos intends to soak the area so the lightning hurts even more. Honestly, that is a creative torture method. I learned something new today. The fog rolls in, and tiny droplets begin forming across Asura's body, just in time for another bloody lightning strike. Kratos winces because scratching himself to activate the ability hurts like hell every time. Meanwhile, Zephyros watches everything alongside the others, and they are all becoming increasingly disturbed. But the protagonist is celebrating. The soil will soon be rich in nitrogen, and the harvest will be plentiful. More lightning crashes as bolts stretch across the horizon. Later, he digs up some soil and sees that conditions are beginning to improve. The only problem is that the soil particles are too fine. Water and roots will not penetrate properly. He needs to create more space and add the perfect material, obviously manure. So he immediately orders everyone to bring him a huge pile of crap. The demons, already covered in blood, stand there wondering whether he really plans to dump poop on poor Asura. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Aide Kimchi is walking when he hears someone calling for help. He looks to the side, and man, he has just found Walmart versions of Javier and Lloyd. Knockoff Lloyd says goblins attack them and begs for help, but Kimchi only gives him a look, making both men tremble. The man begs him to calm down, insisting he is not suspicious at all. But that outfit? Yeah, it looks incredibly suspicious. When Kimchi notices that Temu Javier has an injured leg, he throws him over his shoulder and tells Shopi Lloyd to lead the way. They literally introduce themselves as Riva, Javier spelled backward, and Bloyd. You can guess the rest. Javier asks who the blonde boy is, and Kimchi answers that he is trying to figure out the exact same thing. Back at the Demon King's castle, Hartok asks how they are supposed to collect that much poop and where they could possibly find it all so suddenly. Sergi says she has no idea, but the entire request is disgusting. Ball groans that it is hopeless, he has not eaten in ages, and women do not poop. Hartok immediately says that is not the point. Even if they could contribute, he certainly is not using his own. So, what is the plan? Beat low-ranked demons until something comes out. Meanwhile, a poor demon crouches in a pit, telling everyone to wait outside because he cannot make anything happen. One soldier reports to Hartok that they are having trouble getting results. Hartok asks whether the demon really cannot go, and the demon explains that he has not eaten in ages. The entire place is basically bankrupt. Hartok grabs him by the neck and announces that he has a brilliant idea. He prepares to slash him, but Baal catches his arm and says, "If you cut open his stomach, how is he supposed to produce what we need?" Hartok releases the poor demon and admits that was surprisingly clever for Baal. Then how about this? They can feed the demon his own flesh so he starts producing what they need. Baal stares at him as his aura erupts, while the little demon curls into the corner and trembles. The two are about to fight when Kratos suddenly appears and blasts both of them with lightning, reminding them that humans and demons are not the only creatures that defecate. Sitting on his throne, he explains that no feces in this world are completely without nutrients. They are going to make fertilizer. Zephyros asks what that is, and Kratos explains that it is essential for improving soil. Normally, it is made from wood scraps, plants, eggshells, chicken droppings, and all kinds of waste. The problem is, they barely have any materials right now. He asks for a map, and within seconds, one appears in his hands. Just as expected, it is the exact same map from the game. He knows a certain region filled with a type of bird, though these birds are obviously rather demonic. Their massive population proves they can absorb a wide variety of nutrients from this land. Even better, they live on peaks rising from the middle of the sea, making it the perfect place to find what he needs. Zephyros immediately understands and asks whether he plans to collect droppings from those demonic seagulls. He reminds Kratos that the place is called the Peak of No Return. There is nothing to grab onto, and anyone who falls will either be crushed or dragged away by the waves. Kratos says he already knows. That area was never meant to be accessible to players, but he still found a way. And now they are standing right in front of it. Everyone wonders what the hell he is planning this time. Countless people have tried climbing those cliffs, and every one of them was swallowed by the ocean. Kratos tells them he will climb to the top and throw down bags of material, so they need to be ready to catch them. If this plan succeeds, everyone will finally eat well. Baal looks around and remembers how thin everyone has become. Man, they are in terrible shape. Thank the heavens the farmer demon king finally arrived. Kratos remembers that it was during his 30th attempt that he finally decided to climb this place. After hundreds upon hundreds of tries, he discovered the secret. He jumps while everyone watches, then grabs onto the cliff. He knows he can do it because he knows how to exploit a certain glitch. His hand begins sinking into the stone while everyone watches closely. Then Kratos opens his inventory and unequips all his gear. Suddenly, the entire crowd gets a full view of his bare butt. Everyone trembles in shock. He twists to the side, and Sergi immediately looks away. He re-equips everything and clings to the wall like a lunatic. She peeks back with an awkward expression. He unequips again, exposing his butt, then switches back to normal, then butt, then full body, then butt again. He keeps switching between body and butt, and suddenly reaches the top like a total badass. Long ago, he discovered this bug. Unequipping and re-equipping gear while climbing lets you slip slightly through walls. Then Baal says that if His Majesty promised to feed everyone, he needs to do his part too. Zephyros tells him to wait, but the lunatic starts running and throws himself at the wall trying to grab on. Kratos shouts, asking what the hell he is doing. Naturally, Baal slams face first into the rock and fails to grab anything. Now the protagonist has to grab Baal's hand. Once again, he is glitching through the wall while completely naked. The problem is, Baal is the heaviest one there. Kratos pauses and wonders why he is trying to save this guy. Baal is one of the 4 demons who wanted him dead. Even Baal looks confused and cannot understand why Kratos is saving him. Then the protagonist remembers a friend who once said, Bro, the professor will not let me submit my test. If I fail, I am finished. I will become a slave. Please, can you help me? Just ask him to look at my grades. I know he will listen to you. Every professor likes you. That guy was only a junior who followed him around. Since the protagonist was the professor's favorite errand boy, maybe they really would have listened. But back then, he told the guy to handle it himself because it was not his problem. He worried that getting involved would hurt his standing with the professors, so he stayed out of it. Looking back now, he realizes that maybe he could have helped. Just like now, maybe he can help Ball if he pushes himself a little harder. He tells himself to give everything he has and surpass his limits. Maybe then, at least the memory of that guy can end with a smile. He concentrates all the strength in his body, and even though his arm begins giving out from the strain, he still manages to throw Ball upward. Of course, our boy gets hurt in the process, and Ball asks why he went that far when he did not have to. Kratos stands and says, "'Cause this hurts less than abandoning a follower, and I refuse to regret it." Suddenly, Ball begins crying, and Kratos wonders whether that student would have reacted the same way if he had helped him back then. All he can do now is apologize. Then the system appears and congratulates him for drawing out so much power from the Demon King's body without assistance. As a result, he has earned the genuine admiration of one of the 4 great demons. From now on, every action that makes demons happy will earn HP, also known as happy points. The happy point system has been unlocked. Kratos is baffled by the idea of collecting happy points. What is he supposed to do with them? Buy a lollipop? The system immediately replies that a game like this would never hand out lollipops. Basically, whenever one of his soldiers feels happy and full, he earns a point. He can spend those points on attributes such as stamina, defense, mental strength, and magic power. He must raise all of them to 100%. Only then can he use the full power of the real Kratos. He tries buying 10% stamina, but it costs 50 happy points. He can also spend points to upgrade skills, but improving even one costs 250. Kratos thinks it will be difficult, but if the farm succeeds, maybe he can earn plenty. Besides, becoming stronger will increase his chances of survival, and seeing everyone happy and full would feel amazing. His ego would be completely satisfied. Ball watches him and thinks this man looks like someone who is about to be killed. Maybe he should not have been saved. Suddenly, Kratos stretches out like an egg-laying bird and announces, "Get ready. I am about to throw everything down for you to catch." Before the poor demons can react, he launches a rainbow arc of crap directly into their faces. Kratos tells them to get ready and give it everything they have. A short while later, they are surrounded by soil, eggshells, and a huge amount of poop. He tells Sergei that since she has so many arms, she should chop everything up. She immediately shouts that she is the Ice Monarch. Her arms were not made for handling poop. He gives her a glare and calmly says that is fine. He has another task she can handle in Asura's place. Unsurprisingly, she immediately agrees. Kratos flinched when she yelled, "The people of this world really are frightening, and she is especially difficult to handle. But everything is fine. He is the Demon King, so he can overcome this through sheer willpower." He orders Hartok to flood the area because the soil needs moisture. Hartok warns that wetting all that waste will make the smell even worse. Kratos gives him one glare, and Hartok is already airborne, doing exactly what he was told. Kratos asks Ball whether he feels better, and Balsal says yes, the soil is softer now, exactly as Kratos predicted. Step 3 is gathering feathers and covering everything with them. The problem is, handling even a small section would take forever. To cover the entire area, they have no choice but to use every demon. Something is bothering him, but he knows it must be addressed now. He will move forward using the authority granted to him as ruler of this realm. Meanwhile, in the Demon King's city, a man sits inside his home with his little daughter lying in bed. She asks whether he can please eat her. Whoa, what? That hits hard. Her father begs her never to say something like that, but she only says that she misses her mother. Apparently, another gluttonous demon appeared and tried to devour the girl, but her mother jumped in front of her. She gave her daughter one final look and went straight into the demon's stomach. Her father says that if his daughter disappears too, he will have no reason left to live. Just then the Demon King appears. The man jumps back in shock and demands to know what he is doing there. Kratos says that if he has enough energy to shout, he has enough energy to work, then orders the soldiers to take him. The man cries for his daughter, saying he needs to care for her, but it is already too late. The Demon King keeps walking and asks how many people they have gathered. They have 20, but need more than 30. Looking back at the crying child, Kratos remembers that she appeared in the game too, and every time, he killed her without hesitation. That memory pushes him to issue a new decree. From now on, demons are forbidden from eating other demons. Everyone will work with manure instead. He walks away with determination, declaring that he is a tyrant lord and sacrifices are necessary to achieve his goals. Beneath the scorching sun, the already scrawny demons suffer even more. One complains that farming is ridiculous. They have no energy, yet are wasting what little remains on this. Another warns him to watch his words, but he continues, saying they will die either way. Even if the soil becomes fertile, what are they supposed to plant? Right then, Kratos appears and says he will explain if the demon is willing to follow him. During the earlier fight, he noticed a flower growing beside a tree. It was something that could be cultivated. He shows it to the demon and says, that is exactly what they will plant. Baal and the others are already gathering more. The demon recognizes it but says it is inedible. Eating it usually causes severe stomach pain. Kratos pulls one from the ground and says there is nothing else to eat in this land. The experiment is almost complete and soon they will learn whether it works. The man asks what experiment he means, and Kratos says, your daughter should be eating it right about now. The man runs off in panic, begging for help, demanding to know why they would do this to an innocent child and praying she has not eaten it. He bursts through the door and finds Baal standing beside his daughter. But the little girl has already eaten it. She looks healthy and says she feels completely fine and totally full. Her father is stunned and asks whether she is really okay. She nods and says she ate the same thing yesterday. Baal and Zephyros gave it to her. Kratos enters and tells him to believe it. In a certain land, humans learned how to turn poisonous plants into edible food. It is actually a famous food called the potato. I did not even know potatoes used to be poisonous. Overwhelmed, Flute thanks Kratos for being so kind to someone like her. Just like that, part of the army becomes genuinely happy to finally have food. For the first time, Kratos earns 1 happy point. He stares at the point he earned, notices the little girl's smile, and remembers how she used to be a monster in the game. The contrast between who she was and who she is now hits him hard. Just because he is the demon lord does not mean he always has to act serious. So he gives her a warm smile and tells her to grow up healthy and strong. The other demons immediately assume he is fattening her up so he can eat her later. That sweet expression only makes the poor girl's situation look even more suspicious to everyone. The next chapter introduces a region called Chavan de Antor. This territory is divided into 5 zones, with Chavan being the most distant. Its nights are freezing, while its days are unbearably hot. In a land where crops cannot survive, even poisonous plants are treated as food. Most people should have died trying, but humanity never gave up. Back in the village, Flute's father kneels and tells the demon lord that everything has been prepared. Then Kratos orders Baal to stomp across the entire area and crush every single potato. Afterward, they will leave the entire batch outside to freeze every night for 5 days. Freeze thaw over and over. Slowly, the potatoes will become edible and stop causing stomach pain. Once that is finished, Zephyros and the others will prepare even more fertilizer. Snack preparation has officially begun. A line forms. Kratos announces that supplies are limited, so everyone may take no more than 2. Zephyros finds that strange. They have plenty of land, so why not simply grow more potatoes? Kratos explains that their current supply is nowhere near enough, and expanding production will take time. First, people need to accept that these things are edible. Then production can increase 1,000-fold. Even so, the demons only stare at the food, unsure whether it is truly safe. From the back, one man says his daughter ate it and was fine. Another calls him an idiot and tells him to look at the Demon King's face. That is not the expression of someone giving out food from kindness. Even so, one demon gathers his courage, steps forward, and throws a potato into his mouth. He chews it, then swallows. Suddenly, he begins crying and shouts, "Long live the Demon King." Once the first demon eats it without dying, everyone else follows. All they can think is, he really gave us something edible. And just like that, everyone raises a hand and shouts that Kratos is incredible. Watching the celebration, Kratos mutters that something feels wrong about that cheer and decides they need a new chance soon. Nearby, Zephyros wonders whether this lunatic might actually end starvation in the demon realm. With so many full stomachs, Kratos earns 51 happy points. Finally, he can increase his stats. Looking over his attributes, he wonders which one would help him most. While he is thinking, Zephyr gathers the farming squad and orders them back to the village to spread the news. Real, edible food can be grown here, and any demon who helps will receive vouchers exchangeable for potatoes. Kratos is genuinely impressed that this clever little guy is proving useful. Soon, everyone is harvesting potatoes and planting even more. Sergi chops manure, Hartok moistens the soil, and yes, poor Asura is still tied up outside. Kratos orders them to move him 10 steps left because the location is perfect. They pin him down, and another lightning bolt strikes him. Kratos sighs that generating enough nitrogen every day is exhausting. But now that they have gathered enough, it is time for the next step. The problem is, even with their resources, covering the entire area remains difficult. While Kratos plans, Asura lies there begging, absolutely begging, to be killed. Kratos blasts him again without hesitation, while thinking that he really needs workers who never tire or complain. Maybe all he can do is wait for what comes next. Earlier, he asked Zephyros whether he had truly summoned the Star Masters. Zephyros said yes. He ordered them to halt all attacks and return for farming, but there was one problem. No one had replied. Kratos wonders whether those damned messengers starved to death on the road. He desperately needs help because spreading manure alone is becoming too difficult. The scene shifts to Deathcliff, the region's first zone. A demon reports that recent scouting confirms Lord Kratos has begun developing agriculture and producing edible food. The mustached demon scoffs, claiming Kratos is only doing this because he is afraid. Every time a demon dies, Surathal, father of the dead, grows stronger. Kratos must be stopping the war to prevent either side from gaining more power. Surathal asks whether all messengers sent to other regions were eliminated. The demon confirms that no one else knows Kratos wants to stop the war. Surathal nods with satisfaction. He says all demons must starve so they can become fuel for his power. Once he gathers enough strength, he will become the true demon lord. Then he summons Fikamir and orders him to destroy everything Kratos has built, especially anything connected to farming. During one freezing night, poor Asura remains tied to the cross. Fikamir walks past and thinks Lord Kratos is unbelievably cruel. He practically turned Azurath into a corpse just to make an example of him. Still, he reassures him that Surathal will avenge him. He summons a horde of spirits and orders them to destroy the land so completely that it can never be used again. The spirits rush in and discover a huge covered pile. One says this must be the famous manure Lord Kratos has been guarding so carefully. Fikamir grins and orders them to scatter it everywhere, ruining all of Kratos' plans. Asura watches from the corner of his eye and remembers an earlier conversation where Kratos explained that manure had to be thoroughly mixed and broken down into the soil. The problem was that too few demons remained, and everyone was too weak for such exhausting work. Meanwhile, Fikamir celebrates and declares that Kratos is finished. Azure wonders whether this is unpaid labor. Later, one ghost complains that the land never ends and is far too large. The others shout at him to stop slacking and keep spreading the manure. They must bury and scatter it so Kratos can never use the land for farming. Another nearby spirit comments that Spirit 2718 is working especially hard today. The spirit says he does not know why, but he feels strangely good. It feels like the satisfaction of accomplishing something meaningful. The spirit beside him says, "You really are an idiot," but then adds that today he wants to be an idiot too. Let us destroy this entire place. While they celebrate their success, the sun rises and begins evaporating every one of them. They are weak to sunlight. Still, dying after doing something productive does not feel so bad. As their souls drift upward, Fikamir cries and says his children truly succeeded. They were the best. Now they can all rest in peace. All he wants is to see Kratos' face when he discovers what they did. Nearby, inside a storage building, all the harvested potatoes are being stored. The next problem is preparing them. Kratos explains that they are dormant. Even if planted, they will not grow. It is like waking a sleeping potato, he says, by yanking it out of bed by the hair. At that moment, the potato practically faints from the shock. He knows dormancy will end faster if the potatoes stay around 4 degrees for 2 or 3 weeks before being moved somewhere warm. The problem is, he hoped to rely on Sergi, but she has been completely disgusted lately and clearly does not want to work. Bartok does not look happy either. Kratos is trying not to anger either of them because they still seem one step away from rebellion. He tried raising the temperature by making everyone do squats, but the exhausted demons immediately collapsed. Thinking it over, he tells Zephyros they are going to the farm. He needs to do whatever he can. At minimum, he can inject more nitrogen into the soil. But when they arrive, the entire field is steaming. Kratos freezes in place. What happened here? The soil has been completely mixed. The stench fills the air. The field is now perfect for planting. What kind of miracle is this? Watching from the shadows, Fikamir panics because the sabotage was a complete success. Then Baal appears behind him, grabs him by the ears, and announces that he found someone suspicious. Kratos recognizes him immediately as one of Deathcliff's bosses from the game. So he asks what the hell Fikamir is doing there. Fikamir tries to answer, but gets punched in the face before he can speak. Zephyros asks why Kratos punched him before hearing an answer. Kratos says the man was clearly hiding something, so he was just being efficient. Completely battered, Fikamir mutters that the Demon King truly is cruel, only to get punched again and again. Eventually, Kratos becomes exhausted from beating him without receiving a single answer. So he opens his inventory, spends every point on stamina, and immediately resumes punching. Eventually, Fikamir breaks and confesses that he was ordered to destroy the farm. Now they know Saruthal prevented the reinforcements from arriving. Kratos understands the obvious reason. Saruthal grows stronger whenever a demon dies. Zephyros says defeating Saruthal would serve as a warning to everyone else. But Kratos does not care about that. He only wants peace so he can focus on farming. Both of them say at once that the problem with killing Saruthal is that he transforms into a ghost. At that point, hitting him becomes nearly impossible. His territory is also enormous, full of cliffs and inaccessible terrain. Still, Kratos knows one thing. If a pest hides in its nest, you destroy the entire nest. The scene shifts to Flute, who is watching Ashuret. He is still tied up, and seriously, when are they going to free this guy? He turns toward her and asks what she is staring at. With complete innocence, he thanks him because his sacrifice gave everyone food. But he snaps and tells her to stop humiliating the great Ashuret. He warns that once he is free, she will be the first to die. Furious, he thinks that the moment he escapes, He will personally kill that damned Kratos. Then he hears Kratos' voice and looks to the side. Music is playing because everyone is celebrating. A second lightning post has just been installed. Everyone cheers, saying it will help produce even more food. Azurath's eyes widen. Does this mean he is finally free? No more living like a rotisserie chicken, roasting day and night. But no, the two victims are simply placed side by side. And Kratos blasts both of them with lightning again. By now, Azurath is almost used to it. He only gets a little crispy around the edges. Saruthal watches everything unfold and screams that they cannot do this to poor Fikamir, but Kratos does not stop. More lightning. Zap. Saruthal keeps shouting that it must hurt like hell. Another zap, then another. Eventually, Fikamir begs him to stop. Then Kratos notices a nearby raven and immediately recognizes it. It is a messenger bird used to transmit information. Now he knows Saruthal is watching everything. That bastard tried sabotaging his crops, and now he is going to pay dearly. Sometime later, beneath the blazing sun, Flute happily works the soil as adorably as ever. Azurath looks at her and asks, "Sweetheart, what are you doing?" Flute explains that the four generals have helped so much that she wants to contribute too. He calls her an idiot. Fikamir already prepared that entire section, so she should do something useful instead. Flute walks to Fikamir and asks whether it is true. He prepared the soil and even endured lightning for everyone. That was incredibly kind. Embarrassed, Fikamir says she is the kind one and that her words made everything worthwhile. But Azurat warns her again that she is not helping by staying there. All he knows is that potatoes somehow improve when heated. Hearing that, Flute thanks him and immediately runs off to help with that instead. As she disappears, Azurath mutters that a low-ranked demon like her cannot possibly accomplish much. Back at the castle, Zephyros says, "My lord, I am not sure this plan will work." Saruthal already knows it is a trap, so why would he come? Kratos explains that the fool will not come personally. He will send subordinates first, and every one of them will be destroyed. He has already given Bao the order. No one leaves alive. Meanwhile, Saruthal is naturally watching everything unfold. He sneers that Kratos is a fool. Did he really think Saruthal would sacrifice his own soldiers so recklessly? Losing Fikamir hurts, but Saruthal has only one goal: destroy the farm. So he orders his specters to ruin the crops. Every potato must be destroyed. Nothing can be left standing. The ghosts rush wildly into the warehouse, but Kratos is already there waiting. "Just as I expected," he says. More bastards showed up. "Welcome to the cemetery." He remembers the first time he encountered these enemies in the game. He completely panicked. Saruthal's second elite squad was a nightmare. Their greatest strength was moving in large groups. Worse, if you touched them physically, they latched onto you and drained your age, along with any abilities you currently had equipped. Kratos knew the secret to defeating them. He asks who wants to get deep-fried first. The solution is simple: use magic, especially lightning. The specters panic when they realize it is a trap. But Kratos smiles and says it is too late. This is the real trap. The doors slam shut as strange blood seals them. And that blood belongs to him. Kratos unleashes a massive area attack, flooding the entire room with lightning. He orders the guards to charge in and attack immediately. Demons rush in from every direction. With their ghost forms gone, the specters are easily overwhelmed and beaten. Kratos watches and thinks, man, this plan was pure alpha-level Demon King genius. He even says aloud that maybe he truly belongs in this world. The only problem: several smaller spirits escape the flames and are flying around while throwing lightning. But suddenly, Flute pops out from inside the potato pile. Kratos looks toward her. One spirit charges straight at her, preparing to steal her youth. Her father screams in horror. And despite being frustrated that no one followed orders, Kratos still wants to save her. But his lightning cannot reach her in time. Acting on instinct, he throws a lightning-charged potato toward her, assuming it probably will not help. But when it strikes the spirit's head, something strange happens. The ghost tries stealing the potato's life and somehow succeeds. The potato immediately sprouts leaves. The remaining specters panic and flee while Kratos stands there in shock. Then everything suddenly makes sense. These ghosts age whatever they touch. They accelerated the potato's biological clock. He grabs Flute and tells her she did an incredible job. Still shaken, she quickly runs away, while Kratos turns to everyone else and announces, "That is enough of being afraid of Saruthal. From now on, they are going on the offensive." The next chapter begins with poor Ashuret, still tied to the cross, staring at the sky and wondering who he is, where he is, and what he is even living for. "The sun is so beautiful, honestly. Simply seeing it every day makes me happy," Ashuret whispers. "The only downside is being hungry all the time." Then Flute appears, adorable as always, and happily says everything is going well. They are harvesting huge amounts of potatoes, and Kratos is even assembling a new army. The moment he sees food, Ashuret starts panicking and shakes his head desperately. Flute says she will give him a little and throws a small potato at him. It hits him directly in the eye. He screams that he will kill her, but she throws 3 more. 2 strike his eyes and 1 lands in his mouth. Despite the pain, it tastes delicious. That single bite makes him so happy that Kratos earns another happy point. After everything so far, his total reaches 302. He does not even know where the latest point came from, but it does not matter. The more, the better. He needs every point to prepare for the attack on Saruthal. He gathers the army and orders everyone to prepare. They are almost there when several ghosts shout that they are going to cut the bridge. And sure enough, they sever it immediately. But wait, Kratos simply jumps. They call him an idiot, but of course, he is about to use the butt glitch again. The spirits are completely confused. He turns his back, flashes once, then twice, and suddenly, he is already at the top. The 2 ghosts flee, muttering that he is terrifying. Kratos thinks everything went exactly according to plan. He points toward Zephyros and charges forward. Saruthal points from afar and orders the ghosts to kill Kratos now that he is alone. Kratos rushes ahead, naturally using the glitch again. After all, this enemy really only has 1 move. The spirits attempt to grab him, but just before they make contact, he sinks into the ground. Eventually, he reappears with enemies surrounding him. The spirits close in, saying that even the Demon King will eventually run out of stamina. But Kratos calmly replies, "I am a veteran player." And right then, a barrage of potatoes begins raining in from outside. The moment they strike the spirits, the ghosts begin getting absorbed and converted. Zephyros watches in awe, thinking he truly doubted the plan this time. Yet once again, the Demon Lord succeeded. He remembers Kratos explaining that they only needed to gather every enemy in one place and fire potatoes at them. And it worked. On top of that, Kratos knew a secret shortcut leading directly to Saruthal. After 19 complete playthroughs, he naturally knew every path, crack, and hidden corner. While exploring this area in the game, he noticed a strange structure. The texture looked wrong, so he attacked it and discovered a hidden path. That was how he found a cave leading directly to Saruthal. He also discovered a metamorphosis elixir and a compressed soul created from countless corpses. Who knows what that does? Back outside, the demons celebrate. They finally have food to eat. Suddenly, Kratos remembers his grandmother saying he looked like he had been starving and promising to make dinner that night. But instead, he ended up being taken away in an ambulance. Now the guy is emotionally devastated. He declares that anyone standing in the way of his mission to feed people will be completely destroyed. Suddenly, Baal steps forward and says, Saruthal is strong, so he wants to help. But Kratos says no. Baal's job is carrying potatoes, because heavy lifting is the boss's responsibility. Meanwhile, Saruthal stands before the great spirit of ice, calling for beasts born from his glorious cold to spread terror and join his army. but a boot suddenly stomps directly onto his face, interrupting the chant. Confused, he asks how Kratos arrived so quickly. Kratos shrugs and says that is none of his concern. He is here to exterminate a pest. Saruthal growls that Kratos is a fool for coming alone and believing he can win. Clearly, he has never witnessed Saruthal's true power. But Kratos has seen it. He has already seen it 19 times and is completely sick of that cursed ability. The first time he hunted Saruthal, he crossed those mountains while destroying every spirit. Creatures were slowly absorbed into a strange crystal that collected souls. And after absorbing enough power, Saruthal summoned even more demons. Only after those enemies were defeated would he reveal his true ability. A tornado would form in the sky, and Saruthal would say, "You are strong, Kratos. I will give you that." Then he would grin and say, "Which is exactly why I am going to win." Boom, he transforms into Kratos 2.0. Yeah, he can perfectly copy enemy stats and abilities. Since he is a late-game boss, players are already insanely strong when they reach him, making Saruthal just as powerful. But this time, the stats he copies belong to Kratos in his current state, and honestly, Kratos is still not very strong. Saruthal charges forward, but Kratos opens his inventory and immediately starts spending points on dexterity. He dodges the first strike and punches Saruthal in the stomach. Saruthal attacks again, but Kratos boosts his strength and trades blows with him head-on. Saruthal shouts that it is impossible and asks how Kratos is already at full power. Kratos says that anyone working in agriculture also needs to keep a clear mind. Saruthal prepares a lightning spell, sets his hand to activate it, but Kratos has already increased his magic power and mental strength, then launches his own lightning attack. Naturally, Kratos' lightning is stronger. It blasts straight through Saruthal, reducing him to a puddle of sludge. The gooey remains collapse to the ground, making it look like the battle is over. Then the system chimes. Since all attributes have been acquired, he now has permission to summon the throne of the farmer. And yeah, it looks like something from Game of Thrones. Instead of swords, it is covered in pitchforks, straw, watering cans, and farming tools. Kratos lights up with excitement. Finally, he is getting some proper equipment. But then the puddle speaks. This is not over yet. Kratos sighs and says he expected that. There is always a second phase. Saruthal transforms into an ancient dragon. Kratos steps back, impressed. The bastard really does look like he has a ridiculous amount of HP. Kratos already has a plan. Then Baal crashes in with a kick from behind, bringing the entire squad. Kratos smiles and says this is straight out of the game's final stage. Saruthal hesitates, tears forming in his eyes, and asks whether they can talk things over. Nope, the entire army jumps him, including the farmers. They beat him relentlessly. Kratos watches and remembers that these same demons were starving not long ago. Then he decides it is time to summon the throne. Clouds swirl in the sky as the throne descends from above, heading directly toward Saruthal. Boom, completely obliterated. Kratos stands there in shock. The demons stare at the crater and realize Saruthal has been completely flattened. They begin cheering, saying they never imagined the Demon King could be so brutal. Finishing an enemy by dropping a throne on his head is a first. Kratos has no idea what to say. That definitely was not the plan. Still, he joins the celebration. Honestly, that was the perfect ending. Not far from Azarath, Fikamir begins glowing softly, his form shining in a strangely cute way. The entire field has become fertile. Potatoes are ready. Their greatest threat is gone. It is finally time to begin planting season. But as everything settles down, Saruthal's crystal begins shaking. The system informs Kratos that this is his 20th time defeating that boss. Kratos realizes the game remembers everything. As a hidden reward, a secret event activates. A spirit sealed inside the crystal is about to awaken, with its form depending on how it was treated. Thick mist begins pouring from the crystal. Kratos steps closer, trying to understand what is happening. And since this is his world, of course, something cute has to emerge. Well, maybe not extremely cute. It is a dragon. Still, it gives him a tiny smile while asking for a T-bone steak. Kratos walks forward with complete confidence while the little creature blinks and quietly wonders whether this man is his father. Kratos picks up the baby dragon, and it clings to him while repeating, "Steak, steak." The little creature is happy. It thought it would be born into this world without ever having a father. Then Kratos looks at it and says it is very cute, causing the dragon to tremble uncontrollably. Everyone heads home while cheering that they will feast tonight. The dragon looks nervous, and then Kratos says, "First, you need to grow big before you can be eaten." The poor dragon immediately thinks it is doomed and becomes 100% convinced they are fattening it for slaughter. But then Kratos suddenly stops. He looks ahead and sees the entire demon kingdom gathered, jumping with joy and celebrating their return. Families happily wave to their children. The little dragon notices that the energy here feels strangely positive. The demons do not even seem that frightening until it looks up at Kratos again. Later, the dragon hides in the corner of a room, trembling uncontrollably. Poor thing. Kratos simply stares at it. The moment their eyes meet, the dragon freezes again, convinced they are waiting for it to grow before cooking it. Meanwhile, Kratos is trying to figure out what dragons are supposed to eat. He assumes they need refined gems or some rare exotic food, which is obviously impossible to find here. Suddenly, Feroz appears and says things are not progressing as smoothly as expected. Unfortunately, proper planting requires building soil mounds, and the soil must be deep and fertile. The problem is that this entire area is filled with rocks. The workers are struggling to remove them, and progress is still too slow. Meanwhile, little Steak sits in the corner, convinced his future is decided. He will be worked to death here. Forget T-Bone. We are calling him Steak now because it sounds cooler. Kratos thinks the place feels more like a coal mine than farmland. If everyone keeps burning through energy like this, the potatoes will run out quickly. Once hunger returns, productivity will collapse. Frustrated, he wishes he were like a protagonist with some special power capable of solving every problem. But so far, all he has done is struggle with hunger. Then he notices Flute digging in the corner and working with everything she has. He realizes it is time to stop complaining. He needs to find a solution to this problem too. Suddenly, someone shouts that a razor wind is approaching. It is one of those random, violent natural disasters Kratos had completely forgotten about. Anyone caught inside one is shredded to pieces within seconds. He immediately orders everyone to hide behind the rocks. Even from far away, the pressure is overwhelming. These winds are devastating for agriculture. And of course, Flute makes a mistake. She runs directly toward Azuret, who is still tied up. Kratos and her father shout after her, but she is already sprinting away. Kratos throws Steak into her father's arms and rushes after her, shouting that anyone who follows him will die. Baal screams that it is too dangerous and begs him to come back. Kratos knows that, but he cannot lose both their lightning rod and a new worker on the first day. Flute desperately tries freeing Azuret while he yells at her to leave before she gets killed. Kratos charges in, thinking that farm life really does feel like going to war. He tells Flute to move and flies in with a full-speed kick, breaking the lightning post. It crashes to the ground. The wind is already cutting everyone's skin. That is how violent it is. Flute tries pulling Azuret free, but he tells her to give up. Even the 4 heavenly kings could not rip that thing out. Then Kratos pulls her back while throwing the lightning rod over his shoulder. Watching from a distance, Steak can feel the resistance in the air and knows his father is not very strong, yet Kratos keeps running at full speed, risking everything to save others. Kratos stumbles. The slicing winds are too powerful. He drops the lightning rod and crashes hard onto the ground. And that is when little Steak decides to act. He flies into the storm, positions himself directly before the tornado, takes a deep breath, then unleashes a massive ice barrage into the center of the wind. Barely conscious, Kratos notices that Stake used his power to slow the tornado. That amount of power is far too much for a baby dragon. The tornado keeps advancing, but then the others arrive and carry everyone to safety. In the next chapter, we return to the castle. Kratos lies in bed, looking extremely uncomfortable. Then Hardock and Sergi enter. Are they really planning to kill our boy while he is vulnerable? Hardock says that while the Demon King is unconscious, he will cut off his head. Sergi agrees. Afterward, they will eliminate Baal and Asheret, then decide which of them becomes the next Demon King. Hardock accepts the terms. For now, they are allies. The door slowly creaks open. They are already standing beside the bed, ready to attack. But suddenly, both of them freeze. Kratos does not look unconscious. He has an incredibly threatening expression, making them question everything. Was he awake the entire time? Is he watching them right now? Even so, they continue forward. This is their only chance. Just before they move, Azurath and Baal appear. Azurath looks like he has been through hell after spending 10 chapters as a lightning rod. Baal says the Demon King is sleeping and warns them not to disturb him. But looking at Kratos' face, they cannot believe that expression belongs to someone unconscious. Baal warns that if they try killing him and accidentally wake him, they already know what will happen. Hardock says he understands why the musclehead is loyal, but asks Azurath why he is suddenly protecting this farmer. Azurath says it is only this once. Next time he will kill Kratos, but for now he owes him a life. Hardock argues that the potatoes have brought nothing but trouble. If the plan fails, everyone will starve. Azurath replies that this is exactly how things work. If you do not want to starve, you have to risk your life. He admits he would rather risk his life in war than farming, but there is nothing he can do about it. Hardock scoffs and calls them both fools, then walks away while muttering that they will regret this soon. Suddenly, someone yawns. Kratos wakes up and notices Azurath. Azurath quickly says not to misunderstand. He is only repaying the debt from before. But Kratos narrows his eyes and asks why his lightning rod is walking around and talking. Asheret hesitates for half a second and then gets blasted. In the next moment, his clothes are gone and he is dragged back to the lightning post yet again. Kratos says he is ready to return to work, but Baal explains that they have removed nearly all the rocks. Zephyros has been helping. When Kratos goes to inspect the area, he finds Zephyros ordering everyone around. Kratos asks where all the rocks went. Zephyros points toward the sky, and there is Stake flying around, carrying rocks in his mouth and dropping them far away. Seeing that little guy help reminds you of other tiny creatures from fantasy stories, does it not? Meanwhile, Stake thinks he may be too small to stop a tornado, but this is something he can do. Kratos calls out to him, picks him up, and pets him with a slightly evil smile. But Stake seems used to it now and may even enjoy it. Kratos feels confident. If another razor wind appears, Stake can counter it. He only needs to predict when it will arrive. Zephyros approaches and warns that they are running low on potatoes for worker rewards. He asks whether they should save more. Kratos shakes his head. The first enemy of farming is natural disaster. The second is cost. Those are the two walls they must overcome. Elsewhere inside the castle, Sergi removes her helmet. And wait a second. Is she actually a badass elf girl? Yes. The only downside is that she reeks of manure after working in the fields all day. There is also the tiny detail that she has 6 arms. But honestly, some of you probably would not hesitate. I would never say a bath could fix that. Then someone knocks and asks to speak with Sergi. She recognizes the voice. It is the Demon Lord. She immediately says they have nothing to discuss. He politely asks her to open the door, but she insists that she wants to avoid interacting with him. He says they cannot talk properly without facing each other, then announces that he is coming inside. She turns and warns him not to break the door, but naturally he is already using his usual glitch. Suddenly, he is standing calmly in front of her while she wonders why he barged into a woman's room. Then Kratos suddenly drops to his knees. Sergi looks confused. He says that without her, he truly cannot do anything. She freezes for a moment, then her cheeks turn bright red. Meanwhile, Kratos thinks that if this is what saving money requires, he will kneel. What he needs right now is a sharp blade. Sergi becomes flustered and twirls her hair like a princess, saying that when he asks like that, how can she possibly refuse? Kratos is completely lost and has no idea what is happening. This girl clearly loses her composure far too easily. Cut to them standing before an enormous pile of potatoes. Kratos says he needs her to cut every potato in half for planting. Reality immediately hits Sergi. She was completely tricked. Still, this is technically an upgrade. At least she is cutting cute little potatoes instead of shoveling manure. But Kratos asks her to cut perfectly, leaving the green sprouting points on opposite halves. He holds up 2 potatoes and tells her to separate them, then throws them, and before she can refuse, she draws her sword and slices both in midair. Kratos jumps back in shock. He cannot believe how perfectly she cut them and is genuinely impressed. He says he knew he was right because she is the only one capable of this. Smooth talker, master psychologist, and Sergi is completely vulnerable to that. She snaps back to reality and swears she will not fall for it again until he gives her that look and gently takes her wrist. Then he steps closer, making her turn red, and wipes her blade clean, leaving it shining. Sergi asks what he is doing, Demon King. Kratos says there is potato juice on the blade, so naturally he has to clean it. Sergi's mind races. Is this man insane? Why does his expression feel so warm, sincere, and intense? Kratos simply thinks a clean blade is important for hygiene, especially since she was chopping manure not long ago. Then he says he will ask one more time. She is the only person he can rely on for this. Sergi looks away with red cheeks and agrees. She says she will help just this once, while thinking that this foolish Demon King truly cannot do anything without her. Kratos immediately runs off like an excited child, shouting that she is amazing and that he will bring water because they will be cutting all night. As potatoes begin flying, Hardakak overhears Kratos saying things like, "Do not hold my hand that way, stretch your arms out." He looks over and sees the Demon King helping his precious little servant, then realizes Sergi has become another brainwashed fool, willingly working for Kratos because of a few compliments. Meanwhile, Azurath remains outside beneath the sun, wondering about the meaning of life, his goals, and what future awaits a lightning rod. Then Flute appears and suggests playing the potato-throwing game again. He tells the low-class brat to disappear, promising to eat her alive once he is free. But she continues throwing potatoes at him anyway. Once again, Hartok is watching. He is certain now Azurath is beyond saving. Then someone shouts that the potatoes have arrived. It is Baal and Zephyros, carrying huge piles of them. Hartok simply stares. Even Baal is hopeless, especially with intelligence that far below average. The demons crowd around Sergi and repeatedly thank her, saying none of this would have been possible without her. Awkwardly, she tells them to stop because she did not do it for their sake. Hartok watches and sees a soft, fluttering look in her eyes. That is not the expression of a cold-blooded demon general. Watching demons cry over seed potatoes is ridiculous. They should be ashamed. Everyone here is a complete idiot. But Hartok, the intellectual peak of demonkind, will steal the throne. Kratos tells everyone to continue planting. Soon, something amazing will sprout from the soil. And when that happens, they must remove some of the sprouts. Baal volunteers to cut them, but Kratos tells him to be quiet and continues explaining. He says each potato can produce between 3 and 6 sprouts. Then he asks whether having more sprouts or fewer sprouts is better. The demons naturally shout more. Kratos immediately says they are wrong. Fewer is better. Hartok's eye begins twitching because the discussion is pathetic. The demons ask why fewer sprouts would be better. Should not more sprouts mean more food? Hartok cannot tolerate it anymore. You truly are brainless. If too many sprouts grow, they will compete for nutrients. That means the potatoes you harvest will receive fewer nutrients. Kratos turns toward him. Wait, how do you know that? Hartok says it is extremely obvious. If every sprout feeds from the same potato, the final result will naturally be weaker. Kratos nods and asks how many sprouts would be ideal. Hartok rolls his eyes and says 2, obviously. 1 would be ideal under perfect conditions, but keeping 2 provides backup if 1 fails. Kratos asks him to continue. Hartok grumbles that everything is obvious. Since the soil is now fertile, other plants may steal its nutrients. That is why they must make sure everything goes to the potatoes. In other words, they need to remove every plant that is not a potato. Anyone with half a brain could understand that within a minute. Kratos applauds and tells everyone to cheer because they clearly have a genius among them. Everyone begins chanting, "Genius, genius, genius." Hartok loses control. His mother always called him an idiot. And now tears begin falling. Even he does not understand why. Kratos smiles and calls his name. Finally, I have found someone wise and brilliant among demon kind. From this day forward, Hartok will lead the farming division. Hartok thinks the idea is absurd. His intelligence was developed for theft and murder, but Kratos turns around and orders everyone to respect the elite of their race. Everyone starts chanting elite, elite, elite. Hartok wants to kill every last one of them. Instead, he steps forward and orders everyone to listen carefully. Watching from behind, Kratos knows the plan succeeded. The demons cheer. He just won another psychological battle. He recognized Baal's neglected heart and turned him into a loyal subordinate. He gave Azurath a friend after the man believed he would never have one, even calming some of his violent nature. He softened Sergi, a woman who had never experienced affection, and he gave Hartok the validation he always wanted, the simple feeling of being seen. Every one of these demons has a fragile heart. As a result, Kratos earns 200 happy points and a new ability, Blood Eye. Kratos tilts his head, because he does not remember ever unlocking that ability before. It allows him to see the future of anything he looks at, though currently only up to 6 hours ahead. It also works on objects, not just living beings. Then he realizes something. The madman can finally predict the weather. The next chapter begins somewhere between the Lost Lands, demon territory, and human domain. The place is known as the Village of the Exiled, and guess who is there? Lloyd with Javier's hair and Javier with Lloyd's hair. Dear God, Javier looks strange. He thanks Lloyd for taking such good care of him. Lloyd, somehow looking even worse than usual, says he will work hard, earn lots of money, and order everyone around. At least that part has not changed. Suddenly, Javier asks Aged Kimchi whether he plans to return to the demon kingdom with them. The blonde man pauses and says he is unsure. As he mentioned before, he does not know who he is and cannot remember any humans here. On top of that, the first people he met did not seem interested in becoming friends. So where would someone like him ever be accepted? The Walmart duo glances at him and suggests that he start by changing his clothes. They all leave together, and even though he wraps himself in cloth, the same outfit remains underneath. Kimchi keeps thinking that he wants to tear it off, but for some strange reason, the clothing cannot be removed. It seems fused to his skin, literally part of his body. Before leaving, Javier tells one man that he will ask the king to investigate the village because life in exile is terrible. Watching him, Kimchi notices that the boy is genuinely noble. Even near demon territory, he risks himself for others without arrogance. He seems like a decent person. That makes Kimchi wonder what kind of person he used to be. Based on his memories, he seems to have traveled around killing everything. Now he has no idea what someone like him is supposed to do besides kill. Back in demon territory, everyone gathers around because the first sprout has appeared. They shout excitedly that the first tiny sprout has finally emerged. Every demon rushes over to see it, completely amazed. Even Flute runs to tell Azurath, who snaps that if she comes back one more time, he will eat her. Kratos arrives and announces that it is time for the next phase. He turns to the unmatched genius of demon kind and tells him to explain. Hartok immediately steps forward with confidence. and says they must now build mounds of soil around the potato plants to protect them from sunlight. Potatoes exposed to direct sunlight lose flavor and may even become poisonous. Kratos praises him and tells everyone there is truly no one as brilliant as Hartok. Even little Steak happily claps along. Then Kratos looks toward the sky and says it is time to check today's weather. He spent 200 happy points upgrading that ability. The only problem is that activation requires staring at the sky for 200 seconds, which hurts. The demons whisper that the demon lord is crying because he is moved by the first sprout. Time passes, and the system confirms today's forecast as sunny and dry. They need to water the fields. That is great news for Steak, who gets the day off. Then Zephyros appears with urgent news. A subordinate of the 2nd Division commander has arrived. Back at the castle, a demon introduces himself as Loplo from the 2nd region. Apparently, as soon as news of the ceasefire arrived, the 3rd Division launched a surprise attack. They claim the demon lord has weakened and that anyone can steal the throne. Zephyros explains that if the 3rd Division defeats the 2nd, they will probably combine forces, making them extremely difficult to stop. Kratos knows they must intervene, but he cannot abandon the farm either. Worse, the area under attack is called the Swamp of Decay, an enormous place located ridiculously far away. Unfortunately, the abandoned well he used for teleportation in the game no longer works. Now he has to figure out how the hell to balance warfare and agriculture. While he thinks, Steak repeatedly licks his face until Kratos reaches a conclusion. The boss does not need to leave the castle. Sergi, who now seems permanently red-faced 24/7, insists she is not fighting for him. Meanwhile, Ball swears he will follow any order, no matter what. Kratos decides these block-headed demons are perfect for battle because they are completely useless at farming. That is a bold statement considering he relies on Sergi for almost everything. He explains a shortcut. Since they are leaving the boss area, returning to the previous base should trigger some kind of automatic teleportation. He is not completely sure how it works, but they should arrive quickly. With that, he orders them to depart. At the swamp, a wooden-looking demon kneels down, asking how Rustler could betray the Demon King. This demon is Planus, ruler of the 2nd region. Someone steps forward and calmly says this is not a rebellion. It is all just a huge misunderstanding. All he wants is to keep the war going because stopping now would drive the demon race to extinction. Peace would destroy them. Planus argues that everyone believes Kratos will make agriculture possible, so they will no longer need to fight humans just to survive. But Rustler fires back that this is not the issue. The real issue is that fighting with honor defines the pride of the demon race. Just as he raises his massive hammer to strike, bam, something slams into the weapon and sends it flying. He turns around, and there they are, Sergi and Baal, arriving at last. Sergi steps forward and says, "You are right, we are a race that fights. We love marching around and slaughtering everything in our path. But when did we become like this? And why are we forced to live this way?" Cut to Flute bursting through the door and shouting for her father to come see the fields. Sergi continues, saying, "Perhaps it is finally time for them to understand something important. Saving lives instead of taking them might give them an even greater sense of pride." Back at the farm, the fields have bloomed beyond belief. Everyone stares in amazement, and even Azurath, our poor demon lightning rod, has tears filling his eyes. Those two clever demons who always act like twins are watching closely. Our demon lord stands silently, watching everyone celebrate while, for once, not a single soul is fighting. Flute walks up to the demon lord, sweet and adorable as ever. He looks incredible. She says she has never seen anything like this before, while he simply stands there with a small smile. Meanwhile, back in the chaos, good old Sergi is using all 6 arms to beat the life out of that fool Rustler, who gets trapped by the bucket and keeps taking hit after hit. Man, this is starting to look like Azurath all over again. Out in the fields, Kratos says that yes, Countless beautiful flowers have bloomed. There really are a lot of them. Rustler keeps complaining that they promised not to kill anyone, yet their actions do not match their words. Sergi admits that is true, but unfortunately, sometimes one person must be removed to protect everyone else. Back with Kratos, he orders every flower in the field to be cut down. Everyone stands there in shock. Even Asura paces around, saying the Demon King is far too cruel. Hartok agrees that showing no mercy to such a beautiful field is heartless. But once the order is given, and the demons begin pulling out the flowers, the little plants start crying and collapsing, begging not to be cut. No one has ever seen anything like it. The sight is simply too beautiful. Hartok explains that they do not understand those plants are stealing sunlight and nutrients. This is all part of the Demon Lord's master plan to redirect energy toward the potatoes. So they pull them out while suffering through the plant's cries. And Kratos, now looking just like Lloyd, starts shouting that he can hear the potatoes screaming as they grow. Back in the chaos, Rustler has already been beaten down and dragged before Kratos, who announces that this is what happens to anyone considering rebellion. The front line has already fallen, so what will Rustler do now? Rustler tells them to kill him. He refuses to serve a demon lord who has lost his pride. He says he would rather die than bam, he gets electrocuted. Problem solved. And just when you think it cannot get worse, he declares that his body is living armor, and the attack only tickled. $1 to anyone who can guess what happens next. Naturally, they turn him into an antenna and blast him with lightning again. Then Kratos orders another antenna installed over there. Rustler was losing his regenerative ability, so it was time to retire Asura. The ropes finally pull him free, and Asura can barely walk in a straight line. Flute comes running over, sweetly calling his name. But he turns and says she humiliated him for far too long. Now it is her and Kratos' turn to be devoured. She looks shocked, and he charges forward like a demon, all twisted up, only to collapse like an idiot. He has not walked properly in forever, so he has no strength left. Baal tells him to stop using dramatic words as though he were still the same man as before. He picks Asura up in his arms while Azarath screams not to carry him like a princess. And strangely enough, he ends up being carried away with a blanket over his back. Very peculiar. Al says it is an order from the Demon King and that Asura will stay like this for a while. Oddly, Asura blushes and mutters that he will never forgive this humiliation. Asura is carried away while Kratos remembers looking at him with blood eye and seeing that he would be paralyzed and unable to walk for 6 hours, so everything is fine. Then Kratos announces that harvest time is approaching and everyone needs to work faster. With Sergi using all 6 arms, cutting the plants is easy. Hartok uses his mist storm to water everything. The autumn harvest is close. The only problem is that their rations are running out. Even though demons are accustomed to starvation, their efficiency is clearly beginning to fall. Then Laplos appears again, saying Master Planus came to express his gratitude for being rescued. Kratos raises an eyebrow and asks what gratitude he means, leaving the demon confused. Strangely, the protagonist glares at him while the tree demon stands there without understanding why. Kratos is annoyed because the guy came to say thank you without bringing even one gift. Then Laplos says they are gathering the third master's subordinates and will send workers soon. Kratos thinks the potatoes are growing well. A huge harvest is coming, and he needs to gain as much as possible from it. More than anything, he wants to see everyone with full stomachs. But one question remains. Why did he start farming in the first place? He barely remembers anymore. Laplos asks whether he can summon the troops, and Kratos tells him to hurry. He remembers the third region was among the weakest and least developed. They admired strength yet remained loyal to Kratos. Even when he was not especially powerful, more importantly, they all resembled trees and plants, so perhaps they could help with agriculture. As Laplos walks around, he can feel it. The soil is unbelievably fertile. It is filled with nutrients unlike anything he experienced in the swamp of decay. When he was only a small sprout, the soil where he grew contained nothing. But this land cultivated by Kratos is completely different. He says he can feel himself growing stronger, then crashes into the wall and drives his roots into the ground, declaring that he will now become the Demon Lord. Oh boy, he is definitely asking to be chopped down. In the next chapter, the blazing sun rises, and Kratos orders everyone to prepare for training. The demons stand there raising their arms upward, then to one side and the other, while shouting a bunch of bams. I am not sure what that means. Maybe it is some kind of Korean military exercise. Who knows? Kratos is training them to react quickly to commands, especially unexpected ones. Suddenly, he orders everyone to roll left, and they perform perfectly. Roll right, they nail that too. Then Baal arrives with bad news. Something terrible has happened. Every potato plant has turned yellow. When they reach the fields, everything looks dead. Seeing it, Zephyros says he expected this to happen. The plan was impossible from the beginning. Sergi lowers her gaze, and Hartok admits he does not know what went wrong. Maybe there was not enough wind or water, but then he blames himself, calling himself a fool for believing anything could grow here. Kratos approaches without saying a word, kneels down, grabs one plant from the soil and pulls. That is when they see 5, maybe 6 enormous potatoes. Hartok is completely confused. They are paler than before, but absolutely huge. Kratos simply says the potatoes have awakened. As they grew, they absorbed all the nutrients from the leaves, which is why the plants turned yellow. All he can say is that everyone did an amazing job. Every person there helped bring them into existence. The group takes a deep breath, and Baal is visibly moved. Sometime later, Kratos lies on the world's most uncomfortable bed without even a blanket. He remembers talking about helping everyone grow together, just like his grandmother once said when he cared for a plant and helped it grow. Sadly, not long afterward, an ambulance arrived and took her away. He rolls over and mutters that sentimentality is nonsense. A cold, calculating person like him does not need feelings like that. Soon, they will have enough potatoes, but they cannot lower their guard. If they depend only on potatoes, the same thing that happened to Ireland could happen here. Apparently, there was a time when potatoes suddenly stopped growing for unknown reasons, and everyone starved. We complain about life, but starving to death is something else. Watching everyone around you die of hunger is brutal. Kratos thinks deeply and realizes they will need new seeds soon, but suddenly the ground begins shaking. He wonders whether the castle was poorly built. Then the earth suddenly splits open, and countless roots burst up before him. He immediately shouts, demanding to know what the hell is happening. Back in the fields, Flute examines several leaves and notices they are melting away, disappearing into thin air. That should not happen. They are supposed to wither naturally, not vanish as though something is eating them. She immediately realizes something is wrong and starts digging. But when she pulls one plant out, there is no potato beneath it. She knows she must tell the adults. But when she looks toward the castle, it is completely surrounded by roots. Worst of all, Kratos is pinned down and completely immobilized by the Lord of the Third Region, who says Lord Kratos is nothing more than a filthy little insect. Kratos recognizes him. It is Planus who thanks him for providing fertile soil and nutrients. Because of Kratos, he was able to grow all of this. From a distance, Kratos notices the entire field is empty and shouts, demanding to know what that bastard did to their food. Planus says it is funny to see him angry. But really, what can someone like Kratos do? Then he whips Kratos aside and slams him flat onto his back. Kratos immediately coughs up blood. Hartok rushes in and orders everyone to move away, while Baal calls for the others to help the Demon King. But Azurath and Sergi say it is pointless. Planus is far stronger than any of them. Then Baal reveals he knows the Demon King is weak. He realized it when Kratos struggled to pull him up the cliff. Kratos is extremely fragile now. The ground crumbles around them while Planus towers above everyone. He opens a crater so massive that Kratos begins falling into the abyss. Respect to Baal, who knew Kratos was weak and still never betrayed him. Right then, Zephyros recognizes Planus, who makes an announcement to every demon listening. Kratos is dead. He reminds them of the ancient laws of demonkind. Power rules all, and from this moment forward, he is the demon lord. Everyone must kneel before absolute strength. Hartok understands immediately. Planus absorbed every last nutrient from the land. If Kratos is truly dead, then Planus is unquestionably the strongest now. Without hesitation, Hartok kneels, thinking demons are meant to follow overwhelming power. Even Sergi and the entire group fall to one knee. What else can they do? Zephyros looks completely stunned. Azuret asks what he is waiting for and tells him to respect the new lord. It is obvious now that Zephyros is probably the most honest among them, and even Kratos once called him truly loyal. He kneels reluctantly while trembling all over. Planus stands proudly, acting as though the entire place belongs to him. Zephyros is even crying now. And then we suddenly see Kratos speaking with his mother. She asks whether he wants to play hide-and-seek. He recognizes this day and asks whether it is a dream. His mother, already painfully thin and probably sick, says she will close her eyes, count from 1 to 10, and then search for him. That is heartbreaking. Afterward, she probably disappeared forever. Little Kratos begins counting to 10. Poor kid. Life truly treated him terribly. When he finishes counting, he says she can come out now. And there he is, crying uncontrollably. I genuinely feel sorry for our demon king. The poor guy cannot even stay composed before his own memories. Then the system chimes and tells Zhang Ziol to wake up. He is unconscious somewhere beneath tangled roots, wondering whether that was a system message. He asks where he is and whether he died. The system only tells him to move. That is the only way he will survive. Kratos tries activating quantum movement, but there is no space. He cannot shift even 1 centimeter. His hands cannot move, and what little energy remains is being drained. So, perhaps to stop himself from losing consciousness, he begins counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 10 over and over. Meanwhile, above ground, Planus summons the scribe. Zephyros steps forward, and immediately, Planus orders him to record this historic moment and document everything that happened and everything that comes next. Because from this day forward, the demons will invade humanity. Hartok's expression changes instantly. They are back at the beginning. Back to endless war, killing one another as demons supposedly always should. It is the fastest way to fill their stomachs. So then, why does everyone feel so angry? Kratos keeps counting from 1 to 10, but he can barely breathe. Then Planus orders every demon to take up arms. They are going to war. Zephyros hesitates, saying it is impossible to march out now. Naturally, Planus gives him a murderous glare, making everyone nearby tremble. Zephyros explains they cannot wage war when only a few potatoes remain, and the entire demon race is starving. They do not have enough provisions for a campaign. Planus asks whether he has always been this stupid, then claims they actually have plenty of supplies. Suddenly, he sends out a root that grabs flute. Her father immediately cries out. While Azuret watches intently, Planus says they have always had plenty of weak, useless demons lying around. They are the perfect source of food. Flute shouts that they are not like that anymore. They no longer need to eat one another just to survive. Kratos found a way out for them, but Planus only stares her down and drops her directly into the abyss. Buried deep beneath the roots, Kratos feels his heartbeat slowing. The problem is, if he dies, everyone will start starving again. So he uses Blood Strike again to electrocute himself. He cannot accept the thought of anyone else dying from hunger. With renewed strength, he raises one arm and begins climbing directly through the earth. Meanwhile, Planus notices that Azuret caught Flute just in time. The Demon King continues climbing upward, using his blood abilities to remain conscious. The problem is, he keeps digging, but the distance feels endless. He has no idea whether there is even the slightest chance of success. Poor guy is digging diagonally. At this rate, he obviously will never escape. Back on the surface, Hartok, Sergi, and Baal stand frozen, shocked that Ashuret actually defied Planus. Flute remains in his arms, confused, while Planus asks whether he has completely lost his mind. Ashuret stares him down courageously, until his expression changes when he sees Planus move. So he claims Flute is his food now and pretends to eat her, saying she is incredibly fresh and delicious. Naturally, Planus does not believe that nonsense and lashes Ashuret across the back with a root whip, sending him flying. Poor guy immediately passes out. He is the weakest of them and only just recovered. Zephyros looks over, and that is when Planus says this is his final warning. Everyone must prepare for war. But somehow Zephyros finds his courage and says there is no valid reason to do so. An attack flies toward him, but Baal's enormous axe blocks it. Planus turns and sees Baal awkwardly protecting Zephyros, saying the Demon King assigned him the job of counting harvested potatoes. Planus demands to know whether these fools are starting a rebellion. From behind, Hartok calmly says such a thing would be impossible. It is simply that Kratos' agricultural initiative was far more efficient than invasion, and therefore the more logical command to follow. Then Sergi steps forward and says she has a question. The previous demon lord showed them a path where no one had to die, so why should they return to war? Planus completely loses control, sending roots flying everywhere, while shouting that he is authority itself. But they answer that authority must be justified. Every farming demon shouts that Kratos is the true demon lord. Planus must pay for the potatoes and everything else he stole. Planus unleashes a storm of roots, but Hartok sweeps one arm aside and raises a mist barrier. What the hell? Synchronization activates. Sergi jumps into Baal's hands, and he launches her forward. She slices through every root in her path. She reaches Planus's face and says the first thing she will take is his eye. But considering his enormous size, one swing is enough to knock all 6 swords from her hands. At the same time, he restrains Baal, crushes Hartok, and declares that no one should dare challenge his authority. Everyone here will die and learn the price of opposing him. Kratos is no longer the demon lord of this land. That coward died without even fighting back. So what was so special about him? Kratos was nothing. Then someone asks why his self-esteem is so low. A hand suddenly rises from below and punches through the air, stopping the attack aimed at Zephyros. The entire root shatters. Planus stares blankly while Flute smiles, and the system announces that, in the face of death, Kratos awakened the concentrated nutrition system. 10 minutes earlier, while Kratos dragged himself through the soil, thinking everything was too difficult, he suddenly remembered his grandmother cooking for him. She asks what he just said. Quietly, he repeats that everything is too hard. Why should he keep living when life is always this difficult? His grandmother gives him a look, plucks something from a plant, and says it is because they are still only seeds. Every living being is like a seed. They must keep digging until they reach the surface and finally bloom. When the first sprout breaks through, it encourages the others, and more begin emerging from the same place, until eventually, everything turns green. But he shouts at her not to say something so stupid. Then why did his father work himself to death? Why did his mother abandon him? And why was he a rotten seed? None of it made sense. If he had to live, he would be selfish and care only about himself, just like his mother. Living alone was fine. Of course. Everything changed when an ambulance took her away, while she continued saying they were all still seeds. Kratos keeps activating Blood Strike, and the system says he endured the pain of death and rebirth. His spirit survived beyond its limit, so he unlocked the Mana Seed system. It is something he never encountered in the game. As a reward for 3 resurrections, his mana seed begins at level 3. The seed multiplies every attribute by a certain amount. At this moment, the multiplier is 3 times. Seeing that, Kratos thinks it may be enough to escape. On top of that, there is an ability that concentrates every stat into a single attribute once per day for 10 minutes. He opens his eyes. With every stat now at 30%, he activates the mana seed, and every stat rises to 39%. Then he activates the concentrated nutrition system, merging everything into physical strength and raising it to 155. Immediately, he begins lifting the earth around him, making the ground shake violently. Roots erupt from the soil as his hand breaks through. Now he stands face to face with Planus, who asks whether he truly survived down there. Kratos says the answer is obvious because he is standing right in front of him. Every demon sees that Kratos is alive and begins cheering that a bountiful harvest is coming. Even Stake runs over and clings to him in a hug. Hartok celebrates, but both he and Sergi know Planus is still far too powerful. Baal feels it too. Even with the power Kratos is showing, defeating Planus seems impossible. Planus says Kratos' arrival is perfect. Now he can kill him before all his subordinates. But Kratos calmly says no, he will not kill anyone. No matter how enormous Planus is, he still follows game logic. Kratos only needs to remember that Planus uses larger versions of the same attacks. It is not very different from the demons he trained with preset patterns. He tells everyone to stand up. It is time for training. And just like that, everyone gets back on their feet. He orders a quick hop to the left. They dodge the attack. Jump right, they dodge again. Then duck, they avoid another strike. Planus launches an entire combination, but they roll, weave, sidestep, and avoid every attack. He is baffled because none of his enormous attacks connect. Kratos knows there is always a delay after those moves. They cannot exhaust Planus, so Kratos needs a different strategy. He spins around and makes a mocking face to provoke him. Sure enough, Planus becomes furious, launching roots in every direction. That is exactly what Kratos wanted. He pushed Planus into his berserker pattern. In the game, you had to damage the boss, but in reality, simple taunting works. Then he orders Stake to move in and unleash a barrage of ice, blocking part of Planus' vision. Kratos knows brute force alone cannot defeat a body that massive. But he also remembers that Planus is still a plant. That means freezing causes his tissues to expand and tear apart. The first roots snap, and Planus becomes completely disoriented. Being frozen is the worst possible condition for him, especially while berserk, because he will essentially destroy himself. Stake stumbles back toward Kratos and grabs his arm, completely exhausted. Kratos praises him and tells Zephyros to take care of him. Then he crouches and leaps upward, shouting that he will finish the battle. He knows another weakness shared by tree-type monsters, the large hollow cavity in the center of their chests. He drives his fist directly into it, causing a crater to explode outward. Just as the monster begins collapsing, Kratos' concentration enhancement ends. Now he falls through the air while Planus staggers backward, his eyes rolling upward. It looks like he lost consciousness. Zephyros wonders whether the monster is truly dead, but something feels wrong. Kratos can still see the body, even though defeated monsters normally disappear. Then he sees it, a second version of Planus appearing before him. The problem is, Kratos cannot move at all right now. And man, this thing appears like a Megazord. Every demon flinches, and Planus explains that he absorbed an unimaginable amount of nutrients. Even after nearly dying, he redirected the remaining energy into a new body. He approaches Kratos and declares that, as the new demon lord, his mission is clear. He will cover the entire world in poison. Then he charges toward Kratos and tells him to die. But things have changed. Baal rushes in with his axe and lands a powerful strike on Planus' neck, this time cutting slightly into it. Still, it is not enough. Ball is thrown across the field. Sergi attacks next, striking the other side of Planis's neck with a combination, but he hits her in the stomach. Meanwhile, Kratos repeats his grandmother's words. The other seeds are watching. Hartok joins the battle and strikes the back of Planis's head. Planis slams him into the ground and roars at them to stop. But he forgot one more demon. Azurath appears behind him and says this attack is for a bountiful harvest. He delivers a precise strike, sending Planis's head flying. As Kratos hovers on the edge of unconsciousness, he watches the monster's body disintegrate alongside. The enormous frozen body. Both vanish completely, dissolving into glowing green lights. And foul-mouthed as always, Kratos mutters that the bastard deserved it. Everyone stands silently, watching the green particles fall. Hartok hears Zephyros preparing to record everything, including the betrayal and the Demon King's victory. Then, Hartok raises both arms and shouts Kratos' name, and everyone erupts in celebration. Sergi raises all 6 arms, along with everyone else. But suddenly, Kratos tells them all to stop. Everyone freezes. He looks to one side, then the other, and realizes every field has been destroyed. Their entire harvest must begin again, meaning everyone will be hungry for some time. How can he convince them to continue farming after this? He cannot force everyone down such a cruel path and make them starve again. Everyone simply stares at him. What Kratos fails to notice, however, is that the glowing green particles fall onto the leaves and immediately restore them. The next chapter begins inside a cell, where someone says he heard the demon lord has changed greatly. It seems we are getting Zephyros' backstory. He was born wearing a collar and glasses. The prisoners say it does not matter whether the Demon King changed. In the end, they are still livestock under his rule. Then an orc enters, gives everyone a cold stare, and opens the door. Everyone immediately runs out in panic. The creature looks confused because one boy remains standing there without moving. Then the orc grabs him by the chest and lifts him into the air. The boy does not react. The beast raises its enormous axe, preparing to strike his leg. But suddenly, Kratos appears and grabs the orc's head. He does not merely knock him away. He sends the entire head flying. Then he steps forward and asks the boy why. He showed no fear and never begged for his life. Zephyros says it was not fear, it was relief. No matter what he did, they were livestock to the Demon King and would die eventually. Dying now would only prevent more suffering. Kratos smiles and tells him it is okay because he is different from the others. From now on, Zephyros must follow him and record the Demon King's deeds. Someone like him would be wasted as food. Even though for now, demons still need to consume their own kind, one day Kratos will end that. He will end the tragedy of demons eating one another to survive. But now I am confused because our protagonist only recently took over this body. The previous Demon King was not entirely evil either. So what truly happened? Zephyros simply stares at him, half-conscious. Then his expression changes. He turns away, begins walking, and picks up a shovel. Everyone watches as he begins digging. Seeing this, Hartok asks what the farmers are doing. In that instant, everyone's expressions brighten, and they rush away with tools in hand. Kratos watches in shock. Everyone is already planting again, happily singing while they work. Seeing that gives Kratos courage. He stands and gives orders. They must find any surviving potatoes. Teams 2 and 3 need to sharpen their hoes. Sergi and Zephyros must cut what remains of the seed plants. Hartok will lead Team 1, and Asura must gather the tools. Then he shouts that all of this is for a bountiful harvest. Baal already has a rope in his mouth and leads, the demons carrying hoes as they charge across the fields. Kratos realizes he forgot that agriculture has always been this way. Natural disasters, pests, shifting weather, and endless change. All you can do is dig and plant again. In the end, life itself is war. Then Flute notices a healthy little sprout off to the side. She runs over and grabs it. But as she pulls, she notices Rustler's arms sticking from the soil nearby. She keeps pulling while he begs for help. Then Asura steps forward and tells the low-ranked demon girl to move aside because he will handle it. But when he pulls, a potato larger than his entire torso comes out. It crashes directly onto Rustler's head, leaving him twisted beneath it. No one understands what just happened, so they immediately call Kratos over. Flute tells him to look at this potato, which is larger than her head. He asks where she found it, and she says she pulled one sprout and many more came up with it. And Kratos remembers how it worked in the game. After Planus was defeated, his body sank into the soil, and leaves began growing from that ground. Since he became enormous, his body must have touched almost the entire field. Kratos immediately orders every farmer to start digging. Potatoes are probably buried everywhere, and they survived. Sure enough, the demons begin digging and pulling out enormous potatoes the size of bowling balls. Kratos cannot believe it, watching everyone carry crops that look like cannonballs. Zephyros asks whether this is the bountiful harvest. Kratos says yes, feeling overwhelming relief. This truly is the legendary harvest that will allow everyone to eat. Next chapter, A Land in Ruins. It is time to see what is happening throughout the rest of the world. In the first region, Jeruthal attempted a rebellion and was completely destroyed. The heart of the ice spirit stopped functioning, all his minions vanished, and the region became uninhabitable. In the second territory, after Planus died, his subordinates were left without direction, unsure what to do with their lives. In the third territory, their leader, Rustler, is currently serving as a lightning antenna. Maybe all his subordinates should be punished for treason too. The fourth territory belongs to a half-human, half-snake demon named Tartu, and in the game he was a fairly realistic character. Kratos knows the demons from the second and fourth territories could be mobilized easily. The problem is that he cannot summon everyone at once. Growing too quickly would simply create too many mouths to feed. So he will recruit gradually and prepare for the next harvest. Then Zephyros appears and says preparations for the next large harvest are about to begin. Kratos approves, but warns them to manage the food vouchers carefully. Then a small black creature enters and says the orders have already been delivered to every territory. Kratos asks whether anyone responded. The creature says no, and explains that the fourth territory has not replied at all. Kratos asks why. The creature stammers that the people there barely said anything. Barely said anything? Why? Kratos grabs him by the wings and shouts at the useless demon to use his brain and gather real information. The creature explains that very few servants remain in the fourth territory. The place is almost deserted. Kratos realizes this idiot never even asked why everyone disappeared, making him impossible to use as an assistant. Then Zephyros remarks that, although his behavior has improved, Lord Kratos remains the ugliest of all demons. He adds that he will personally question the residents and learn what happened to the fourth territory's ruler. The small creature says he heard the ruler entered human lands. Apparently, he is gathering human bodies to use as fertilizer. Hearing that, Kratos freezes. According to the game, the moment demons begin invading, the cursed paladin appears and wipes them all out. The only way to prevent that is avoiding conflict, especially because the paladin is aged kimchi. If he appears, it is game over for everyone. Kratos immediately starts running and says he must stop the fourth master now. Zephyros asks whether he wants reinforcements. Kratos refuses, saying he will be faster alone. He activates the mana seed and concentrated nutrition, boosts his dexterity, and moves like lightning. Near the abandoned demon lands, there is a tower called the Paladin's Tomb, also known as the Tower of Life. In the story, aged Kimchi was supposed to meet Gavir and Bloyd there before finding the isolated village. A short distance away stands Fort Magrat, the border between demon and human territory. From the top of the wall, a soldier sees Gavir approaching with that awful servant of his, but something strange accompanies them, unlike anything the soldiers have seen. At the gate, a soldier named Wolkos asks where the rest of their troops are. Gavir explains that they encountered a monster horde and no one else survived. They never even reached demon territory. Wolkos lowers his head and says exploring demon lands is truly a brutal special mission. Every fallen soldier was a great warrior, but for now, Gavir and Bloyd should rest and recover. Gavir and Bloyd walk past, but Wolkos blocks Aged Kimchi, saying he cannot enter. The other two turn around, and Kimchi gives Wolkos such an intense look that the soldier immediately begins trembling. Gavir begs Wolkos to let Kimchi pass, saying this man saved their lives and poses no threat. Then Bloyd steps forward, puts his hands in his pockets, and says obviously this will not be free. Wolkos immediately slaps him across the face and knocks him down. He berates Bloyd, saying nothing is worse than having him as a son. He possesses nothing except an ugly face and rotten personality. Poor Bloyd lies there completely devastated. Was all of that really necessary? Then Wolkos orders Aged Kimchi to remove his clothes, warning that anything suspicious will result in immediate execution. Naturally, Gavir is completely shocked, because Kimchi's outfit is probably the most suspicious clothing imaginable. Aged Kimchi glances toward Bloyd, but suddenly, everyone senses something strange. Trumpets begin sounding, and someone announces that something is approaching. In the distance, the demon army can be seen marching toward them. Wolkos rushes away and orders the battalion to prepare. The moment Kimchi sees the army, he feels something seize control like a command deep inside ordering him to kill. Meanwhile, Kratos races toward the battlefield, begging them not to attack. If battle begins, every demon will be destroyed. But the troops are already advancing, slamming siege pillars into the gate. Arrows rain down, while demons prepare enormous stones. The war has begun. The battering ram pounds against the gate, while everyone inside hides wherever possible. Thankfully, Kimchi stands there with his head lowered, thinking about how instinctively he wanted to charge into battle. Memories from his 19th reincarnation surface, memories of advancing and slaughtering countless enemies. If Gavir had not pulled him back, he would have charged in without hesitation. Fighting came so naturally that he never questioned what was true or right. But everyone else nearby is trembling with fear. Perhaps he really should be the one to fight. The gate is about to collapse, and everyone stands frozen in shock. The moment it falls, the first wave of demons charges inside. The fourth master orders them to kill everyone and turn the bodies into fertilizer. Wolkos orders the rear bridges destroyed. Everyone there may die, but they must stop the demons from reaching the homeland. And just like that, the bridge explodes. Honestly, I thought Discount Javier and Lloyd would appear for only 10 seconds, but they are still here, so we need new names. From now on, they are Gavir and Bloyd. Gavir hears the bridge collapse and says that is the end. Bloyd says they are basically doomed and will die here before he even gets married. Gavir tells him not to worry. He would not get married even if they survived. Bloyd says that in his next life, he will become a noble and force Gavir to work endlessly. At least one wish might come true. But suddenly, everyone grabs their heads. As the first cobra-like demon breaks through the wall, it extends a long arm, grabs a little girl, who screams for her mother. Gavir prepares to act while Kimchi simply watches, and in an instant the creature is vaporized. Gavir lands while holding the girl, and obviously Kimchi was responsible. Now it seems he is finally joining the battle. He leaps directly toward Tartu, landing face to face with him. Tartu is shocked that this strange man appeared so suddenly, especially while holding a heart-shaped wand. More than anything, Kimchi's outfit confuses him. Why does it give him such a strange feeling? Kimchi calmly orders him to kneel because he is not interested in fighting. Tartu scoffs and tells him to stop talking nonsense. Wearing an outfit like that while giving orders, what does Kimchi plan to do if he refuses? Kimchi simply answers that Tartu's entire tribe will be destroyed. Tartu does not hesitate. He says he will crush Kimchi and launches the first attack. As this happens, Kimchi thinks perhaps this is the only path available. Fine, if this is his fate, he will accept it. He was born to kill demons. But just in time, Kratos arrives and lands a flying kick on Tartu's neck. Kimchi remains standing there in complete confusion, while Tartu slams into the ground. At that moment, Kratos turns his head and locks eyes with someone. Of all places, he had to encounter this guy here. Tartu tries speaking to the demon lord, but Kratos stomps on his face mid-sentence and starts beating him mercilessly. Kratos shouts, "You disobedient bastard! Why are you invading humans, you idiot? Shut up, I am going to kill you." He looks back, notices Kimchi is not reacting, then stomps on Tartu again and says trash like him should not even exist. He is unfit to fight and should have remained in his territory, eating and living like a miserable coward instead of acting selfishly. While continuing to stomp him, Kratos silently begs Kimchi to forgive them. If that level 9,999 monster attacks, every demon will be annihilated. Then Kimchi says, "I know who you are. You are Demon Lord Kratos, correct?" Kratos realizes he is probably about to be the first one killed. The nearby soldiers hear Kimchi mention the Demon Lord. Everyone tries listening in, even though they are too far away to hear clearly. Kratos asks whether Kratos is supposed to be some kind of system username. But Kimchi does not know what a computer is. He says the name was only final confirmation, and now he is completely certain. Kratos' eyes tremble. He knows there is no way he survives this. His only option is to do this. He charges forward, plants both hands on the ground, and drives his horn into the dirt. Every demon is shocked to see the Demon Lord performing a full handstand with his butt in the air. Kimchi simply stands there in confusion. The demons whisper, wondering whether this is a secret Demon Lord technique or some kind of threatening stance. Kimchi asks what the hell Kratos is doing. Kratos calls it grand reverence, the highest expression of gratitude, loyalty, devotion, and every positive intention combined. He is showing that he has no desire to invade humanity. The snake subordinate acted independently, and Kratos came all this way to stop him. Kimchi coldly says he does not trust the words of a demon, but Kratos keeps dragging his horn against the ground and says he will continue apologizing until Kimchi believes him. The demons watch and wonder whether this is an intimidation technique, like a bull preparing to charge. Meanwhile, Kratos thinks this is unbelievably humiliating, but if he refuses, every demon will die. As their leader, he must protect them. A memory flashes through his mind. He sees his father kneeling while someone, probably a customer, shouts at him. The customer calls him pathetic for dropping to his knees simply because someone demanded it. His father keeps apologizing and promises it will not happen again. Back then, Jang Jiel could not understand why his father behaved that way. But now he understands. Sometimes, protecting others requires accepting humiliation. He keeps driving his horn into the ground. Meanwhile, Kimchi thinks, "This is pointless, Kratos. I exist to destroy you. I will kill you now and bring peace to all demons." He raises his staff, but even then, Kratos continues striking his head against the ground. Then Kimchi notices something. Kratos strikes the ground exactly 10 times, pauses briefly, then repeats the sequence. There is a strange rhythm. Something about it feels familiar. He remembers that in a previous life, he always counted to 10 before entering a trap. Before any action requiring precise timing, he counted to 10 and then moved. Kratos remains bowed, begging for forgiveness and overflowing with regret. Kimchi can tell that these words and this manner of speaking are completely different from the true Demon Lord. Now he wonders why Kratos is doing this before him. Finally, he tells Kratos to stop. Kratos stands up, and Kimchi tells him to leave before he changes his mind and kills him. Kratos immediately smiles, throws Tartu over his shoulder, and says he is truly grateful and will remember this kindness forever. Then he shouts for the entire 4th Region army to retreat immediately. The snake demons look confused. But if the demon lord gives an order, they obey. They turn and begin marching away, passing Kimchi, who stands there with his eyes closed. But naturally, Tartu cannot control himself. He sees Kimchi facing away, calls him a worthless worm, and charges. He launches an attack. Kratos shouts at him to stop, but it is already too late. With a single movement, Kimchi cuts him cleanly in half, sending him into the wall like an insignificant insect. Blood splatters, and Kratos begins trembling as Kimchi turns to stare at him. Kratos knows there is no excuse now, but Kimchi says he understands. Tartu acted on his own and not according to Kratos' will. Then he turns away and says that if he ever sees Kratos' horn in human territory again, Kratos should know it will be the end. Whew, that was close. There was no chance Kratos could survive against a level 9,999 monster. The next chapter begins with Gavir and Bloyd asking, "What happened to Lord Kimchi?" He simply says there was a battle. Then Wolkos appears and asks whether he truly is the legendary aged Kimchi. He says everyone is shocked that Kimchi eliminated those demons with one attack, making the whole crowd bow. That is why they came to apologize. Gavir hears this and says he knew Kimchi was strong, but never imagined he was that powerful. Volkos then orders everyone to shout their gratitude. Watching them, Kim thinks that in his 20th life, he has finally broken free from the cycle of death. For the first time, he chose mercy, even though he technically killed 2 demons. Then he begins removing his outfit, while everyone around him stares in confusion at what they are seeing. Meanwhile, back in the 4th region, Kratos rushes through the chaos with human soldiers charging behind him. They finally arrive. Bringing this entire group back was a nightmare. He orders everyone inside the castle and says that if anyone enters human territory again, they will all die. The demons try explaining they followed orders, but Kratos interrupts. He does not care, no excuses. They must stay inside and remain still. The only problem is that Kratos has no shortcut home. There is no teleportation, so he must walk through this enormous territory. He spots an abandoned well and says it would be miraculous if it worked. Unfortunately, he already tested several and none functioned. He only wants a quick teleport, but the wells activate exclusively for paladins. Then, thank the system, something happens. Because of his encounter with the paladin, the abandoned well system has been unlocked. Instantly, Kratos is pulled into the well. Every well he previously visited activates, and the system asks for his destination. He immediately chooses the castle, and suddenly, teleportation begins. Back in the ruins, Azurath and Flute search for undamaged farming tools. Suddenly, blue light flashes from the ground, and Kratos explodes onto the scene directly before Flute. The poor girl immediately faints and collapses unconscious. Asura watches as Kratos finally appears, only to vomit immediately. Then Asura throws himself forward to shield Flute from being covered in it. Kratos wonders what just happened. He expected teleportation to feel far smoother. As Flute rushes to help Asura, Kratos decides that even vomiting was worth avoiding the walk. Now he can finally return to growing potatoes. Sometime later, he looks up at the mountain. No matter how many times he sees it, the view remains incredible. But something feels strange. He can sense it. Something is wrong. He picks up one potato and says, "Wait a moment." He checks several more and says none of them have it. Zephyros asks what he means. Kratos explains that none of the potatoes have sprouts. In other words, they are edible, but sterile, like old men who can no longer have children. Back in the temporary castle, he explains that no matter how large these potatoes are, they cannot produce new plants. Hartok says some unnatural change during growth probably caused their enormous size. Baal says they cannot even eat them, but Sergi corrects him. They can eat them, just not plant them. Kratos adds that they cannot depend on potatoes forever. They are vulnerable to disease, and once one becomes infected, the entire harvest can be lost. They need other crops regardless. Azurath asks what could possibly grow in this land if even potatoes cannot. Kratos answers nothing. Then he adds that he knows a land filled with countless seeds and perfect conditions for growing almost anything. Obviously, he means the human lands. Baal immediately becomes excited and shouts that invasion and looting can begin again. Sergi tells him to be quiet. She knows better than anyone that nobody hates war more than the Demon King. Kratos tells Zephyros to oversee construction. Hartok will assist him and manage the farms. Meanwhile, Kratos, Sergi, Baal, and Ashuret will enter human territory. They will sell potatoes and use the money to buy seeds. The only thing he must avoid is encountering the, like on this video. Remember how the previous chapter ended? Kratos planned to sell potatoes in human territory, but Zephyros immediately warned that bringing potatoes into the human world might not be such a good idea. Kratos should look carefully at the creatures straight from hell who would accompany him. The camera focuses on Baal, and Zephyros says it is obvious he is a monster. Another has skin no human could possess and a face that looks ready to kill. And the only woman resembles a strange hypothermia victim wearing a constant stomachache expression. If humans see any of them, they will immediately recognize them as demons. Zephyros lies beaten on the floor but still insists he is telling the truth. They need to view the situation rationally. Then Baal shouts that Zephyros is completely right. Everyone else is strange, while he is the only normal one. Hartok fires back that the situation is desperate. Other than him, everyone is equally bizarre. Ashuret says Baal looks like a corpse. With that skin, no one will believe he is human because he resembles a zombie. Sergi laughs and says she is the only attractive one, but the other two insult her, and the entire group starts fighting. While everyone argues, Kratos realizes they are all emotionally fragile. They feel insecure about their appearances, and he genuinely feels sorry for them. So he tells them to stop and decides to make a joke to ease the tension. Suddenly, he says they should stop fighting because they are all ugly as hell. Everyone looks devastated. Kratos immediately regrets it, realizing the joke was not funny and only made them feel worse. Then he asks whether Zephyros kept the item he requested from the castle. Zephyros asks whether he means the objects from the hidden altar. Kratos says yes, and then pulls out several small blue slugs. Sergi looks disgusted and asks what those things are. But Kratos explains that they are metamorphosis elixirs. Consuming one will transform them into something other than demons. They are the key to infiltrating human territory. Sergi panics and refuses to eat one. Kratos tells her rubbing it on her skin will not work. Meanwhile, Baal grabs one and says he cannot afford to be picky, then throws it into his mouth and begins chewing while everyone watches, looking somewhat terrified. Baal shouts that it tastes horrible. Kratos says obviously, but then Baal begins glowing gold. Kratos knows the item changes according to personality and only hopes the result will not be too aggressive. Through the smoke, Baal emerges looking far better. He has transformed into a muscular K-pop-looking man who says he feels strange. Kratos remembers the game's description, saying the transformation reflects a person's deepest desire. So this is what Baal wanted inside. Sergi immediately becomes excited and grabs another. Kratos assumes she wants to become beautiful, but apparently not, because somehow she transforms into an alpaca. What is this? When she sees herself in a mirror, she begins crying and asks why this happened. The truth is, she wanted to become a warm demon instead of the cold, magnificent ice monarch. Kratos forces one into Ashuret's mouth, saying they are out of time, and Ashuret transforms into a pelican. The story explains that after spending so long as a lightning rod, he always dreamed of freedom. Then Kratos decides it is his turn, but when the smoke clears, he still looks somewhat demonic. In the end, he merely loses his armor and says he resembles a morally questionable graduate student. Kratos examines himself and wonders whether this is really acceptable. Since the others basically became animals, the situation feels strange. Then he tells his companions They can claim he has liver disease. That will explain his skin color. And with that, the expedition begins. All 4 depart, but Kratos immediately receives a quest. While metamorphosis is active, happy points provide no support, making him furious. This stupid system always has restrictions. The game worked the same way. Taking damage canceled the disguise, so he must be careful. Then they use the well and instantly arrive near human territory. The bad news is that everyone vomits. The worst news is that they have no idea how to pass through the gate. Kimchi was here before, so he must have moved deeper into human territory. That is good because enough time has passed that he should be far away, and Kratos is confident Kimchi will not recognize him. Or maybe not entirely confident. He is actually quite nervous. Still, they have no better option. They must buy seeds as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a trumpet sounds and guards announce that a suspicious group is approaching. They block the entrance while wondering whether the newcomers are demons. Even if they are not, they look ugly enough to raise suspicion. A guard approaches to inspect them. He asks whether they are from the village of the exiled. Then he tells them to turn around because they lack permission to enter. The alpaca and pelican both think the plan was impossible from the beginning. Kratos knows security remains extremely strict because the recent invasion of Murica is still fresh. He is a veteran player and knows exactly what is happening behind the scenes. The guard continues glaring at Kratos. When Kratos suddenly smiles and says, "This humble exile brought an offering from demon territory," that immediately catches the guard's interest. Kratos knows the ruler here desperately wants information about demon lands. They even sent an expedition, so anyone bringing information will definitely be allowed inside. The guard asks whether the offering is behind him. Kratos says yes and compliments the guard's sharp eyes. He claims these creatures were captured deep within demon territory, and their meat is delicious. Sergi and Asura become terrified, wondering whether he means them. Kratos keeps grinning foolishly, while the guard asks whether they were truly captured in demon lands. They only look like an alpaca and a pelican. How can ordinary animals be worthy gifts for the king? Kratos is confused too. If this world resembles medieval Europe, alpacas and pelicans should not exist here. The guard says those are not gifts worthy of a king and orders them to leave. Sergi becomes angry and shouts, "Alpaca." The guard stares at her, saying her pronunciation is strangely perfect, almost human. Could she be a special kind of alpaca? Kratos sees the perfect opportunity and starts petting her, saying yes. Finally, someone noticed. These are demonic alpacas capable of copying human speech, and the creature on the left makes a unique sound too. He tells Asura to make his special sound, but Asura refuses to open his mouth. Kratos pulls his feathers, making him scream, "Pelican." The guard orders the gate opened, and the entire group enters successfully. The guard remarks that the man brought extremely rare creatures, truly proving he descends from the exiles. He also finds it interesting that they arrived while certain royal envoys are staying in the capital. In the next scene, the two idiots are tied outside. And guess who appears? It is inverted Javier and Deep Web Lloyd. They introduce themselves to Kratos, and he says, "Nice to meet you. I am Jang Cho from the village of the exiled." Javier thinks the name is strange, while Lloyd wonders why it sounds Korean. They say they spent several months in the village of the exiled, but never saw anyone like them. Immediately, they place swords against his neck and demand to know whether they are demons. But then Lloyd pouts and says, "Dear Javier, you forgot because you lost your memory." He leans closer and whispers, while Javier asks what he is talking about. Lloyd says they cannot offer these animals to the king. Javier thinks demons would be dangerous, but Lloyd says this is the perfect opportunity. So Javier says, "Fine, now I remember, you really were among the exiles, which means you are human." Kratos becomes terrified. He thinks the man on the right seems intelligent and decides to use him. At the same time, Lloyd thinks the exact same thing. He plans to exploit Kratos completely before discarding him. Gavir says there is no time to waste and tells everyone to move. Their companion will join them, and that companion is Kimchi. He is escorting them. Kratos immediately begins sweating. Kimchi stares at them while Jangcho trembles and says, "Nice to meet you. I am Jangcho, the man who died." Kimchi says he looks like he has liver problems and should take better care of his health. Kratos relaxes and thanks him, while everyone else begins leaving. But Kratos remains confused. Did Kimchi really fail to recognize him? Was the transformation truly that effective? Except the look Kimchi gave him clearly suggests otherwise. Night falls, and the group gathers around a campfire. Kratos can only think that the situation has become far more dangerous. If they take damage and metamorphosis ends, Kimchi will kill them immediately, and the capital is extremely far away. They only wanted to sell potatoes and buy seeds, so why are they traveling with these people, especially while Kimchi keeps staring at Kratos? In such a terrifying way, Kratos quietly says hello, but Kimchi ignores him. Kratos relaxes, thinking he never wants to look back and encounter that man again. They need to escape tonight and disappear. A while later, Sergi and Ashuret are freezing outside. Kratos repeatedly slaps Baal's face and tells him to wake up, while Baal insists he needs a full 8 hours of sleep. Once everyone is outside, Kratos tells them to remain quiet and look behind them. No one woke up. Sergi asks what they are doing outside in the middle of the night. Kratos suddenly realizes she is speaking. She says of course she can speak. She learned earlier, but talking was difficult because her mouth is enormous now. Kratos says they no longer need the others. They already passed the checkpoint, so Gavir and Bloyd are useless. They have another objective, and staying nearby only increases the chance of exposure. Then Kimchi suddenly stands before them in full armor, asking what identity they are hiding. One look from him nearly kills Kratos. But then the scene shifts to the abandoned city of Antor. Hartok and Zephyros stare at a group of crab-like demons standing before them. Hartok says he never called a meeting, so why did everyone come? The mustached demon says their lord is nearby, and they heard food is freely available in this region. But Hartok knows they lack enough food until Kratos returns with seeds. Then someone shouts, asking what this group of walking shells is doing here. It is probably Laplos, the deer tree demon, saying Planus's betrayal has nothing to do with them. He begs Hartok to save them, while more races arrive. Caterpillar demons also ask for help, saying everyone will starve. All these demons stand before Hartok begging for food and mercy. Please save us. Hartok asks Zephyros how many giant potatoes remain. Zephyros says there are currently many, but far too many demons have arrived, and no one knows when Kratos will return. This is dangerous. Hartok thinks carefully and remembers Kratos saying that while he is gone, Hartok is the Demon King. After a moment of silence, Hartok orders every race to separate and establish living areas, promising that he will provide food. Back with Kratos and the others, Kimchi asks for the true identity of Jangcho. Kratos tries explaining awkwardly, while Baal wonders why he does not simply punch Kimchi. Kratos immediately turns and tells Baal not to attempt anything. The man before them possesses unbelievably unpredictable power. Kimchi tells everyone to listen carefully. Kratos turns in shock while Kimchi thinks he knows exactly who this man is. The Demon King who once brought war to the world and now seeks peace. But what is his true goal and why is he here? Kimchi demands the real reason. Kratos admits they are not actually carrying an offering to the king. Kimchi may already know, but their land lacks food, and they desperately need a way to grow crops. That is why the cart contains their special products. They want to sell giant chuños and enormous potatoes, then use the money to buy seeds and vegetables without anyone discovering the truth. They plan to escape quietly, but the capital is too far away, so they had to pass through this city. Please show mercy and do not kill us. Kratos tries appealing to Kimchi's compassion, but Kimchi continues staring. Still, he can tell there is no deception in Kratos' eyes. He concludes that demons may have begun eating humans because they had no other source of food, but unfortunately he cannot allow them to leave. Young Master Gavir helped them, and they possess an offering for the king, so Kimchi cannot abandon them. He will allow them to sell potatoes and buy seeds along the way. But they must continue traveling toward the capital, and as promised, those two creatures will be presented to the king. Kratos confidently says there are countless worthless animals like them back in his village. Meanwhile, the poor creatures suffer silently, but Kratos has an evil plan. Kimchi is naive. The moment they buy seeds, they will escape. The next day, however, they first need to sell potatoes. Gavir points to one and shows it off. Kratos says it is nothing special, merely a slightly oversized potato. Bloyd looks completely shocked in the background, but Gavir simply wishes them good luck. Then Bloyd says they should offer that potato to the king instead, because it looks truly rare. Kratos says it is merely an ugly, oversized potato. But Bloyd says ugliness does not matter when something is that large. Kratos says he has never heard anyone claim size does not matter. Gavir says Bloyd only likes it because the potato is as ugly as he is. Bloyd becomes furious and promises that when he becomes rich, he will buy Gavir as a slave. As they leave, Kratos keeps thinking that Potato Head might have a point. Perhaps offering the strange giant potato to the king could earn a valuable reward. But the most important goal is getting as far from Kimchi as possible. Gavir smiles and says, they have finally reached the trading city of Depardia. Kratos says Gavir's kindness helped secure a room for him and Baal. The other men received a second room, while the animals naturally remained outside. Still, Kratos is annoyed. This is a commercial city with many inns, yet their room is terrible. Whatever, they came to sell potatoes. On the way, Asura asks whether Kratos truly plans to sell them to the king. Kratos says never, calling him a precious lightning rod he would never sell. Asura does not appreciate that, and Sergi says something feels strange about the city. Human markets are supposed to be lively, but this one is quieter than the demon kingdom. Kratos looks around and notices the strange atmosphere. The economy is clearly struggling. How is he supposed to sell potatoes here? But worrying changes nothing. First, they must act. So he spreads a cloth on the ground and starts shouting that giant head-sized potatoes are for sale. 1 for 20, 2 for 30. Come over, auntie, sir, grandmother. These potatoes are delicious, enormous, and bring abundance. Baal shyly says he has never seen the Demon King work this hard, but Kratos tells him to stop talking and help. If they fail to earn money for seeds, everyone will return to starving and eating one another. Hearing that, Baal begins singing and advertising too, while Kratos asks the animals why they are doing nothing. Soon, everyone is dancing, performing, and trying to attract customers. While Kratos thinks he is doomed, other people transported to fantasy worlds sell ice cream or rare products, but he is stuck selling nothing except giant potatoes. They must use every ridiculous trick possible, but surviving has always been like that for him, just as his grandmother said. Then a man approaches and asks whether one potato truly costs 20 gold coins. Kratos says yes, but something feels strange when a crowd suddenly forms ordering 4, 15, 30, and 16 potatoes. Kratos does not understand. This world barely understands marketing, yet the strategy works too well. What is happening? Asura and Sergi tell him to hurry. The plan succeeded, and they are about to make money. Kratos regains focus and tells everyone to form a line. In the next scene, he already holds a bag full of coins. Shocked that 1/3 of the potatoes sold almost instantly, he tells the others to return to the inn while he goes to purchase seeds. But when he approaches a shopkeeper, the man says he must be joking. There are no seeds available anywhere in this city. Kratos does not understand and asks what he means. The shopkeeper explains that major associations buy nearly all food and seeds in bulk. Kratos asks where the association is, and the man tells him to calm down because he looks pale enough to faint. But Kratos insists he only needs the location so he can buy everything. Suddenly, the shopkeeper's expression changes. He turns and tells Kratos to ask the person standing over there. Then someone behind Kratos says, "Excuse me." A green-haired man asks whether Kratos is the merchant selling giant potatoes outside. Kratos confirms that he is. The man introduces himself as Ruslan, secretary of the Richmond Market Association and manager of its operations. Kratos asks what he wants and realizes this is probably the person the shopkeeper meant. Ruslan gets directly to the point. He offers 20% more for every potato Kratos is selling. Kratos finds the offer strange but interesting, then asks how much a handful of cabbage seeds costs. Ruslan says one small handful cost 100 gold coins. Kratos immediately realizes it is a scam. Based on the cost of living here, the seeds should cost 50 coins, but the association charges twice as much. Clearly, the Richmond Association is hoarding supplies, controlling distribution so they can inflate every price. Now Kratos understands why the inn looked abandoned, why the commercial district was dying, and why his giant potatoes sold so quickly. These people caused all of it. The expression on Kratos' face says everything. He is clearly planning something. Ruslan becomes nervous and asks what he is thinking. Kratos knows that even selling every potato at the offered price would not earn enough to buy many seeds. He prepares to begin his plan and asks whether Ruslan truly wants to buy the giant potatoes. Ruslan starts answering yes, but Kratos interrupts and tells him to bring his boss. Ruslan does not understand and says he is responsible for operations. But Kratos says he is only an employee and this negotiation is above his authority. Kratos wants to prove he is not an easy merchant to manipulate. Ruslan quickly says he is second in command and can make any decision. Kratos says, in that case, pay 200 gold coins for each potato. Ruslan panics and says 200 is far too much. Kratos laughs and says it seems not every decision is actually his. He knows the boss must have examined the giant potato and realized that, once dried and processed, something that large would store well and produce a huge yield. It would be perfect for selling to buyers such as the Imperial Army. That means they can sell the potatoes at a loss and profit from other products later. Ruslan realizes this man is extremely calculating, and Kratos again orders him to bring the boss. The atmosphere becomes heavy, rain begins falling, and Sergi and Ashuret become soaked. Ashuret says he will never forgive the Demon King. Sergi tells him to stay quiet because attracting attention as a talking animal would be disastrous. Ashuret wonders when she became so loyal. Was she not angry about being dragged into human territory? Sergi admits she is actually enjoying herself. She has always been curious. Since childhood, she wanted to know what human lands were like. People said food was plentiful and no one ate each other, which she could not imagine. As Ashuret knows, stronger demons ate her parents, and she barely mourned because it was considered normal. She knows his siblings died in similar circumstances. The city is poorer than she expected, but even so, people do not devour one another. At the market, she saw a hungry father give the first potato to his child. Perhaps if they had been born here, their families could have been happy. Ashuret becomes quiet and sad. He asks when she started speaking like that. She tells him to shut up, but then he stands and shelters her beneath his wing, saying that one day demons might become happy too. Then Kratos suddenly appears and shouts at both of them. Ashuret becomes strangely embarrassed and claims Sergi was disrespectful. Sergi tells Kratos to kill Ashuret because he keeps provoking her. Kratos picks them both up, tells them to be quiet, and announces a strategy meeting. Back inside the room, everyone now understands that food is being monopolized and sold at inflated prices. Sergi asks why humans would do that. Ashuret says food is abundant here, so what is the purpose? Kratos explains they are not afraid of starvation. They simply want more money and greater wealth. Suddenly, Baal says that once basic needs are satisfied, hierarchy changes and the desire for respect becomes more important. Kratos wonders why Baal suddenly sounds so intelligent. Ashuret interrupts and says this is not about respect, it is greed. They commit cruel acts despite having food to spare, And he remembers his siblings being eaten. Sergi becomes angry too, saying humans do not understand true starvation when absolutely nothing remains. She remembers her parents becoming someone else's meal. Ball says the entire situation is making him angry. Kratos says humans can be like this, but they must remain calm to achieve their goal. The good news is that because the association bought everything, they now have the perfect warehouse to rob. In the next chapter, somewhere in the desert, a windstorm begins forming. Zephyros wonders what Hartok is doing. Everyone says he ordered an enormous stone pot and has been creating a tornado. Hartok struggles, with veins bulging across his forehead, completely exhausted, and says his strength is running out. Then he notices people watching and orders everyone back to work. Zephyros approaches and says Hartok is pushing himself too hard. He asks what Hartok plans to do with all that water and why there are so many giant pots. Hartok says potatoes alone cannot feed the enormous number of demons gathered there. That is why they must boil the potatoes in water. The same amount of ingredients will feed many more people, ensuring no demon in the abandoned land goes hungry. That sounded pointless to me, so I asked ChatGPT, and it said cooking improves digestibility and allows the body to absorb more calories. So technically, Hartok is correct. Zephyros asks why Hartok sounds like he wants to murder someone, but one thing is undeniable. Ever since the demon lord announced agriculture, everything has changed. The cruel and calculating Hartok now works himself to exhaustion just to feed other demons. So what caused him to change so much? In the background, Hartok quietly laughs while thinking he will receive an unbelievable amount of praise for this. But Zephyros interrupts and says they will need enormous amounts of firewood to heat all the water. Hartok says he knows they would need to burn every demon's house to produce enough fuel. That is why he plans to enter the third stellar region, the volcano of Sealing, and hunt the fire predator. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds dangerous. Then the scene changes to another city. A calm but arrogant human stands there, the great merchant Richmond. They arrive outside beneath the sunlight, and Richmond tells Ruslan that he has disappointed him. How did some ignorant country merchant manage to pressure him? With stupidity like that, Ruslan will never succeed, so he should stand aside. Richmond will show him how to handle ignorant people. Inside, Kratos hears a knock and asks who it is. Richmond says he is the small merchant Kratos requested to meet personally. Kratos tells him to enter. The door opens, and Richmond politely excuses himself while thinking, ignorant people always lower their guard when faced with fake courtesy. They never realize that the people who exploit others most can sound the kindest. Then he looks up and sees Kratos and the others staring at him. The old man jumps in fear and wonders why they are trying to intimidate him. Kratos welcomes the old man and tells him to sit. Richmond sits down, wondering why these merchants resemble demons and why strange animals are inside. They look like an alpaca and a pelican, but ordinary animals do not make expressions like those. There is also a handsome but lazy-looking man who does not match the rest. Then Kratos asks whether Richmond heard the offer. The old man nervously asks whether Kratos demanded 200 coins for each giant potato. Kratos says someone lied to him because the price was actually 300. Richmond immediately panics and says, 300 is far too much. Then Kratos suddenly asks whether he knows a member of his group named Asura. Richmond freezes and asks whether he means Asura from that family. Kratos says yes, the noble family that received direct orders from the royal court. This is the perfect opportunity to make a favorable impression, is it not? Soon, Richmond stands outside saying he finalized the deal at 300 coins. Ruslan asks why he complained about 200. Richmond ignores him and orders the entire group brought to his mansion, including the animals. Ruslan asks why, and Richmond says it is all included in the agreement. Then Ruslan asks why Richmond is being so generous to ignorant nobodies. Richmond shouts that taking an immediate loss can produce greater rewards later. Ruslan understands nothing, so he should accept it. Then Richmond turns away while thinking that he was actually terrified of those people. Ruslan does not like the situation at all. Meanwhile, inside, Baal asks whether stealing the seeds would be easier. Kratos says that idea suits him perfectly, but they cannot begin a fight because damage could end their transformations. The plan is to avoid combat until they have no choice except taking everything and escaping. Kratos explains that monopolization requires 3 things: someone powerful enough to manipulate the law, enormous wealth, and a perfect warehouse for storage. The first step is entering the mansion and discovering the warehouse's location. Sergei studies him and says something feels strange. How does he understand human behavior so perfectly? It is almost as though he has known this world for years. Kratos looks at her and says, "Because I am the demon lord and know everything." The idiots stand there thinking the demon lord is incredible. Meanwhile, the blonde man outside thinks, "So that is your plan, Jang Cho, or rather demon lord Kratos." In the next chapter, we arrive at the Richmond mansion. Gavir asks how Jang Cho obtained such an amazing room. Kratos says he mentioned selling giant potatoes, and they were so grateful that they became generous. Gavir thinks this proves giant potatoes have real value, while Bloyd says they should remember how enormous it is and offer one to the king. Gavir says Bloyd only likes the potatoes because they resemble his ugly face. But what Gavir truly wants to know is whether Kratos sold every potato. Kratos says yes, unfortunately all of them. Poor Bloyd looks disappointed, until Kratos says it is fine because he plans to steal them back. Bloyd's expression changes immediately. Gavir says that sounds good, then asks what Kratos means by stealing. Kratos explains that he means it literally. He plans to steal everything the association has stockpiled. The Honorable Knight says there is no way he can allow that because he serves the kingdom. Kratos tells him to stay still and says he knows he cannot allow it. Just as Kratos cannot allow the city's food to be monopolized and its economy destroyed. Gavir does not understand, but the scene shows them walking around the carriage. Ruslan is there talking to someone and complaining that this place is a nuisance. Kratos walks over and asks whether the giant potatoes are being taken to the warehouse now. Ruslan says yes while thinking that this guy is unbearable. Kratos says he wants to inspect the warehouse and make sure his giant potatoes will be stored properly, but Ruslan says he cannot because the warehouse is confidential. Kratos refuses to accept that. The man tries explaining that it is necessary to keep the products fresh, but Kratos starts shouting, telling him to stop being annoying and show him the warehouse already. What is with that attitude? Then he makes a huge scene, throwing himself onto the ground like a child and chanting, "I want to see the warehouse. I want to see the warehouse." Ruslan tells him to stop acting so entitled. They are not going to reveal the warehouse just because he keeps demanding it. He orders the driver to speed up and leave, but Kratos stands up and plants himself directly in front of the cart, like some Greenpeace activist, saying they can either run him over or take him to the warehouse. The man keeps ordering him to move and get out of the way, while Kratos continues rambling, completely ignoring him. All the demons watch through the window in confusion, wondering what the Demon King is doing. Sergei says they should give up on having him as their demon lord. He is embarrassing. Everyone pulls Kratos in different directions while Gavir watches from afar and says, "It is humiliating to be part of that man's group." But behind him, Bloyd says that is what a real man looks like. Throwing away all dignity to achieve a goal is an attitude he needs to learn and carry into every life. Gavir does not really understand, while Kratos keeps singing about crossing the darkness with warehouse potatoes. Gavir is completely lost. Earlier, when Kratos spoke with him, he actually sounded convincing. Kratos asked how long it would take to file a formal complaint and open a case in the kingdom's court. During all that time, the people of the city would continue starving, and Kratos could not accept that. Poor Gavir became emotional. Kratos said, The great Gavir must have perseverance and believe in the power of unity to defeat the monsters stealing what belonged to the citizens. Back in the present, Gavir thinks he understood that noble conviction. He wanted to help and even promised to find the warehouse's location, but he never imagined the great method would simply involve rolling on the ground and causing a scene. They count to 3 and shove Kratos aside, but he crawls right back again, only for the cart to leave anyway. Kratos looks disappointed, but he actually is not. He jumps up excitedly and says, Blood Eye has finished its work. Oh right, he has that ability. I forgot about it. The cart will head north toward a secret underground warehouse inside a mine on the outskirts. And the prediction is incredibly precise. But while Kratos is satisfied with his plan, Kimchi is trying to understand why someone who could take everything by force is acting this way. Is it justice or merely theft? Is this man a demon or a hero? The more Kimchi watches, the less he understands. The scene switches to Hartok, while Zephyros warns that the fire predator is extremely powerful and says bringing an army would have been safer. But Hartok says that is exactly why they must go alone. The more people they bring, the more injuries they will have to deal with. Protecting everyone while facing danger directly is the duty of the heavenly kings. He opens the metal gate, and everyone starts trembling. Then Hartok asks whether Zephyros noticed what he just did, and Zephyros says yes. He is noticing it right now. Hartok becomes emotional. Another perfect line. The Demon King will love it. He will call me a genius with an incredible personality. I already know the fire predator has low intelligence and extreme aggression. I will simply sentence it to death for cannibalizing its own species. That is all. Then he walks into the lava and orders the Ifrit predator to appear because it has work to do. From the bubbling magma, something begins rising. And before Hartok appears an enormous dragon. He keeps a straight face, but he is terrified because he had no idea it would be that huge. The next chapter begins with cute sounds echoing through the desert. It is Zephyros rubbing Bistaka's little belly. Very sweet. The baby dragon giggles and blushes. Then look who suddenly comes running past. It is Hartok panicking, with Ifrit destroying everything behind him, blasting fire at both of their backsides. They scream while Zephyros asks what happened to all that confidence. Hartok explains that the creature has been consuming fire for too long and became far too strong. Zephyros starts taking notes. Lord Hartok claimed he would face danger head-on, but he is fleeing with his tail between his legs. Hartok immediately tells him to stop recording every detail. This is only a tactical retreat while they devise another way to create fire. But then Hartok remembers all the starving demons in the city. He turns around and says they do not have time. He starts gathering power in his hand, charges directly at Ifrit, and shouts that he is Hartok, one of the 4 heavenly kings. He will complete this mission even if it costs him his life. Zephyros listens, when suddenly Bistaka spits out a tiny puff of breath and instantly freezes Ifrit's face. The entire creature turns into one enormous block of ice. Hartok simply stands there thinking, while Zephyros says nothing. They sit in silence, and Zephyros writes that Hartok has just humiliated himself. Hartok is about to yell at him for writing that, but the scene cuts back to Kratos. With his hood raised, he tells everyone to wait for his signal while he scouts the warehouse. He pounds his chest and says all of this is for the food and the citizens. Someone says his intentions are noble, but his face does not match them. He turns to leave, and Gavir asks why they are keeping Kimchi out of the plan. Kratos explains that Kimchi attracts too much attention and their group is already large enough. Gavir sees Baal staying silent, along with the alpaca, and says he understands. He decides not to say anything else to avoid starting an argument. Then Kratos begins jumping from rooftop to rooftop. The plan is to steal the seeds, lose Kimchi, and disappear. The good news is that no one is following him, so he may finish scouting sooner than expected. He reaches the warehouse, and slips through the ceiling like a cockroach. Security is extremely tight. One wrong move could start a fight, and the worst outcome would be taking damage and losing the transformation. Even worse would be Kimchi discovering the truth. But then Kratos realizes Kimchi is standing right behind him. He looks over, and the human is staring directly at him. Kratos nearly jumps. Kimchi tells him to relax because fear makes him even uglier. Then Kimchi says, "You claimed you would distribute food to the citizens, correct?" "I will help you." Terrified, Kratos asks how he found out. Kimchi simply says his hearing is excellent. He can hear conversations even between different floors. Kratos shudders because that means Kimchi may have heard everyone calling him the Demon Lord. And Kimchi nudges him and asks whether they are doing this or not. Kratos says yes while thinking that everything should be fine. If Kimchi knew he was the Demon King, he would already be dead. Thankfully, he does not know. They begin crawling forward, but Kimchi does not understand why Kratos is moving like this. Would it not be easier to kill everyone? That is what he learned. Then Kratos remembers that when he played the game, he simply sent Kimchi in to cut everyone down. So he turns and says, lives are precious. They must complete the mission peacefully without fighting. The blonde man looks at him, lowers his head, and says he understands. Kratos relaxes briefly, and they continue deeper into the tunnel. Further inside, Kratos finds it strange that there are so few guards, but then he looks over and sees several golems guarding the area. He remembers that these creatures were developed by the magic tower, but in the game they were usually already destroyed. How strong are they now? Before he can figure it out, Kimchi rushes in and destroys all of them. Kratos asks why he did that, and Kimchi says they are not living beings, so it does not matter. Besides, he remembers hearing a voice say something like, "Cleaning is faster." Kratos flinches, but then admits that if Kimchi wants to fight, he is not entirely wrong. In another section, more golems stand guard, and Kratos says there are 3. If they are spotted and the alarm sounds, the plan is over. Kimchi says he will observe their movements 10 times, find an opening, and destroy them all instantly. Kratos says that is exactly right. Meanwhile, he thinks this learning process makes no sense. It feels more like Kimchi has muscle memory from all the times Kratos controlled him in the game. A little later, Kimchi says he could not find an opening. Their only option is attacking simultaneously. 2 are standing closer together, so they will start with them. Kratos panics internally because he cannot even guarantee that he can defeat one golem alone. He has no idea how his combat power compares with theirs. But then Kimchi reaches into his cloak and gives him a weapon, saying it should make him feel stronger. Kratos immediately recognizes the cute heart hammer of magic, an extremely mysterious weapon that radiates deadly power despite its harmless appearance. Kratos remembers that this item is basically a cheat. Even while weak, holding it increases his stats by 30%. This might work. Then Kimchi reaches into his cloak again, pulls out another sword, and Kratos realizes he has access to the entire inventory from the game. Once they are ready, both return to observing the golems. They only need 1 more second of patience when Kimchi suddenly moves first, forcing Kratos to cling on and launch himself after him. Kratos thinks the plan is about to collapse, but Kimchi pauses briefly behind the golem. Kratos realizes Kimchi actually waited for him. He moves in, and together they destroy the first golem at exactly the same moment. Kratos immediately knows they must destroy the second before. Can turn its head. They repeat the exact sequence, lunging forward, rolling out of the golem's original position, and smashing its head, though Kimchi still arrives slightly earlier. Kratos is stunned. This bastard is not merely fast. He is matching Kratos' movements perfectly. A little later, several guards appear as the 2 rush in with ballerina-like movements and strike the men in the neck, knocking them unconscious. Kratos wonders what is happening. He and Kimchi keep moving as though they are one person. Their attacks are perfectly synchronized. And now Kratos finds it strange. He is standing beside a monster, yet he feels unbelievably happy. What does Kimchi actually know? Kimchi thinks, you taught me to kill, yet also told me not to. You once tried destroying humanity, but now you seek peace. You are a mysterious being from another dimension who came to create chaos, yet I feel happy beside you. Kimchi seems to understand everything, and asks whether Kratos will reveal his true identity. But Kratos tells him to be careful because he is nearly crushing the guard's neck and might kill him. He says Kimchi needs to understand that not everyone in this world deserves death. Those two soldiers are simply working in the mine to earn enough to survive. Their hearts are already wounded. Kratos does not want them to suffer anymore. Kimchi looks over in confusion. They continue walking, while Kimchi says there are no more golems. Kratos finds it strange that they came this far without attracting attention. But suddenly, Kimchi tells him to be quiet. Before an enormous door stands a golem, nearly as large as the entrance itself. Kratos smiles and says it looks like they found the warehouse. They only need to return quickly and bring the others. But Kimchi tells him to be quiet again. They hear footsteps approaching, and then Richmond appears. The golem crouches and orders him to identify himself or face attack in 3 seconds. But Richmond displays a ring. The creature confirms Lord Richmond's blood, grants him access, and opens the door. Kratos realizes the system only requires blood, making the situation much easier. Inside the warehouse, endless rows of bread, vegetables, and fruit are stored in perfect condition. Kratos immediately tells Kimchi they are changing the plan. All the golems are gathered behind Richmond, making it easy to destroy them together. Before Kratos can say anything else, Kimchi disappears. He cuts off the first golem's head. Kratos charges forward, grabs Richmond from behind, and when the man turns around, punches him directly in the mouth. Kimchi finds this surprising, while Kratos smiles and clearly enjoys himself. Kimchi remembers Kratos saying these people already had wounded hearts and should not suffer more. But after seeing that smile, he is convinced Kratos is a lunatic. In the next chapter, sometime later, Richmond wakes up tied to a chair with no idea where he is. Kratos gets directly in his face and says he is inside the torture chamber Richmond built. Richmond asks why a warehouse would have a torture chamber and insists it is a gym, while Kimchi silently examines the cruel-looking equipment. Kratos grabs Richmond's face and glares at him furiously, almost crying. Richmond thinks something is seriously wrong with this man. Bloodeye activates and reveals Richmond's future plan to capture Kratos, intimidate him, discover the source of the giant potatoes, and steal everything. Kratos thanks him and says Richmond is so kind because he just cleared Kratos' conscience. Richmond becomes terrified. Kratos stared, started crying, then laughed and thanked him. His mental state clearly is not healthy. Kratos walks away and says he will put on a show for Richmond, but then the old man becomes quiet and says these country fools underestimated the security system. A golem appears before them, and Richmond shouts for the security golem to destroy them. Kratos simply pulls out a cloth stained with Richmond's blood, and the golem apologizes before granting access. Everyone steps aside, and 1 second later, Kimchi destroys the golem. Richmond realizes he is doomed. He faces a psychopath and a swordsman who destroys everything in one strike. What will happen to him? They are already returning to the city at full speed, but Kimchi asks what they will do when they come back and security becomes tighter. Kratos says they can do anything they want. Nothing can withstand overwhelming numbers, and Kratos silently thinks the same applies to Kimchi. In the center of the city, Kratos' companions shout that Richmond Company is holding a clearance sale. The old man is bankrupt. Everyone should go take everything from the warehouse. The townspeople do not understand. Can they really enter the warehouse and take whatever they want? Someone nearby says they are starving, so there is no harm in trying. Then Kratos appears on top of the warehouse and calls to everyone. Everyone, Come to the warehouse, everything is free. The crowd becomes excited and cheers. Perfect. Then they will take back everything that was stolen. The scene cuts to the guards at the entrance as a huge commotion approaches. Countless citizens march forward carrying torches, with Kratos leading them. The guards order everyone to stop because it is private property. The crowd tells those bankrupt fools to move aside because they know Richmond is finished. The guard ignores them and orders the golem to stop the crowd. The citizens become furious, saying, "Damned Richmond is ruined and still left golems behind." Kratos displays the blood-stained cloth and says, "Lord Richmond authorized everything." The golem identifies the blood, verifies the order, and grants everyone access. The crowd rushes inside and attacks the guards, cheering with excitement. Kratos tells Kimchi to move ahead and silence anyone who interferes. Kimchi immediately charges forward. Kratos thinks Kimchi is an idiot who follows orders perfectly and is far too naive. Then Kratos tells his group to reach the warehouse first and collect the seeds. After that, they must follow the plan without mistakes. Inside the warehouse, complete chaos breaks out as everyone fills boxes. Kratos and his group load everything into carts. When Ruslan reaches the room, he finds Richmond and blurts out that the citizens are emptying the warehouse. They need to activate the master golem. Richmond says he wanted to make money, not massacre people. Ruslan falls silent, then asks what difference there is between activating the golem and everything Richmond did before. He should understand that Ruslan will not follow a beggar who lost everything. Richmond becomes furious. Ruslan has completely cornered him. Meanwhile, the citizens leave happily, saying they finally have food and will not starve. But a golem appears and announces that theft will not be tolerated. Kimchi steps forward and slices it in half. Kratos thinks that while Kimchi protects the citizens, he can finish everything here. Besides, Bloyd and Gavir are helping people too, so they will not interfere. Escaping through this opening would be perfect. He turns and tells everyone it is time to leave, but the ceiling begins shaking. Kratos wonders what is happening, and then an enormous rock starts falling toward 3 people. Kratos calls the team and everyone runs. A woman is about to be crushed, but they barely save her. With Sergi hanging upside down and supporting the rock with her small alpaca legs, Kratos looks to the side and sees Ruslan, who calls them vulgar thieves. He says he will take everything back and kill them all. The next chapter begins at the Demon Kingdom base, where everyone throws potatoes into water. They shout for the dragonfire to be prepared and smack the creature on the head. The dragon breathes heat and boils everything. Everyone becomes excited because the potato porridge is almost ready. Zephyros tells Hartok everything is proceeding according to his plan, but notices Hartok looks depressed because he failed to capture Ifrit in an impressive way. So Zephyros writes that Bistaka captured the fire predator, while Hartok remains pathetically discouraged. Hartok tells the idiot to stop recording even his emotions, but Zephyros continues, saying Hartok forgot that everything became possible because of his plan, the plan of the brightest mind in demonkind. Hartok looks startled while everyone celebrates, saying Leader Hartok's idea is incredible and multiplied the food many times over. He sees everyone chanting elite, 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 and becomes emotional, saying it was a simple plan. Anyone could have reached the same conclusion. But the fun ends as we return to Kratos holding up the rock, straining with all his strength. The thing is unbelievably heavy, and they cannot hold it much longer. The system says someone enduring this pressure can awaken a new skill. It shows that spikes of punishment can be unlocked for 500 HP. The ability would be perfect because he could create spikes to support the rock, so he stomps the ground, but unfortunately he only has 325. Kratos looks aside and orders the humans to get out from beneath the rock, but an enormous golem foot slams down before them. Ruslan warns that if they leave, the golems will kill them. They must choose between death by golem or death by crushing. Poor vulgar people like them were born to die this way. Kratos calls him a piece of trash, but gravity does not care, and the pressure keeps increasing. Ruslan says that damned old man Richmond became arrogant because Ruslan treated him with a tiny amount of respect. He should have crushed Richmond from the beginning before he could rise again. One of the humans stares at him, but Ruslan steps on the man's hand. Kratos cannot intervene because he is holding the rock, while the other humans struggle to protect themselves. Then suddenly the system announces that members of the Demon Lord's army are enjoying a delicious and joyful meal, causing his HP to rise. Kratos has no idea what they are eating that tastes so good. But the points keep increasing, and the timing is perfect. In the Demon Kingdom, all the small monsters are happily eating potato soup. While Hartok and Zephyros proudly watch, Kratos reaches 15,000 points. He immediately shouts for spikes of punishment to awaken, but the system warns that spending HP will cancel metamorphosis. Kratos does not care. He starts returning to his original form, and the system tells him to increase the number of spears. Kratos orders the 4 heavenly kings to lift the rock. At the same time, he tells the system to raise the skill beyond level 2. He spends 15,000 points and increases it directly to level 13. Ruslan tries to understand how a human could lift that until he realizes Kratos does not look human anymore. Everyone becomes terrified as Kratos raises his foot and stomps the ground. Spikes erupt upward and support the rock. Kimchi senses something and looks back. The rock is finally secured, but everyone had believed Kratos was human. Yet this man just saved all of them. Kratos walks forward while Ruslan shouts that a demon stands before them and everyone should kill him. Completely serious, Kratos says Ruslan is the one slaughtering and consuming humans, while pulling out the wand of love. Ruslan recoils, asking what that is. Kratos calls it the cute little heart hammer. Rather, once the disguise is removed, the weapon is called the ancient evil god. When Kimchi reaches the doorway and looks inside, Kratos is holding an enormous evil greatsword. He tells Ruslan that he hates people who use food to commit evil. The golems charge toward Kratos, but he raises the sword with one vertical slash, freezing the creatures in midair. Then a black blast tears through them. They are instantly destroyed. A fragment falls onto Kimchi's foot, and Kimchi says it seems Kratos was about to kill a human. In the end, he truly is a demon. Kratos' attack destroys the entire floor. The two stand there, staring each other down. Kratos falls silent and suddenly releases the sword. It hits the ground and shatters. Kratos already knows he is about to die. He only asks Kimchi to spare the subordinates behind him, including Baal. Baal and the others do not understand why Kratos is acting this way. Kimchi stares at him, lowers his head, and moves his sword aside, saying it is unfortunate because he wanted to learn more about Kratos. Kratos accepts his fate when suddenly Sergi screams and tells Azurath they should cancel their transformations. She is about to kick him in the head. He swings toward her face, and then both headbutt Baal in the stomach. At that moment, someone calls out to Kimchi. It is Azurath, saying anyone who wants to touch the Demon Lord must get through them first. Kratos tries warning them not to do it, but it is too late. Kimchi launches forward, and the three prepare to fight. Then someone suddenly tells the pink warrior to stop. It is one of the citizens they saved. He says they really look like demons, but they just saved everyone's lives. On top of that, everyone realizes demons are not the only ones who hurt humans. Writhing on the ground with hatred, Ruslan raises his hand and says he would rather destroy everything than let them take even one seed. Kratos flinches, and Richmond rushes in, warning everyone to be careful because that is a self-destruct device. The moment Ruslan presses it, bombs hidden across the mountain begin detonating, shaking the entire cave. Good grief, that is an unbelievable amount of explosives. The entire area is consumed by explosions. From far away, Bloyd and Gavir see the blast and wonder what happened because many people were inside. Then Gavir notices Kratos' group emerging through the flames. He immediately wonders, were they demons? They land safely. Kratos warns that their identities have been exposed, so they cannot stop until they reach demon territory. Richmond asks why they are bringing him along. Kratos says the bastard is skilled at storing food, so he will manage a warehouse to repay everything he did. Richmond begs them to leave him behind, but everyone races away at full speed. Outside, people watch the flames and scream that their husbands and families are still inside. Then, in the middle of everything, Kimchi appears, extends one arm, clears away the flames, and brings everyone out alive. People embrace one another in relief. Then Gavir approaches Kimchi and asks what happened. He saw several people escaping who looked like demons. Did they cause the explosion? Kimchi says no. Those demons were not like ordinary demons. Then we see what happened earlier. Ruslan raised his hand and declared that he would destroy everything. The bombs began exploding, with rocks flying everywhere, and Kratos ordered all 4 generals to protect the citizens. Baal carried everything on his back. Sergi cut through falling rocks, and Azurath caught the blade. Meanwhile, Ruslan celebrated joyfully until a rock flew directly at his head. It looks like he was completely crushed. Then Kimchi called to Jang Cho and said he would save everyone while Jang Cho needed to collect the seeds and leave quickly. He had to return to demon territory and plant peace. Kratos did not understand, but his group was already running away. He realized that damned Kimchi had known everything from the beginning. He was simply watching, but none of that matters anymore. What matters is that Kratos shouts to everyone that they obtain the seeds. Once they return, they will begin a new garden. Back with Bloyd, he uses his legendary tool to strike the ground while Gavir asks why Ruslan activated self-destruction. Kimchi thinks it happened because everything was rushed. Gavir also wonders why Jang Cho and the others fled so suddenly. They returned food to the citizens and solved the crisis, so they deserved a reward. Kimchi says that they still damaged someone else's property, so they probably became frightened and ran. The knight agrees, but says Jang Cho did not seem like someone who scares easily. And what about the demons Gavir saw? Kimchi interrupts and says there were no demons. Everyone in the village also said they saw none. Besides, if Jang Cho were a demon, why would he save everyone? Gavir has no answer. Then Kimchi asks what Bloyd is doing. Gavir explains that since the property has no owner, Bloyd is searching for something valuable. He is incredibly greedy. If he had been born a noble, he would have been excellent at making money. While digging, Bloyd suddenly shouts that he found enormous potatoes. He plans to offer them to His Majesty. At the passage near Fort Magrat, Kratos and his group emerge from the water. The area is heavily protected when entering, but escaping is much easier. They pass through a blind spot and reach the mountains. One guard notices a strange group heading toward the abandoned lands. No message arrived from the rear guards, so they are probably wild animals. Kratos keeps running and cannot understand why his heart is pounding so hard. Thankfully, he has the Demon Lord's body or he would already be exhausted. Sometime later, the sun begins rising, and Flute, along with her friends, eats potato soup. Her father offers more, but she says no because she is completely full and they need to preserve what remains. If the Demon Lord fails to return with seeds, this could be their final bowl of soup. Her father tells her to trust the Demon Lord because he will definitely succeed. But Flute says that even if he fails, it is okay. For the first time in her life, she ate until she was full, and that alone made her happy. Her father becomes emotional. Then people suddenly shout that the Demon Lord has returned and brought seeds. Kratos' group arrives carrying bag after bag. Everyone runs over excitedly and calls to Azurath, except Richmond, who sees a terrifying group of demons charging directly toward him. Flute hugs Azurath, and he says she should feel honored to see him again. Bistaka pats Kratos, and Kratos says he missed him too. Zephyros thanks Sergi, but she tells him to get lost, as though she would work hard to please anyone. Ridiculous. Kratos calls for Hartok and says Bistaka told him everything that happened. Hartok truly is the brightest mind in demonkind. Everything was easy because he was there. Hartok starts replying, "My lord, I only did what was necessary." But before finishing, he begins crying from emotion. Kratos looks aside and sees Sergi being tossed around while everyone smiles. He finally understands why his heart was racing. It was the same feeling his father had when returning home from work with fried chicken. The moment you realize you successfully cared for the people depending on you. Kratos is certain that is how his father felt. Immediately, he becomes excited and shouts that the next planting will begin. He looks down and says the seed they brought most of was rice. The problem is that rice requires extensive preparation and the climate is unsuitable, so they will save it for later. The next largest supply is corn. They also have pumpkin and beans. So Kratos gathers everyone and says they will grow all three in the smallest possible area with maximum efficiency. This is called the Three Sisters planting method. The story explains that the method grows 3 crops together through a symbiotic relationship. Beans climb the corn stalks as they grow. Hartok says he understands. The beans will protect the corn from outside attacks and strong winds. Kratos is impressed. Hartok never studied agriculture, yet understands immediately. Pumpkins have large leaves that spread across the ground. Hartok says perfect. They will prevent the soil from drying and suppress weeds. Kratos keeps wondering where Hartok learned all this. Sergi becomes excited and says they should stop explaining and begin. Kratos asks whether she is eager to see the children eat until they are full. She says no and claims she does not care whether demons eat. She only thinks farming is amusing. Kratos knows she is lying. Azurath asks where they should begin. Kratos, meanwhile, asks why Azurath is holding Flute's hand. Azurath says he is not holding her hand. He is humiliating that low-ranked demon and proving who is in charge. Kratos says fine, but everyone is present, so there is no need to rush. With this much labor, everything will be finished quickly. But Zephyros warns that mobilizing demons from other regions will not be simple. Kratos does not understand because they have plenty of porridge to offer, so everyone should cooperate. Zephyros says food is unfortunately not the main problem. Then the tree demon throws a punch at the plant creature that bites his head. The two become tangled together, slamming each other into the ground in a complete brawl. The tree demon raises his arms and declares himself the new lord of the second region. Then another plant demon appears and tears him in half. Zephyros explains that everyone is fighting to become the new ruler of the territories. Even the former ruler of another region is now tied among the lightning rods. Kratos says demons have always behaved this way, but the times have changed. Strength is not everything in the world, yet demons cannot accept that. That is why Kratos will introduce fair dueling rules. In the next chapter, an enormous lizard crawls across the ground while another lizard stands over it and lands repeated blows. Crabs smash into one another. Total chaos spreads everywhere. Hartok watches silently, then walks away. Flute says he left again, and her father finds it strange that he never stops the fights. The farming demons are furious. They work all day while the others only fight, yet they are expected to support them too. Flute's father says the demon lord must have a plan. Besides, the 4 heavenly kings cannot lead so many people alone. Perhaps they are waiting for new rulers to emerge naturally, because the fighting will continue until the strongest are decided. The problem is that weaker demons keep dying in the meantime. We see 2 demons fighting, with one thrown into a wall. Then small crab children appear and say their family's tent was completely destroyed. Azurath watches everything from above, and Flute calls to him, asking why the demon lord is not stopping the fighting. Azurath says that if the fights are stopped, they will never know who could become a good leader. Then they suddenly hear a scream. and an enormous demon is thrown directly toward a baby crab. Asura considers intervening, but then an old turtle spins in and crashes into the demon, sending him rolling away. Demon lies battered on the ground. He demands to know who interfered with his duel, but the elderly turtle says that everyone should be helping with agriculture instead of fighting and destroying things. Asura watches as the demon who was thrown becomes threatening, asking whether the old turtle really thinks he can give orders. The turtle remains silent. The demon approaches and says he will pay for interfering, and both attack at the same time. But the turtle retreats into his shell, begins glowing gold, and releases a flash like a stun grenade that blinds both opponents. Even Asura is affected from far away. While Asura tries understanding what happened, the turtle elder gathers the little family and carries them to safety. Now Asura understands the type of person Kratos is seeking. Meanwhile, the tree demon lies completely destroyed. What is this? A plant woman appears. Nice to meet you. She heals the tree demon and restores his skin. She asks whether he is okay, but he angrily says her home was destroyed because of him, so she should not help. She says she knows, but that is no reason to leave him suffering. Sergi watches everything. Then a tiny demon approaches Hartok and says he wants to learn farming. Hartok says he is tiny. He has no arms and can barely use his legs. What could he possibly do? The small demon says he can plow the fields. He sees the farming soldiers doing it and believes he can help too, because every day gained toward the harvest is one less day of fighting. Hartok remains silent, then looks back and says there is nothing to discuss. Creature is useless and will not help much, so it should leave. The tiny demon stands there crying. Bistaka notices, and immediately the small creature transforms into a giant spiked wheel, cutting through the soil across the entire field. Flute watches in amazement, while Hartok observes from a distance. Meanwhile, Kratos thinks nature follows the strongest because force rules everything. But demon society now needs the concept of solidarity. For that, they need leaders who unite others through empathy, compassion, and acceptance. Those are the strongest weapons. The candidates have already been selected. Then Kratos congratulates the heavenly kings and announces the beginning of the combat tournament. Hartok warns that every candidate Kratos selected is weak and has no chance of winning. But Kratos says Hartok clearly knows nothing about manipulating an outcome. The scene cuts to Kratos gathering every demon. He says he understands they are fighting to fill the leadership void. Demons naturally settle matters through strength, but agriculture requires labor, and they cannot tolerate losing workers to injuries. Therefore, all future battles will follow rational rules. They will compete through a contest decided instantly, testing reflexes, vision, prediction, and judgment in a single clash. The name of this duel is Rock, Paper, Scissors. Now Asura stands face to face with Sergi and says the loser is eliminated. Each warrior may equip a different weapon in each hand. This game allows 3 weapon choices. Rock represents a fierce closed fist called the Shattering Hammer. Scissors, formed with 2 fingers, become the heaven-cutting guillotine. And paper uses an open hand with 5 fingers. Kratos pauses to think, then says that one is basically just a cloth. The system mocks his lack of creativity, and Kratos tells it to shut up. Kratos explains that every weapon has an advantage over another. The hammer destroys the guillotine. The guillotine cuts through the cloth, and the cloth neutralizes the hammer. Any demon who does not understand should raise a hand. Everyone raises a hand. Kratos immediately says they are all eliminated. If they are that stupid, they cannot participate. Asheret and Sergi prepare their hands, and Kratos says they must reveal their weapons when he gives the signal. In the end, they may only show one, and whoever chooses correctly and moves more precisely wins. Sergi throws paper while Asheret throws rock. She becomes excited and grabs his hand, declaring that she clearly won. She celebrates with all 6 arms, completely thrilled, while Asherette blushes deeply because she touched him. There is definitely chemistry between them. Then Kratos smacks them and tells the idiots to stop fooling around because this is a serious competition. He again asks anyone who does not understand to raise a hand. More demons do, and he eliminates them. Then he tells everyone to prepare, but the well-fed plant woman realizes she has no fingers. How is she supposed to participate? Kratos tells the large turtle to step forward. The turtle says no one else from his group remains. He is the only one. Kratos says, "All right, it looks like Mr. Donatello. Not Donatello. Mr. Turtle is now leader of the third region. The old turtle says he has not even competed yet." Meanwhile, another prisoner angrily asks how someone who only stood there can become leader. Then lightning strikes him. "Be quiet." Now a 1v1 begins between the lizard demons, the tiny one against the enormous alligator-like one. They prepare. The large one chooses scissors. The tiny one chooses something resembling paper and realizes he lost. But the large demon says he cannot even see the tiny creature's fingers because they are too small. He steps closer. Kratos thinks for a moment and says yes, he saw it clearly. The tiny demon won. The small demon insists he chose paper, but Kratos tells him to be quiet and declares him the winner. The tiny demon keeps losing against everyone, but Kratos ultimately announces that he is the great leader of the fourth region. Only one territory remains undecided. Rock, paper, scissors between the plant demons. The enormous tree demon faces the attractive plant woman and says she has no combat ability, so the result is obvious. Her body is not designed for dueling. The system appears beside Kratos and calls this the Great Legend. I have no idea what that means. But the scene suddenly cuts to the royal capital of Marnika. Kimchi holds the weapon of love, remembering the sword Kratos summoned. He vaguely recognizes that shape from previous lives. Even when Kratos was weaker, the weapon displayed overwhelming power. But how? How did the Demon King reveal its true form? Kimchi swings it in one direction, then the other, but nothing happens. He knows he has always been a puppet. During the last 10 lives, he had no free will and obeyed only mission orders. That is why he does not know how the weapon works. He never learned to act independently. Perhaps drawing out its true form would finally free him from being a puppet. Suddenly, Gavir and Bloyd enter and say, His Majesty was satisfied with the giant potatoes. They thank Kimchi and say he was essential to the journey. Kimchi says most of the credit belongs to Jang Cho, but then looks at the weapon. He changes his mind and says he has a favor to request. Elsewhere in the castle, someone announces that the special envoy's offering has been approved. Demon territory contains many mysterious things, so Branda is appointed captain of an expedition to explore it. Yes, Alicia's predecessor. Remember that angry little redhead? The next chapter returns to the Demon Kingdom, where everyone chants rock, paper, scissors repeatedly. The plant duel is about to begin. Everyone says Motius will obviously win. The plant beside him asks why this strange man suddenly learned to speak. Everyone knows the tree demon possesses incredible strength and speed, almost as though he sees the world in slow motion. The moment she starts moving her fingers, he will know exactly what she plans to choose. The tree demon tilts his head because she already appears to be showing paper, making victory obvious. Kratos remembers that many fingerless demons withdrew earlier. The plant woman tries withdrawing too, but he tells her to be quiet. No one is allowed to quit. She begins explaining the problem with her hands, but Kratos warns that anyone too cowardly to fight will be cooked. She becomes frightened, and Kratos glances aside, signaling his companions. Everyone gives a subtle nod. Kratos assumes they will destroy the tree demon's hand and force him into rock, but he is already announcing the start. The tree demon extends his hand, eager to win. The plant woman steps back fearfully. Kratos shouts for them to begin, but at that exact moment, everyone appears behind the tree demon and startles him. He instinctively takes a defensive stance, and everyone sees that The idiot chose rock. The plant woman and tree demon stare at each other, wondering what just happened. No one around them understands why he chose rock. Kratos becomes emotional, calling it the legend of winning before making a move. The woman does not understand, but Kratos announces that Miss Cabbage is now ruler of the second region. Everyone bows and praises her, until the tree demon says the result is unfair to the heavenly kings. Everyone stares and asks where his proof is. Kratos says the result came from a sacred and completely fair duel. From now on, everyone will obey their new ruler. Any challenge must be settled exclusively through rock, paper, scissors. Anyone who disobeys will be executed in the demon lord's name. The system tells Kratos that he obviously created a dictatorship. He admits it is not very democratic. The system warns that many demons will curse him and become unhappy. Kratos says he does not care because demon culture is broken and must be changed somehow. Even if the current generation gains nothing, future descendants will harvest the results. The system says it will support him. Kratos finds that strange. They have argued constantly, so why is the system suddenly supporting him? The system says he may do whatever he wants. Kratos thinks the system is behaving strangely. Then Kratos says that from now on, they will begin cultivating the three sisters. Everyone becomes excited as the giant lizard spins through the soil to expand the fields while the tiny creature guides everyone. Next, the tree demons plant corn first, using their countless hands with ease. Nox, Miss Cabbage, helps everything grow much faster. Soon afterward, they plant beans, which preserve nitrogen and protect the corn like armor. Then they plant pumpkins, which begin spreading across the ground. Mr. Turtle and his relatives gather to reflect more sunlight toward the crops. Individually, the three seeds are weak, but together, they can survive harsh conditions. To Kratos, that is the miracle of solidarity and cooperation, and everyone is happy. Kratos begins sensing something strange. The air grows more humid and dark clouds appear. The climate has continued changing. Some time later, Kratos lies inside a hut sleeping, while thinking this place is terrible. For some reason, today is both extremely hot and humid. Then he realizes something. Heat and humidity are a terrible combination. He immediately jumps up and runs into the cornfield, activates Blood Eye, scans the area, and receives a warning from the system. Because of the heat and humidity, a fungus is destroying the corn. If the spores spread, the entire harvest will be lost. Kratos examines a corn leaf and notices fungal markings. The next chapter shifts to the Forest of Deep Sleep, where the human expedition begins. Branda says they only just arrived and are already lost near the entrance. Someone behind him says the terrain is difficult and suggests camping. Branda says camping there would be dangerous because it's defending against monsters would be difficult. They should leave the forest first and rest afterward. Everyone must remain alert because they are inside demon territory. The scene returns to Kratos, who orders the four heavenly kings to listen. A plague has infected the corn. From this moment, quarantine begins. He knows the plants already infected cannot be saved. He orders Sergi to cut down every corn plant with spots, and she immediately draws her swords and starts cutting. Bartok orders everyone to gather the infected corn, while Baal strikes the dragon's head, making it breathe fire over everything. Kratos explains that every infected plant must be burned to prevent the fungal spores from spreading. Then he asks Nox about the condition of the corn. She approaches and says many plants are already sick. Her healing ability can protect them, but she cannot continue much longer because she is exhausted. Man, why are all the female plant demons attractive? Kratos says they are in serious trouble. Then Flute asks Ashuret whether they will starve once the chunyos run out. He tells the low-ranked demon not to worry. Lord Kratos is thinking deeply, and whenever that happens, he finds a solution. Kratos knows they need a disinfectant spray, but nothing like that exists in this world. He needs a chemical that prevents fungi from breathing and stops cellular activity. He tries remembering where fungus appeared in the game. Then he recalls a curse in the Blood Paladin region, a fungal infection that kills instantly. The treatment was flaming moss. Immediately, he orders Asura to take every demon from the second region to the Swamp of Decay and gather as much glowing red moss as possible. Asura smiles and tells Flute to relax because it seems the Demon King has another plan. The plant demons immediately rise and depart. Flute asks whether Asura will be safe. Sergi says of course because he is one of the 4 heavenly kings. Flute asks whether Sergi is worried, and Sergi admits she is a little. Flute calls her a very cold girlfriend. Sergi turns red and says the girl is talking nonsense. What is she even saying? Kratos looks over and asks whether the rumor is true. Sergi tells him to be quiet because it is ridiculous. Then Kratos tells Hartok to organize everyone so Nox's group does not collapse. He will quickly visit the ruins of the Demon Lord's castle. In the background, Sergi continues shouting that none of Flute's claims are true. While riding in the cart, Kratos thinks new problems keep appearing without warning, forcing him to stay prepared constantly. It could involve agriculture, game mechanics, or even something else. Then the scene cuts to Branda and the others arriving before a staircase. They are confused and wonder whether their demons are intelligent enough to construct buildings. One man approaches and notices what appears to be a keyhole. Branda warns him not to touch it. But as soon as the man's hand approaches, blue light spreads across the area. The energy inside his body begins reacting. This is bad. Branda orders everyone to retreat, but it is too late. Everyone collapses while clutching their throats. It attacks him too. What the hell? It feels as though everyone's souls are being pulled out. Something nearby absorbs everyone standing on the stairs. From far away, Kratos looks back and sees a pillar of light rising, something he never witnessed even in the game. He recognizes the Forest of Deep Sleep, which means when the scene returns there, everyone lies unconscious on the ground, while Branda gets up and tries understanding what happened. At the top of the pyramid, a demon appears, a beautiful woman in a red dress. Her dress transforms into wings, and she floats downward, approaching Branda. With a simple gesture, she creates a message thanking the humans and saying the life energy of 10 people broke her seal. Branda remembers clothing that transforms into wings and weapons, dark skin and white hair. Could she be? Then she writes across the sky, Artemis, the demon queen. Damn, our protagonist's wife just appeared. The next chapter returns to the Swamp of Decay, where Asura and the others gather herbs. He wonders whether this will really be enough to save the crops. Then one of the tree demons says there is no moss left, and Asura says that is enough. They will return. But then something walks through the lake. When Asura looks aside, a woman stands there staring at him. He wonders where she came from and immediately asks which region she belongs to. But Artemis asks why the 3rd and 4th territories are empty. Asura becomes furious that she ignored his question and spoke casually to a heavenly king. He answers that everyone is working in the cornfields, then asks what she is doing there. Artemis raises her hand, and countless thorns form from her clothing. Before Asura can react, they pierce him from every direction. The plants and tree demons are captured as well. The scene cuts to Kratos digging frantically, saying he knows exactly whose sealed tomb that was. It belonged to Artemis, demon queen and predecessor of Kratos' predecessor. In the game, she is a secret boss hidden deep underground. She is basically an impossible hidden boss outside the main story, more like a trap designed to kill players. The lore says a previous demon lord used all his power and the power of demonkind to cast a seal strong enough to imprison her. When players fight her, she can barely move. Even then, Kratos died more than 50 times before defeating her for the first time. Somehow that monster escaped. She is the worst possible enemy because overwhelming numbers are useless against her. Kratos keeps digging, smashing through the thorns of punishment while searching beneath the ground. Meanwhile, Nox becomes exhausted from healing the crops and collapses into Baal's arms. Sergi immediately orders someone to bring a stretcher. While the healers carry and treat her, Nox insists on returning to the plants, but Hartok says she cannot because she has not recovered. Then one farmer announces another problem. Fungus is appearing on the far side of the field. Everyone becomes tense. Sergi does not know what to do. Baal is still carrying Nox when Artenis suddenly flies in and, boom, lands directly before Zephyros. Everyone stares at her in confusion, and Hartok asks whether she wants to be executed. How dare she step on their precious field? But he stops mid-sentence. She asks where the Demon Lord's castle is and where Moderato went. Hartok recognizes her as Artenis, the Witch of Melody, and respectfully explains that Moderato, the Demon Lord who ruled after she was sealed, is dead. Kratos now rules this land. Artenis stares and asks why everyone is farming. Hartok says it is Lord Kratos' will. He seeks to free demonkind from a fate where survival requires endless fighting. But Artenis raises her hand and says she is now the Demon Queen and orders everyone to stop farming. Sergi attacks immediately, demanding to know who Artenis thinks she is. Hartok launches a purple orb, and Baal swings his axe. But within 1 second, Artenis' attack forms, and everyone falls silent. Her blades already point toward everyone's foreheads, hearts, and chests. Everyone hesitates, and Artenis asks where Kratos is because she intends to kill him. Then suddenly, Bistaka attacks her with ice breath, but she blocks it. Still, she notices he is a dragon and therefore extremely dangerous. She launches an attack to kill Bistaka, but Kratos suddenly appears and slams Moderato's heart onto the ground, ordering it to activate. A barrier rises instantly. Her clothing strikes it, but nothing happens. Then the attack rebounds and hits her in the face. She stands there in confusion, while Kratos says, "What is happening, Miss Artenis?" The story explains that Moderato was an earlier demon lord far stronger than Kratos. He originally served Artenis as one of her 4 heavenly kings, but after absorbing the others, he became strong enough to challenge her. Using that stolen power, he sealed her voice, then used his remaining magic to imprison her. Even afterward, Moderato was too afraid to sleep, so he condensed his power into a heart designed specifically to stop Artenis. But Kratos exploited that weakness and killed Moderato from behind. Moderato's heart is the device created to restrain her. Artenis says she does not understand the barrier, but anyone approaching her will die. Kratos immediately orders Baal and Sergi to leave. They try running. Her attack comes from behind, but Kratos reaches through the barrier, grabs both of them, and pulls them to safety. The attack strikes the barrier and rebounds into Artenis' face. She cannot understand what is happening or why she alone cannot escape. Kratos explains, surprising her. He says the barrier only affects her, while everyone else can pass through freely. Then he leans closer. She attacks again. He steps outside, causing the attack to strike her face again. Kratos starts laughing while Artenis nearly explodes with anger. He remembers that in the game, Moderato's heart created a brief opportunity to reset. Artenis is even stronger inside the barrier, so players only use it to isolate her and create time to heal. But now Kratos will use it to hold a civilized conversation. Veins bulge across her face while he asks why she attacked his children. Realizing she has no choice, Artenis lowers her head and asks whether he is the current demon lord. Kratos confirms that he is. She immediately says she will kill him and take the throne. Kratos asks what she plans to do after becoming demon lord. She says the answer is obvious. She will invade and destroy human territory. Kratos asks why. Why not survive through farming? It would be easier if everyone could simply eat and live. Even if demons win the war, their own side will suffer terribly. Artenis says agriculture is impossible in this land. Kratos asks whether the thing on her head is merely decoration. Everything growing from the soil was cultivated by his people, and the crops are currently sick, so he cannot tolerate her interference. Artenis keeps staring. thinking this demon lord is strange. She clearly saw him save his subordinates without any reason, and he keeps calling them his children. Then she says the new demon lord is insane. Kratos says he is less insane than she is. She is merely a show-off murderer who uses her clothes as weapons and shortens every sentence. Blushing, Artini says, that is simply how her weapon works and there is little she can do. Kratos shows her the heart and says she cannot destroy it or attack anyone, so she may leave. Artini sighs and says fine. She will invade human territory alone. Kratos thanks her, deactivates the heart, and tells everyone to return to work. But then Artini turns and says an idiot fell into her trap. Kratos turns too and says the show-off is the one who fell into a trap. The barrier rises again, this time trapping her arm. Kratos walks away while she struggles to free herself but cannot. Sergi asks whether they will truly leave her there. Kratos says yes, because she will eventually starve. Flute asks whether Sergi is safe, and Sergi says yes, thanks to the demon lord. Suddenly, Sergi looks back and sees Artini's gathering power as her clothing separates. She quickly covers Flute's head and tells Artini to stop swinging those things around. She should cover herself somehow. How can an adult woman behave like this? Artini becomes embarrassed and covers her chest. Meanwhile, Kratos orders everyone back to work. They must use the leaves and save the field. Artini watches him leave with the others and wonders why these demons help one another. It makes no sense. One thing bothers me. She is the Witch of Melody, yet she defeated everyone without using her voice. If that mask comes off, they are probably doomed. But the sunlight is intense, and Artini is exhausted. The seal already weakened her, while captivity makes it worse. Then Flute approaches and asks whether a man with frightening eyes and a villainous face passed through here. Sergi appears beside her and says he is not that ugly. He has some charm. Flute apologizes for insulting Sergi's boyfriend and says he must look amazing to her. Sergi snaps and asks when the girl learned to talk like that. They continue arguing, and Artini hears them mention that Asura still has not returned. Sergi's expression changes as she insists she is only worried about a fellow heavenly king. At that moment, Artini remembers her former heavenly kings and the promise that together they would end demon suffering. Apparently, they failed because one of the four became a traitor. In the next chapter, Kratos stares intensely, activates Blood Eye, and discovers that much of the corn is infected. Without the moss Ashuret was supposed to bring, there is no way to stop the disease. Cutting, burning, and healing all have limits. So why is Ashuret taking so long? At that moment, Blood Eye levels up because Kratos strained his eyes so many times. Now he only needs to avoid blinking for 100 seconds, and he can see 7 hours into the future. Kratos thinks that is completely useless right now. Then the system says the ability now reveals more detailed thoughts and psychological information. Sergi calls for Baal to hurry and help. Meanwhile, Artini stands behind the barrier, so Kratos asks whether she truly did not see Ashuret. He is not someone who arrives late. Artini asks why they are searching so desperately. They explain that without Ashuret, the harvest will be destroyed. She says that if the crops die, they can simply eat other demons. Sergi starts attacking and says eating their own kind is not a joke. Kratos tells Sergi to stay back because touching Artini would deactivate the barrier. Then, he approaches Artini and says he wants to ask something. Why did she leave Ashuret alive? He says she spared him because he would belong to her eventually. Kratos stares with tears in his eyes and tells her not to lie. Blood Eye activates, allowing him to glimpse her memories. We see the demon army standing before the human king's castle. One general says this cannot even be called war because humans are far too weak. Another says victory is only possible because Artini is overwhelmingly strong. His companion agrees and call her the ace, known as the Witch of Melody. The moment people hear her music, they kneel and lose all desire to fight. The Shinigami-looking general says it would be cooler if she played the Song of Instant Death. Another says that makes no sense. Everyone would die immediately, rot, and become impossible to eat. But Artenis watches the humans farming and wonders whether hunger truly requires devouring others. Perhaps demons should imitate humans. Suddenly, she addresses the army and announces that the occupation will end and everyone will return home. Moderato asks why. How are they supposed to feed countless starving demons? Artenis tells Moderato to remember their childhood promise to create a world where demons would not starve or eat one another. They have finally discovered a path forward. They should pursue what people discussed, agriculture. But Moderato clearly hated the idea. Not long afterward, in demon territory, every crop they plant dies. A demon arrives and calls for Artenis, warning that Moderato summoned her to the forest of deep sleep. She goes there and wanders around, searching for Moderato while calling his name. Then she suddenly reaches the altar staircase, where every other general is nailed to a cross with a hole in the chest. She screams and asks what happened, but Moderato appears behind her and forces a mask over her mouth. The mask activates and seals itself. Moderato breathes heavily, saying he finally succeeded. Her voice is sealed. Artenis wonders why Moderato is there and what he is doing. He stands before her and says he finally does not have to hear that weak, foolish witch anymore. Artenis touches her face and wonders whether he is joking. This cannot be real. Moderato says the original plan was to execute her after conquering humanity, but circumstances changed. He will kill her now and become Demon Lord. When Artenis realizes she cannot use her singing, she tries to fly away, but Moderato says that is exactly why he chose this location. He sends his sword spinning, and it crashes between her and the branches, knocking her to the ground. Moderato approaches and says demons possess supreme power and may rule or destroy whatever they want. So why did she invent that idiotic idea called agriculture? Artenis writes that they promised to save demonkind together. He swore he stood by her side. Moderato says he always thought she was an idiot. How could the strongest demon be so naive and foolish? She needs to understand the true nature of demons. He moves to attack while she cries, but she stabs him first using her dress. She stands there exhausted and crying, while holes cover his body. She writes that he did not need to do this. They were friends. But Moderato laughs and asks what friendship even means. He says the other generals also wanted to kill her. No one could remain loyal to someone so naive. From the beginning, everything was an act meant to deceive her, though she cannot tell whether that is true. She only remembers that they seemed like genuine friends at first. Then mana begins leaking from Moderato's body, and before Artenis understands what is happening, he screams that this is the end. Chains burst from the ground near the staircase, wrap around her, and drag her away. She is pulled into the seal, and we return to Kratos watching everything while Artenis asks why he is so certain she did not kill Asura. Kratos says it is because he is the Demon Lord, but after noticing his strange behavior, Artenis says he must possess a mind-reading ability and already knows everything. He should know demons have no trust or cooperation and that his own subordinates are waiting for a chance to cut off his head. Kratos says she misunderstood everything. Did she ever ask them? He means the heavenly kings who followed her. Did she ever ask whether they truly intended to betray her? Then Asura appears behind everyone, but he is standing on the other side of the barrier. Sergi sees him. Everyone calls his name, and he immediately recognizes the same woman from earlier. Her dress begins transforming. She glares, and in the next second, the four heavenly kings stand before Asura. They are trembling but still protecting him. While Artenis wonders why one demon would protect another, Kratos stands in the background with folded arms and tells everyone not to worry. They should simply cross to this side. They walk past, ignoring Artenis' weapons, and successfully bring Asura through. The moment he reaches the ground, Flute runs over crying, shouts his name, and hugs him. Then Kratos says Artenis is seeing the true nature of demons, something buried deep and difficult to reveal. Now that hunger is ending, demons can recover their hearts. Those were her own words. Artenis becomes silent, remembering when she raised the banner of peace and promised they would farm and restore hope. She remembers young Kratos looking so happy. Artenis becomes emotional, and suddenly her former generals appear, apologizing that they could not stay until the end. But everything is all right now because someone has appeared who will fulfill the dream they could not. At last, demonkind has a new demon lord. Asura says he unfortunately brought very little moss. Kratos asks where everyone else is. Asura says no one died, but everyone is injured. Kratos immediately orders Miss Cabbage to take every healer and treat them. But she asks what they will do about the corn. Kratos sees that the fungus is still spreading. Hartok says the infection has unfortunately spread too far across this harvest. Then Kratos crushes Moderado's heart and destroys Artenis's prison. Sergi looks shocked, but Asura tells her to remain calm. Yes, Artenis is history's strongest demon queen, someone he knew only through stories. But he believes they can still reason with her. We see that while lying injured, Asura begged Artenis not to kill him because he had to deliver the moss. Without it, all the children would starve. After hearing that, she turned away and left. Kratos tells Artenis he wants to make a deal. He knows how to remove the mask sealing her face. She slept so long that she never noticed, but the mask prevents her from eating or speaking, and Kratos can remove it. Artenis asks what he wants in exchange. He says she must kill every fungus, infecting the corn by using the Song of Instant Death, the strongest pesticide imaginable. The next chapter shifts to the royal capital of Marnika, inside the Azrahan mansion. Gavir asks whether Kimchi is still training underground. Bloyd says yes and explains that Kimchi neither eats nor shows himself. Gavir is curious. He knew Kimchi was unusual, but why reject a recommendation to become a royal knight just to continue training? Does Kimchi believe he must grow even stronger? Underground, Kimchi extends his wand, channels his aura into it, and makes it glow. He pushes himself hard, but nothing happens. He collapses from exhaustion and says nothing works. He channels all his mana, yet nothing changes. Is he truly incapable of doing anything except following orders? He does not know how he survived this long or where he should go next. He wonders what he truly is, until a voice asks whether he genuinely wants the answer. Kimchi jumps, and the wand starts transforming. The evil eye appears, asking again whether he really wants to know. But the scene returns to the field, where Kratos asks whether Artenis can do it. She only needs to use the Song of Instant Death. He explains that she is called the Witch of Melody because her music contains enormous magical power. The Song of Instant Death does exactly what its name suggests. With one sound, she can instantly kill countless chosen targets. Kratos wants her to use it against the fungus. Artenis asks whether he understands the mask she wears and how he intends to remove it. She used all her strength and still failed. Kratos asks whether she understands Demon Lord succession. When one Demon Lord dies, authority passes to the next. The moment he killed Moderado, Kratos inherited all his authority, including the power to remove the mask through a Demon Lord's command. Artenis asks whether he fears she might kill everyone. Kratos confidently says no because she could already be attacking them, yet he could tell she wants the harvest to succeed more than anyone. Artenis looks shocked, then calms down and agrees. They will make a deal. Kratos orders everyone to move away. There is no time for explanation. They simply need to leave the field. No one argues and everyone leaves. Kratos approaches Artenis and says he is about to begin, but the system asks whether he is truly certain. Kratos thinks he has no choice because the entire cornfield will die otherwise. The system tells him to remember what he witnessed in Artenis's memories. Her voice and magic are immense. The moment the seal breaks, her power will become uncontrollable. She will lose control and attack him immediately. Kratos thinks he saw it clearly. Her power was so great that even Blood Eye could not fully measure it. But in the vision, he did not appear to die, so everything should be fine. The system warns that even if he survives, the pain will be unbearable. Kratos smiles and says that is fine. The leader should suffer more than anyone. The system accepts his decision. Kratos tells Artemis that when he shouts "seal released," the mask will fall away. But her magic will become uncontrollable, so she must remain conscious for as long as possible. Because if Kratos dies, agriculture across this land will end. Artemis nods in understanding, closes her eyes, and Kratos shouts, "Seal released." The mask immediately glows, peels away from her face, and dissolves in mid-air. Artemis covers her mouth and says her voice is returning. Kratos prepares himself because the barrier created by Moderado's heart is now useless. This is the only path forward. Then Artemis coughs up blood, energy surges around her, and Kratos launches himself forward, wraps her in a tight embrace, and slams both of them onto the ground. Pinned against him, Artemis demands to know what he is doing. But before he can answer, her eyes begin glowing. Kratos knows the tendrils of her dress will lose control, and he must endure as long as possible. He activates concentrated nutrition to redistribute his stats and places everything into vitality. Artemis' clothing tears into his stomach while he shouts that she must not give up. Everything descends into chaos as she screams. Kratos is in agony. Her attacks repeatedly strike his stomach, spraying blood. The pain is far worse than he expected. But he must endure because if her power fully escapes, everyone will die. Then he notices one ribbon of her dress break free. The attack appears aimed toward someone else, but suddenly changes direction and nearly strikes him. He feels both relieved and miserable. Artemis successfully redirected it, but now the ribbon keeps striking his face. The fabric lifts him while repeatedly smashing into his stomach, and Artemis screams for him to run because she cannot control it. Kratos briefly thinks that may be best because he cannot endure much more. But then he refuses. If he runs now, abandoning things will become a habit. He cannot quit this way. He hugs her again, while one eye turns completely black. The attacks begin shifting toward his back. Then Sergi rushes in and starts protecting him. Bal charges forward, followed by Hartok, and Ashret says he will not allow Artemis to kill Kratos. Even Bistaka begins freezing the tendrils. Kratos orders everyone to leave because the situation is extremely dangerous. But then he notices even Zephyros, who is usually useless, trying to restrain the tendrils alongside the plant farmers. That is when Kratos remembers he is no longer alone. After some time, everyone lies collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. Kratos still lies over Artemis while everyone else is sprawled around them. She sits up and asks whether he is all right. Barely conscious, Kratos says he is fine and appreciates that she is worried. Artemis looks awkward, then addresses every demon and places a hand over her chest, saying she is sorry. She destroyed much of the land they worked so hard to cultivate and survive on, so she asks for forgiveness. But Kratos says apologies can wait, because she still needs to use the death song to eliminate the fungus. Artemis looks back and says, "All right." She focuses on the cornfield, knowing the fungus is her target. She activates her sight and sees tiny organisms staring back. She realizes these are the spores Kratos mentioned. Kratos asks whether the fungus can even hear music and whether the ability is safe. She says yes, because only the life forms she marks will die. Azurath becomes tense. He has heard countless stories about the Song of Instant Death. Sergi says she heard it is a beautiful melody that brings death to anyone who hears it. It truly is an absurd ability. Artemis prepares herself, opens her mouth and releases a sound that begins swelling, ready to explode and rupture everyone's eardrums. Everyone wonders what the hell they are hearing. But the fungus begins disappearing completely. The energy spreads, and every spore evaporates. Artemis finally relaxes, while Kratos hides nervously behind her shoulders. Then she turns and thanks everyone for listening, even though she is not a good singer. Kratos immediately activates the seal again, forcing her mouth shut. She asks what he is doing, and Kratos tells her to admit it. Was she really that tone deaf? This is the first time a song made his nose bleed. The system says Kratos is cruel for covering the poor woman's mouth simply because she cannot sing. But Kratos thinks he did not actually want to silence her. The system explains that the seal has a time limit. Artenis's seal can only remain deactivated for 3 minutes each day. Kratos finds that strange. He was beaten for 3 minutes, so why did the timer only activate now? The system explains that the initial rampage did not count. The timer began only after the seal fully stabilized. Artenis orders him to remove it immediately, and Kratos is impressed that she can still speak, even though her voice sounds strange. She realizes she can still speak, which means the seal has weakened, but she still cannot channel mana into her voice. She starts yelling again, warning Kratos that he will die if he does not remove it, but he tells her not to misunderstand. The seal did not return because he wanted it to. It reappeared because 3 minutes had passed. That seal can only disappear 100% for 3 minutes each day. And unfortunately for her, only he can decide when that happens. Without him, she cannot even eat or drink. She asks what he is getting at. He says that if she helps with agriculture, he will remove the seal for 3 minutes every day. Artini says he is exploiting her weakness to control her in a disgusting way. But Kratos says it is nothing like that. It is simply a deal where everyone benefits. She stops to think and decides that maybe she should follow this man. Perhaps with him, she could build the home for demon kind that she always dreamed of. She agrees and asks what she should do first. Kratos thinks the plan worked. He got himself an exterminator. Then he tells her to start by cleaning up and gathering everything she destroyed. She stretches out her arms. Her clothes begin pulling everything together. The debris rises into the air, and everyone applauds, saying she is amazing. The former demon queen truly is incredible. She blushes, feeling proud, and Kratos tells her to plow the field. She extends an arm, and her dress tears through the ground. Everyone watches and says she truly is impressive. Kratos tells her to plant the seeds. Some demons even play chess while she works. Then he tells her to mix in the fertilizer and says he will see her tomorrow. But she stands there and realizes something is wrong. She is the only one doing any work. Asura says she hurt many of the children. Surely she would not force the injured to work too. She starts saying she did not hurt that many people. But Hartok cuts in and says she probably never noticed the psychological damage she caused. Then, Sergi harshly tells her to cover herself because she is always working half naked. Ball pauses like he wants to say something, but only tells her to keep working. And with that, everyone leaves. She is left behind crying miserably. Meanwhile, the system says that by enduring Artenis's attacks and accepting her, Kratos gained 40% vitality, and the human seed trait accept everything has blossomed. The skill activates automatically whenever he concentrates everything into vitality. With it, he can absorb external impacts and recover energy. Kratos finds that extremely interesting. His risk of dying in battle has dropped dramatically. But he would basically become a punching bag, so it would be better not to rely on it. The scene returns to the capital of Marnika. Kimchi is preparing to leave, and Gavir asks where he is going. Then Kimchi says he cannot keep owing favors forever, and something has come up that he must handle now. Bloyd cannot understand what could be more important than becoming the kingdom's swordmaster. Kimchi thinks for a moment and remembers the eye asking whether he wants to know what he truly is. But Kimchi wanted to know more about the creature before him. The creature explains that it is Bargia, the god of abundant harvest, who wishes for harvests to overflow across the world. Kimchi vaguely remembers the name, but says the creature looks more like a demon than a god. The giant eye tells him not to judge a god by human standards. What matters is that they seek the same thing. Kimchi wants to plant peace, while Bargia wants abundant harvests. Helping Demon Lord Kratos would make both goals easier to achieve. And if Kimchi stays beside him, he will eventually learn who Bargia is and who Kratos truly is. He should go to demon territory now and find the answers he seeks. With that, the creature dissolves and returns inside the weapon. Kimchi realizes it felt like the same kind of mission command, but now he has no excuse. He must seek answers alongside Kratos. He thanks Gavir and Bloyd for everything. Gavir says Kimchi is their savior after all. If he ever needs help, he should send a letter. Kimchi thanks them and leaves, thinking that perhaps he was always meant to return to demon territory. The next scene returns to the plantation. Kratos arrives lazily and says, "Damn, former demon queen, you are seriously impressive. You already mixed everything, fertilizer and all, and now you are resting. You smell terrible. But whatever, here you go. Seal released." The mask immediately falls apart, and Kratos offers her potato porridge, saying she earned a snack. The poor woman is being exploited, working 24/7, yet she is still touched. She begins eating while Kratos says she suffered so much that he is not sure the food will even taste good. But if they work hard again, perhaps she can eat again tomorrow. She sweetly thanks him, while Kratos thinks demons are far too easy to tame. Then she suddenly remembers something and asks whether there is more soup because she forgot something important. Back in the Forest of Deep Sleep, inside an abandoned cabin, Kratos walks in and finds Branda's entire foolish group unconscious on the floor. One half-dead man stares at him. The man thinks he is doomed. Another demon has appeared. Artemis says something behind him, and Kratos turns around. Branda has no idea, but Kratos has already figured out that Moderato created a life energy system to break Artemis' seal. The plan was likely to release Artemis, let her destroy everything, and then flee. But Kratos is more interested in the man wearing expensive clothes, because he is clearly a high-ranking noble. They caught a very valuable target. Branda does not like that stare at all. Kratos introduces himself as the current demon lord and asks Branda's name. The red-haired man is shocked that a demon speaks normally. He introduces himself as Branda Magenton, a knight of the Camelon kingdom, and asks whether he and his men will be eaten. Kratos grins and starts laughing like a madman, making everyone tremble in fear. Then he stops and says human meat smells awful and does not appeal to him, unless Branda knows a good recipe. Branda wonders whether he is serious. Kratos has the face of someone ready to eat them, yet he is asking for recipes. Meanwhile, Kratos thinks Branda seems more relaxed. Humor really works on everyone. Then he asks whether Branda can stand because they are heading to the village. Branda says no and tells him it would be better to kill them there. Kratos laughs like a lunatic again and says that joke is hilarious. Killing them would give him nothing. Branda immediately becomes convinced that Kratos is terrifyingly cruel. Kratos says that since they cannot walk, he has no choice but to use his subordinates. The red-haired knight assumes Kratos is about to summon demons to devour everyone in the cabin. But in the next scene, everyone is being carried. Kratos tells his subordinates to carry the humans comfortably. Branda cannot understand it. They really are carrying everyone gently, but he assumes the demons are trying to lower his guard. They will surely chop them apart once they reach the village, those evil monsters. A little later, someone calls Branda. Branda. It is Kratos leaning over him. Branda wakes in alarm, and Kratos says he let him sleep for a while. But now it is time to wake up and enter the tents where they will stay, with one tent for every 3 people. Since Branda is the captain, he will receive the largest tent. He will even meet a human who has lived there for several months. Branda assumes it must be a kidnapped victim. He sees someone inside the tent and wonders who it is, thinking they should escape together. But the person is Richmond, turning around with his chubby face. Branda thinks this slave has healthy skin and a fat body. Clearly, the demons are fattening him for slaughter. Their cruelty is worse than expected. Richmond stands up and says, "Wow, that is a lot of people. It has been a long time since I saw anyone." But Kratos turns and tells everyone to rest well. The human is completely terrified while Kratos asks Artemis what she thinks of his behavior. She asks what he means. He says the humans noticed their kindness. Did they not? She looks over and nods. But she thinks that sometimes hiding the truth is kinder because it avoids hurting people. She clearly does not believe him. Meanwhile, the system says Kratos did a good job. Kratos thinks everyone is naive. They do not realize kindness is a method of survival. He is laying the foundation for something greater, a stable world where demons can eat and live peacefully. For that, he needs to build something stronger. It is confusing, but the plan is moving forward. He tells everyone to prepare because they will resume cultivating the three sisters, especially now that Artemis can serve as a universal farming tool, perfect as both a tractor and pesticide. The four heavenly kings are already experienced farmers, and they now have advanced management. The work itself is progressing well. There is only one problem. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Branda learns that Richmond was never mistreated. Richmond says, "Sir Knight, I know you have questions, but I live normally here tending potatoes and helping prepare porridge. They give me time to rest, and food is always served on schedule. The truth is that I was the bad human. I stole from people out of greed. I was poor and hungry as a child, too. When I finally had power, I lost myself in resentment. I was terrified when they brought me here and tried to escape. But eventually I realized demons are not so different from humans." Branda reaches the obvious conclusion. They brainwashed this poor man. He needs to escape before the same thing happens to him. And it probably will, because he doubts they will ever let him leave. If everyone escapes together, they will be discovered. First, he needs to find a safe route. Grabbing his sword, he thinks these demons are careless. They even left his weapon nearby. He slips out of the cabin and notices there are no guards. They truly underestimated him. But then he stops and sees a cornfield ahead. As far as he knows, plants cannot grow in demon territory. He hears footsteps among the crops and immediately lowers himself to the ground. He peeks to the side and sees someone approaching. It appears to be a young demon girl. With eyes that sinister, avoiding her may be impossible. He cannot waste time. Unfortunately, he will have to deal with her now. He sneaks behind Flute and prepares to strike. But just before the blade lands, someone asks who is there. Flute turns around. No one is there. Then she smiles because it is Asura. He immediately asks what that brat is doing outside. She should be at home. Why did she come to the plantation at night? Branda lies nearby, sweating heavily, while Flute explains that she was worried the corn might become sick again. Ashuret says the crops are the demon lord's responsibility and the adult's responsibility. Hearing that, Branda wonders why demons are farming. Perhaps they are preparing for war by securing enough supplies to besiege humanity. But Flute says all the adults work hard, and she feels guilty doing nothing but eating and playing. Ashuret tells her to remember what the demon lord said. A child's job is to eat and play. That is how she will grow strong enough to farm and care for younger children when she gets older. But if she stays awake in the middle of the night, she will not grow and will become useless. Branda thinks this is strange. It sounds like a father lecturing his child. Then he remembers Richmond saying demons are not so different from humans. But Branda thinks that is impossible. Demons devour people. Ashuret continues scolding Flute, reminding her that she injured her hand by digging too much the other day. Suddenly, Flute starts crying. Then Kratos appears and says that is exactly what he expects from one of the four heavenly kings. No emotion, even when making a poor child cry. Kratos walks past while Branda remains hidden nearby, already wondering why Ashuret is there. Blushing, Ashuret says he was also worried about the corn and came to inspect it. Kratos says another fool is pushing himself too hard and refusing to rest properly. Branda still cannot understand what this conversation is about. Hartok suddenly appears and asks Kratos to understand Ashuret. They have only recently begun changing through farming, no longer needing to spill human blood or devour other demons. Branda listens until Sergi appears and says that is why she also came to the field. She never wants to return to those old days. Even Baal appears and says running away was primitive while agriculture is the beginning of everything. Kratos thinks Baal always says things that make no sense. But seeing everyone awake, he asks whether they are all truly worried about the corn. Unfortunately for them, as Demon Lord, he orders everyone to leave immediately and get a peaceful, healthy night's sleep. Tomorrow they will wake up and plant even more. Everyone leaves cheerfully. Meanwhile, in the middle of the cornfield, Branda slowly sits up, trying to understand what he just heard. These demons look evil, but there was nothing particularly evil in that conversation. During his military career, he met many feudal lords and landowners, people who appeared kind and gentle, but exploited others horribly. Demons invaded humanity long ago, and everything he knows comes from stories calling them cruel and wicked, yet he has never witnessed that himself. What if these demons truly want peace? Then Branda remembers the king's orders. He did not need to bring anything back from demon territory. His mission was only to investigate and report valuable information. And if he discovered something useful, the kingdom would invade and seize it. That is when Branda becomes serious. Sometime later, a soldier inside the tent calls him over. Everyone gathers for a meeting, and one soldier says no demons are watching. They can move now, launch a surprise attack, and cut off the demon lord's head. Branda warns him to watch his words. Until everyone fully recovers, they must remain quiet and rest. He is still observing the area, while Kratos listens from outside. He smiles because the operation succeeded. Inside the children's makeshift castle, he praises everyone and says their acting was excellent. That idiot Branda is opening up. Kratos expected that reaction after finding him collapsed in the field. Sitting on Asheret's shoulders, Flute says it was fun. Asheret says he never wants to do anything that foolish again, especially babysitting. Kratos says that is simply how Asheret normally acts. Meanwhile, Baal admits he forgot his line and just said whatever came to mind. Hardox says it may have been a waste of time to use all 4 generals merely to stand around praising agriculture. Kratos says everyone keeps complaining, which is why he prepared a reward. Then he tells Bistaka and Zephyros to hand it out. Zephyros pulls out a small piece of paper. Bistaka smacks it into his paw and presses one onto each person's chest. They ask what it is. Kratos says they are praise stickers. For some reason, everyone celebrates. But Kratos interrupts and says their agriculture is going to fail. The mood instantly collapses. He explains that the potatoes became huge because Planus died and turned into fertilizer. But those potatoes were sterile, and the 3 sisters may be the same. Without Planus and special fertilizer, the crops may not reproduce. Zephyros asks whether they will need to search for more seeds because the last trip was extremely difficult. Kratos says yes, obtaining more seeds will be hard. That is exactly why they need the human knight as an ally. Artemis listens from nearby. The next morning, Branda leaves the tent, still wondering whether demons are truly evil or not so different from humans. He must judge them with his own eyes. Early that morning, everyone works in the garden. Branda watches Artemis. He clearly recognizes her as the legendary witch who once forced the human army to kneel with a demonic song. He knows nothing about Kratos, but he is certain she is the wicked demon who invaded humanity. Then Artemis calls Kratos over, and he says it is not mealtime. She says she has a complaint, and he asks what is wrong. She tries saying it is not exactly a problem, but he tells her to stop stalling. Suddenly, she asks why she did not receive a praise sticker. Kratos and Branda stare at her in confusion. Kratos asks what she did that deserves praise. She says she accomplished many amazing things, like mixing fertilizer, loosening the soil, and even eating during her break. Kratos says anyone could do that. Besides, she caused the problem, so she gained punishment points. She asks how many punishment points she has, and he says 1 million. She calls him evil, But he says she needs to understand that praising adults is difficult. She is not a child who gets applause for doing something as simple as farting. She becomes depressed, realizing there is nothing she can do. Branda wonders what kind of sticker could make the legendary witch so miserable. Then Artinis calls out, "Baby dragon, I am sorry about earlier. Could you stamp me with your little paw?" Bistaka becomes grumpy and flies away. Sergi appears and tells Artinis to move aside. Artinis apologizes and walks directly into Flute. Ashuret immediately tells her to be more careful. She keeps poking and kicking children like a true tyrant. She tries explaining that it was an accident when Hartok appears and asks why she is wasting time after mixing the fertilizer. She apologizes and says she will return to work. But then she runs into Baal, who asks why she is walking when flying is much faster. Everyone calls her lazy, so she flies away. It is confusing. Why is she being humiliated like this? Branda also tries to understand. As far as he knows, Artinis is stronger than all of them. Sometime later, beside the foul-smelling fertilizer, she cries. She thinks that if she had known farming could succeed, she would never have been so cruel. She never imagined crops could truly grow in this land. But then she starts wondering how Kratos knows so much about agriculture. She tried countless times and failed. Then she remembers him as a child calling her demon lord and saying that the farming tool she created would surely become useful. She looks to the side, smiles, and says that together they discovered many things. She wonders whether Kratos is that same young demon and whether that child truly accomplished all this. Someone calls to her. It is Kratos, saying she looks like she is having a difficult time. She becomes dramatic, saying of course she is suffering. She has countless punishment points, and everyone calls her lazy, slow, tyrannical, and useless. Kratos thinks her mentality is far too fragile. Then he says he thought of something that could greatly reduce her punishment points. Naturally, she asks what it is. He says he knows she tried growing crops many times, which is why farming tools were scattered everywhere. Thanks to those tools, they could plow the land when they had nothing. Imagine how long digging everything by hand would have taken. So even this field carries her contribution despite her absence. She looks at him with tearful eyes. He says that contribution removes 1,000,000 punishment points. She blushes happily. Then Kratos calls Bistaka over and tells him to give her a praise sticker. The dragon looks grumpy, but Artinis blows him a kiss. He puffs out his cheeks, slaps down his paw, and sticks the sticker onto her face. No idea why everyone loves these stickers, but Artinis is thrilled to have one on her forehead. She dances and says she is finally a worthy demon queen. Then she jumps forward and hugs Kratos. He turns red and asks why she is so happy. She says that little demon has grown so much. He proved farming was possible and that demons could live peacefully. Watching everything, Branda thinks something is strange. But seeing Kratos, Artinis, and the others convinces him that these demons are pure. Their nature must be either infinitely good or deeply evil. That is why he wants to help them follow the path of goodness. He completely fell for the act. The next chapter begins with Baal holding an enormous ear of corn. Look at its size and look at the entire field. Flute is amazed by how huge everything has become. Sergi happily says they will have enough food for years. Kratos shouts that harvest time has arrived and everyone should enjoy themselves. The demons charge forward with terrifying expressions and begin tearing everything from the ground. Kratos turns around and walks away. In the middle of the celebration, Artinis watches him leave. One demon tells Hartok that the harvest was abundant. Hartok says no, the truly abundant harvest is still far away. Kratos walks through the abandoned swamp and says it is, exactly as he expected. The corn, pumpkins, and beans are sterile. They grow normally but do not produce viable seeds for the next harvest. Their only remaining option is developing rice paddies in the swamp. The problem is that the swamp is poisonous, so rice obviously cannot grow there. They need stronger seeds and a method to remove the poison. Only then can the swamp become a rice field. He has no choice but to cooperate with humans. The system says he speaks about humans as though he is not one. Kratos pauses and admits it is true. He has spent so long in this body that he forgot he is human, not a real demon. But whatever. He is the demon lord now, and he has a family to support. Meanwhile, everyone roasts corn and enjoys the feast. Asura turns to Richmond, mentions humans, and tells him to try the delicious food. Richmond finds the situation strange, and Zephyros asks whether Kratos will eat. Kratos says he already ate and tells everyone else to enjoy as much as they want. Zephyros finds it strange that both Bistaka and Kratos look sad. On the other side, Cheetah knocks and everyone else are celebrating, while Kratos continues gaining points. The more they fill their stomachs, the more points he receives. Then Artemis asks Zephyros whether he is the person from the records, and he says yes. She says he is the only one who is never cruel to her, but she thinks as Kratos is worried about something. Zephyros asks whether she finished harvesting Sector 7. She looks over, tears through the field, and says yes. Zephyros says she probably thinks Lord Kratos should join them, but he is standing alone in the cabin because he has much to consider. Artemis says that may not be the real reason. Kratos seems like someone who does not know how to rest or enjoy himself. Kratos sits on a table and thinks about all his plans, unsure whether anything will happen as expected. They are going to fail eventually, are they not? Then Zephyros appears and calls for Kratos. Kratos turns and asks what happened. Zephyros tells him to come outside immediately because there is a major problem in the field. They rush over and Kratos asks what happened. Zephyros tells him to look and see for himself. When Kratos looks, he sees the words "thank you for feeding us." At first, he does not understand. While everyone thanks him, he wipes his eye and says the place is full of dust. How awful. On top of that, they are wasting valuable labor. Zephyros apologizes for lying, but everyone said Kratos would never come out otherwise. At least, that is what Artemis told him. She said there was no point leaving Kratos alone with his thoughts. They needed to help him stand and say thank you. Kratos looks to the side and sees Artemis still working and harvesting. Then he addresses all the demons and announces that from this day forward, they will thank the heavens for the harvest on this date every year. It will be a holiday dedicated entirely to eating and having fun. It will be called Harvest Day. Everyone celebrates, while Zephyros wonders whether they will really celebrate it again next year. Kratos says absolutely, because tomorrow they are traveling to the human kingdom to establish diplomatic relations. The next chapter begins with Kratos saying, "You think I have lost my mind, do you not, Zephyros?" Zephyros says no, he would never dare. Kratos already explained that they need a stable source of seeds, and he says diplomacy is the most peaceful solution. Bartok says humans and demons have been enemies since ancient times, so cooperation sounds impossible. But Kratos says history constantly changes. Nations that once tried to destroy each other often cooperate later when it benefits them. Besides, he asks Asura when he last attacked a human. Asura thinks for a moment and says, he has actually never attacked one. Kratos asks Sergi, and she says he should not ask such embarrassing questions. He does not understand, and she says admitting she never killed a human is humiliating. Kratos asks Hartok for his answer, and Hartok says, "Yes, my lord. I am more of an intellectual strategist. Yes, he has never killed a human either." Then Baal shouts that he never killed one, and Kratos tells him nobody asked. Kratos looks around at everyone blushing and says they are hilarious. None of them have even fought humans, yet they boast like mighty generals destined to wipe out humanity. His point is that the war happened long ago, so perhaps they can begin changing things positively. But Baal warns that confirmation bias will be severe. Humans may attack the moment they see demons. Kratos notices Baal suddenly speaking philosophically again, as though hiding something, but decides to ignore it. Then Branda suddenly appears. Naturally, nobody knew he was there. He says that if this is their plan, he can help. He can accompany them and speak directly with His Majesty. He will explain that modern humans want peace and can obtain valuable resources from demon territory without war. Kratos smiles immediately. The plan is working. But Kratos says he appreciates the offer, yet Baal has a point. Humans will flee the moment they see demons. That is why they will claim to represent the exiles. They can say they established relations with demonkind. Branda says that is clever. Kratos says he understands Branda's real concern. Nobody would believe that these creatures are human, so they leave the sulking heavenly kings behind and announce that it is time to transform. Hartok will manage everything while Baal, Sergi, and Ashuret accompany Kratos. The two poor demons try refusing, but Kratos immediately attacks, forcing the elixirs into their stomachs and saying he needs 2-pack animals. Then the alpaca, the pelican, and the large human form return. Kratos transforms as well and announces that the diplomatic expedition has begun. Then someone behind them says she wants to come too. Kratos is shocked that Artemis was even there, and she says she has been present since the beginning. He asks why she stayed silent, and she awkwardly explains that his generals always pick fights with her. Everyone argues and calls her gloomy, giving her even more reason to stay quiet. The poor woman becomes sadder and starts crying. So Kratos asks why she wants to visit human territory. Artemis says she once invaded those lands and she would like the chance to apologize. Kratos hears that and says, "All right, I will give you credit, but please step out of that dark corner first." Then he removes her mask and hands her a metamorphosis elixir, eager to see what form reflects her inner nature. The moment she tastes it, she says it is disgusting. Smoke bursts around her, and when Kratos looks, wow, she transformed into an enormous winged cat. Kratos celebrates immediately. He needed a way past the fortress, and this solves everything. They head directly toward the capital. Kratos praises Artemis and says they will arrive quickly thanks to her. She blushes and lets out a meow. The other generals call it shameful and ask how a woman her age can meow like that. Then Branda says that once they reach the capital, everyone should remain outside while he speaks with the king. Kratos says he is counting on him. He thinks Branda can introduce the strange animals and offer the giant corn and beans. Only afterward will Kratos propose a deal. Artemis flies directly above Kimchi, and he wonders what that creature is. He has no idea, but he will soon arrive in demon territory. Yeah, this could be bad. That night, Kratos' group finally sees the human fortress. Artemis lands, and Branda says he will go speak with His Majesty. He leaves, and everyone wonders whether the plan will truly work. Kratos explains that they unfortunately have no alternative. He can only hope the king he saved countless times in the game genuinely seeks peace, though recent evidence suggests otherwise. At the castle entrance, everyone announces that Branda Magenton has returned from demon territory. Before the throne, corn and pumpkins are displayed. King asks whether the farmer is waiting outside. Branda says yes, and explains that they also brought rare animals unknown in those lands. The king becomes serious for a moment, then agrees to meet them. In the next chapter, a knight asks whether His Majesty is truly serious because those people descend from exiles and may be dangerous. But the king says, divine law demands that the kingdom follow the law of perfection, and developing abandoned territories is part of that duty. The knight says he understands, but granting requests from such disgusting people would be dangerous. The king looks back and says he never promised to grant anything. Soon afterward, someone announces that the visitors are approaching. The king orders them brought to the audience hall. So Kratos and the others enter the human kingdom. He looks to the left and sees the statue that appears near the abandoned lands at the beginning of the game. That is strange because the capital is far away. Why is the statue here? Perhaps it is meant for intimidation, but that is not the reason. The statue detects the scent of demons, and begins moving. The king introduces himself as Dior Marnica. Kratos introduces himself as Jang Cho from the village of the exiled. The king comments on the crops, and Kratos says they planted seeds in the barren land. Potatoes, corn, beans, and enormous pumpkins all grew there. The king asks how farming is possible in a region inhabited by demons. Kratos says he spoke with them and discovered they do not want war as much as people believe. Kratos eagerly tries using Blood Eye to discover the king's intentions, but Hector immediately orders him to lower his head because nobody may look directly at his majesty. Kratos obeys at once, apologizing and saying he acted thoughtlessly, but he does not truly care because he can see the king reflected in the polished floor. He stares at the reflection, desperate to discover the king's plan, so he can build a strategy. Then Kratos says that if his majesty permits trade, he will offer giant crops as tribute. Marnica cannot believe it. Kratos says he will not only do that, but offer anything his majesty desires. His eye already burns, and he wonders why Blood Eye has not activated. Kratos says he heard his majesty desires something from demon territory. With only a little investment, the kingdom could obtain many valuable resources. Kratos knows the king is not going this far merely for potatoes. He must want something more. And Blood Eye activates. Kratos feels intense pain but remains grateful. Then the system says King Dior possesses thunder and lightning. It must be some kind of enhancement. The king is certain Kratos is a demon. Kratos panics. Meanwhile, the king thinks, "How dare this creature deceive me? Demons are absolute evil and must all be exterminated." The system states the obvious. The king wants to kill Kratos and conquer demon territory. Then Marnica says he enjoyed the story and tells the visitors to leave and rest. But the system warns that in 3 hours, Hector and hundreds of soldiers will hunt them. Kratos replies that the king's grace is immeasurable. Meanwhile, he thinks they can escape even if a battle begins. But that would make future war unavoidable, which is the real problem. Because then the hero would begin hunting them. At least Kimchi asked Kratos to plant peace, but it seems this attempt at cooperation was overconfident. The system tells him to understand that human kings would eventually attack regardless. Meeting Dior personally is still an opportunity. A true leader turns every situation into an advantage, and Kratos has a family to protect. Kratos remembers himself crying as a child and admits the system is right. He must do whatever is necessary to protect his people. Suddenly he stops, and Sergi bumps into him. Kratos tells Hector he wants another audience with his majesty. He knows the king intends to kill him, so they probably will not refuse a chance to separate him from his group. Hector looks at him and agrees. He will announce Kratos again. Meanwhile, Artemis wonders what Kratos is planning. The rest of the group waits outside. Surrounded by soldiers, Artemis stands there confused as well. When Kratos kneels, the king asks why he returned. Kratos says his servant lied to his majesty. The king orders him to explain. Then Kratos reveals that he is not Jang Cho from the village of the exiled. In truth, he rules the abandoned lands as Demon Lord Kratos. The king is shocked that he revealed his identity. Hector says Kratos has great nerve admitting it openly. Marnica orders him to reveal his true form. Smoke rises, and Kratos reveals his horns. At that moment, the statue outside announces that it detected a demon. The demon must be killed. Kratos stands there like the final boss. Hector approaches from behind and calls him a cursed demon lord. But then Kratos kneels. Hector and the king are shocked that he simply remains bowed before them. The king asks whether Kratos came willingly to die. Kratos says no, he came because he wants to live. First, he wants to know why his majesty is so determined to exterminate demons. The king says Kratos has no right to ask. Demons have always been humanity's natural enemies. Everyone knows they devour humans and must pay for their crimes. Hector moves forward to strike, but Kratos bows even lower. Hector swings downward, but Kratos rolls aside, causing Hector to slam face first into the floor. When Hector prepares another attack, the king orders him to stop and allow the demon lord to explain. Kratos says even 1,000 words would not be enough, but he sincerely apologizes for the crimes committed by demon ancestors. He is willing to repay those sins, as long as his people are not killed. Marnika calls it shameful. How can the ruler of an entire race beg this way? Does Kratos have no pride? Kratos says pride cannot fill anyone's stomach. While the king acts stern, Kratos remembers from the game that Marnika is respected for his wisdom. The people suffered poverty because nobles exploited them. After the previous king died, Marnika took the throne and established the law of perfection. Through that law, he created abundance and invested resources into every region. His goal was a perfect kingdom where nobody suffered hunger. Kratos believes that someone who went so far must understand him. He says he plowed and cultivated the barren land where nothing grew. It was incredibly difficult, yet enormous crops emerged. The problem is that the strange land rejects certain seeds, so almost nothing else can grow. Hector tells the demon to be quiet, because his majesty would never listen. But Marnika orders Hector to remain silent and leave. This is a conversation between kings. The knight is furious, but Marnika tells Kratos to stand and asks what he truly desires. Kratos says he wants to obtain seeds through trade with the kingdom. More than anything, he wants to save starving demons. The king says establishing any agreement would be difficult. He sees sincerity in Kratos' eyes, but expects Kratos to understand the sincerity of the human king as well. Does Kratos understand why the king believes all demons must die? Kratos says exterminating demons would bring revenge, honor, respect, and control over demon territory. But he knows King Dior does not truly care about any of that. The real reason is fear that demons may invade someday and hurt the king's people. The king freezes and stares at him. After a long silence, Marnika says they should prepare because his conditions will be strict. Hector is stunned, while Kratos wonders whether he actually succeeded. Even if the conditions are terribly unfair and make farming harder, diplomacy is still the only way to feed everyone. If it ends demon suffering, any price is cheap. The king says diplomatic relations require both sides to understand certain things about each other. But suddenly, the entire palace begins shaking. Hector places his sword against Kratos' neck and demands to know what he planned. Kratos says he has no idea what Hector means. Then a knight bursts through the door and reports that the sacred angel statue is moving toward the palace. Artemis and the other demons watch it approach. The statue thinks only that a demon lord has appeared and must be destroyed. That is when the king realizes the legend was true. Long ago, their ancestors feared demons and prayed to God, who granted their wish. The answer was the angel statue, empowered by the angelic throne. Kratos realizes the statue detected them, causing it to activate. At that moment, light strikes the statue. A halo forms, and an enormous hammer appears in its hand. Strangely, the item even displays a purchase date, serial number, and department label. The king tells Kratos it is unfortunate, but diplomacy is cancelled. They should leave immediately. Kratos becomes furious. His plan was only 1 second from succeeding. The statue continues marching and destroys everything in its path, while Artemis wonders what that thing is. Soldiers on the ground say that since the sacred angel is moving, the demons must be captured. Then they hear Kratos calling from above, ordering everyone to retreat in a specific direction. The transformed Artemis moves toward him, but soldiers raise their spears and attack her. One spear strikes her backside, instantly canceling her transformation. She collapses onto all fours in pain. Kratos asks whether she is all right. She cries and says she was stabbed. He tells her she will be fine and orders her to carry everyone on her back and flee. But Artemis complains that a spear pierced her backside, canceled her transformation, and hurts terribly. The heavenly kings mock her and call her lazy. Asura says he is struck by lightning every day. She cries even harder. Then Kratos senses something and looks behind him. The statue is approaching with an enormous hammer swing. Bloyd, Gavur, Branda, and everyone else stare in shock. Kratos cannot understand why. It is attacking the ground when the demons are far away. He tells Artemis they must leave before the statue destroys everything. Meanwhile, the king watches from a window and thinks something is strange about the statue's condition. Hector tells his majesty that the demons are fleeing, which is good because the angel will follow them. Artemis flies past, and Kratos calls to the angel, telling it to follow the demons. But the statue looks at them and completely ignores them. Nobody understands why it is not chasing them. Artemis thinks it may be broken because it is ancient. But the story explains that when humans prayed for the statue, they asked for a being that would destroy every form of evil. The angel sees demons as evil, so anything evil qualifies as demonic. It looks at one soldier and identifies him as someone who cheated on his wife. Another soldier stole from people. A mustached official embezzled public money. The city is overflowing with evil. Then the angel unleashes a wave of light that cuts through the city. To purify the area, it intends to kill everyone. Hector warns the king to be careful, still unable to understand what is happening. Sergi says the angel is not chasing them, so perhaps that is good. Kratos thinks the situation has become far more complicated. Coming to this palace was a terrible mistake. Artemis calls to him and says, demons cannot harm humans after what their ancestors did. Doing so would only deepen their debt. Kratos smiles bitterly and thinks they are doomed. If the angel destroys everything, humans will blame the demons and future diplomacy will become impossible. That leaves only one option. Kratos calls the 4 heavenly kings and says they are going back to destroy the statue. Artemis immediately changes direction and flies toward the angel as its hammer comes down, aimed directly at the king and Hector. She extends an arm and sends her clothing forward to wrap around the hammer's handle while the spear is still lodged in her backside. The angel pulls hard, dragging Artemis closer and throwing her through the air. But the king realizes the demons just stopped the attack to protect them. The angel does not care and swings again. The king is certain they are finished. The strike appears to land directly, but the angel's expression changes. It looks toward Kratos' cape and sees that he protected everyone alongside his companions. The angel prepares another strike, but everyone stands together, staring it down. Kratos tells Hector to take that stubborn old king somewhere far away and safe. Marnika asks why they returned when they could have escaped. Kratos says even low-ranking demons understand this. Humans call it doing the right thing. The king turns bright red. Kratos thinks that line was excellent. Then the angel's eyes glow as it prepares another attack. Kratos orders everyone to dodge. The laser fires, destroys the ground behind them, and throws everyone through the air. Sergi says the statue may be stronger than Artemis, so how are they supposed to defeat it? Kratos says he has no idea, but they will figure something out. She thinks he has lost his mind, but Kratos begins analyzing. An enemy that large and powerful cannot be defeated through brute force. In the game, the statue eventually appeared destroyed, which means there must be a way to stop it. The angel stomps downward. Kratos orders everyone to dodge, and they barely escape. He slides forward and tells everyone to attack the ankle. Asura says, fine, it seems the demon lord found the weakness. Everyone charges the leg, but one small movement of the foot sends them flying. Ashuret says the bastard moves much faster than expected. He asks Kratos what they should do, but Kratos is already running far away. Everyone stands there confused. The angel stares down like a giant from Attack on Titan and slams its hand down, but everyone escapes again. Kratos thinks his generals must endure a little longer. He needs 400 seconds to observe the angel and discover its weakness. The problem is that Sergi is badly injured and cannot stand. Another attack is approaching. Ashuret cries out for her, but Artemis swoops in and saves her. Even Sergi is confused. She constantly mistreats Artemis, so why did Artemis rescue her? Artini says of course she did. They are still comrades. Sergi becomes emotional and hugs her with all 6 arms. The angel closes in with another hammer strike. Artini beats her wings faster, drops Sergi onto a rooftop, and flies into the sky. She stops face to face with the angel, and Kratos realizes she removed the spear from her backside, though it still clearly hurts. Still, Artini should be able to hold the angel back. Kratos releases her seal. The mask disappears instantly. The angel locks onto Artini's with a golden glare and fires a massive beam from its eye. But Artini steadies her voice and sings an impact song into the attack, redirecting it. The angel is stunned. Overwhelmed by her power, it loses balance and crashes to the ground. Everyone cheers and says Artini's is incredible and can win, but her throat already hurts. After going so long without using her voice, her power is out of practice. The angel's halo begins breaking apart, transforms into a laser and fires at her. Artini's turns her clothing into a shield, but even while blocking, she is blasted into a wall. The attack continues toward the 3 generals, explodes among them. Asura realizes the halo compensates for the angel's enormous body. But how are they supposed to handle both threats? Then he notices Kratos, strangely climbing the angel's leg. After observing for 400 seconds, Kratos concludes that the angel has no weakness. The angel swings an enormous hand. Kratos says at least he knows the emergency shutdown method. He continues climbing faster. Artini warns him to be careful. When the angel stomps again, Kratos strikes the ground and activates spikes of punishment. The angel's hand becomes trapped by the spikes, and it jerks back in pain. Kratos asks everyone to protect him. He needs to reach the angel's head. The halo fires at him, but Artini sends out her clothing, forms a barrier around the halo, traps it, and forces the attack off course. Kratos jumps toward the giant and grabs onto its body, enormous fingers close around him. It looks like he has been caught. Artini screams. Everyone is horrified. But then Kratos does exactly what we expect. He activates the equipment glitch and becomes stuck to the angel with his backside exposed. Artini has never seen anything like it and cannot understand. Asura tears Sergi, and even the angel blush, wondering why Kratos suddenly removed all his equipment. Kratos glitches through the surface and re-equips its everything. Whenever the angel tries grabbing him, he unequips again and slips away. The angel loses control, screaming and flailing, desperately trying to remove that disgusting creature. Kratos shouts with a horrifying expression, until one general says they must help him and use the opening to bring the angel down. Everyone attacks the back of the knee, landing several strikes simultaneously. The angel begins losing balance. At the same time, it sways from side to side, trying to shake Kratos off. Asura is shocked that even 3 simultaneous attacks failed to make it fall. Then someone orders them to attack together once more. It is Hector, saying the kingdom's master swordsman will support them. The halo keeps pulling Artini's away, but everyone braces themselves and strikes the back of the knee together again. Finally, the angel buckles and drops to one knee. Kratos smiles and says he finally reached the top. Blood-Eye revealed the method for stopping the angel. He jumps forward, kisses the giant on the cheek, and says Blood-Eye revealed the ancient human legend. Artini is confused and asks whether the angel truly wanted something like that. Hector tells everyone to stay alert. Then the angel collapses to the ground. Its hammer falls as well, begins breaking apart, and loses its aura. Kratos celebrates their victory. Hector says he heard that a sincere kiss could calm an angel's rage, but never believed the legend was real. Asura complains that the idiot should have mentioned the legend earlier. As Kratos climbs down, he thinks the statue must also have caused trouble in the game. Someone probably used the legend to stop it, leaving it abandoned afterward. The problem is that cleaning the destruction will be difficult. Hector says it could have been worse when Artini appears, and asks whether they truly defeated it. Kratos looks at her and starts scolding, saying she needs to pay closer attention. She asks what she did, but before Kratos can answer, the angel starts shaking again. It thinks it is a sacred being created to exterminate demons, and decides to complete its mission through self-destruction. A flashback begins, revealing the angel's history. Ancient humans created it and filled it with mana. For a long time, it remained nothing more than ordinary stone. Then one day, the celestial kingdom heard humanity's prayers and granted the statue true angelic power. Now it intends to use the energy in its chest to destroy everything at once. Sergi asks what the hell it is doing. Kratos says the answer is obvious. That beeping means it is about to self-destruct. Kratos immediately runs toward it and tells Artemis to cover both him and the glowing core with her clothes. She asks what he thinks he is doing. Kratos says they have no other choice. They must try this. I can already picture it. Did he not become nearly immortal when placing every point into vitality? Earlier, Artemis asked what Kratos wanted to test. He explained that there was a new demon lord ability he wanted to understand. But everyone else was busy. Artemis complained that she was busy too. But Kratos ignored her. He wanted to test the new skill gained after enduring her attacks, accept everything. If he concentrated all nutrients into vitality, the skill should activate and absorb external damage while restoring health and mana. He needed to know whether it was useful during emergencies. So he moved every point into vitality, and the system confirmed the skill's activation. Then he told Artemis to hit him once. She looked confused. But Kratos warned that unless she hit him, she would receive no food that day. So she gave him a cute little punch, but he insulted her, calling her filthy and useless and saying she would starve. Then she punched him directly in the mouth. Artemis thought she struck too hard, but Kratos sat there looking as though he enjoyed it. What is happening? He even licked his lips and said every hit made his blood sugar rise. Artemis immediately became afraid and wondered whether the demon lord had that kind of preference. He truly was strange and disgusting. Now he was drooling and begging her to hit harder until he lost consciousness. She called him a complete creep, but Kratos kept provoking her and ordered her to attack seriously. She told the lunatic to stay away and attacked him with a full combination. Meanwhile, Kratos felt as though he had eaten French toast covered in Nutella, syrup, and strawberries. He grabbed her legs and begged for more. Then nearby workers saw Kratos being thrown away with an expression showing how much he enjoyed it. He crashed into a wall happily and realized the skill truly absorbed attacks. But then Artemis blasted him with her hand. When his eyes rolled back and blood appeared, Kratos realized there was a limit to how much destructive power he could absorb. At that point, the sweetness disappeared and the limit seemed tied to Kratos' strength. Running toward the angel's core, Kratos says there is no other choice. He needs to maximize everything. He begins spending every point accumulated during the days of abundance. All the demon's happiness becomes the demon lord's strength. Then the upgrades begin. Mental strength, physical strength, vitality, then mental strength, physical strength, vitality again. His points rapidly fall. 80%, then 70%. Finally, only 127 points remain. Kratos grabs onto the angel's core. Artemis calls him an idiot, but starts wrapping both Kratos and the core together. Kratos activates root nutrient and concentrates everything into vitality. The core begins glowing. Kratos initially enjoys the sensation and calls it sweet, but the feeling changes immediately. Angelic power begins piercing through Artemis' clothes, and she realizes she cannot endure much longer. Everyone screams, calling for the demon lord. The core keeps glowing. Cracks begin spreading across it, until suddenly, the light disappears. Artemis stands there with an injured arm and starts pulling apart her clothing. Kratos' body drops from the space where the core once existed. Everyone rushes over, shouting his name. But his body crashes down like discarded trash. He is completely broken. Hector asks what happened. Artines explains that the statue's power core was about to self-destruct. If Kratos had not intervened, the entire city would have been destroyed. The city survived because Kratos absorbed more than half of the explosion's energy. He saved everyone. I trust Kratos so little. That part of me still thinks it was an act, but perhaps it was genuine. Hector asks why the demons went so far. Even if the statue malfunctioned because of them, they could have escaped. Crying, Artines says her lord only wants nobody else to suffer, except himself. I still find it hard to believe. When someone lies constantly, eventually nobody believes them even when they tell the truth. The scene changes. The destroyed angel remains on the ground, while Kratos lies in a bed. The demons gather around him, and Marnika says 5 nights have passed. Are they certain the demon lord will wake? Artines says he is still breathing. But something is strange because demons normally recover much faster than humans. Yet Kratos is healing extremely slowly. Then the king says the damage report from that night arrived. Many people were injured and much was destroyed, but nobody died. Thanks to the demons fighting the angel, every citizen escaped safely. He wants to thank them for what they did. Artines says there is no need because the angel moved partly because of them. The king says that even so, they saved the people. He will not ignore that, especially because it was never their responsibility. Artines asks whether he knows who she is. He says, of course. She is the Witch of Melody, who once terrorized the kingdom. She says exactly. She once ruled those supposedly evil demons. Perhaps they did not save anyone out of kindness. The king should not trust them because this could be deception. Honestly, I still suspect the king may be lying. But Marnika says someone planning deception does not look or speak the way Artines does. Artines lowers her head, stands, walks toward the king, and kneels. She says demons were once so hungry that they no longer knew what to do. She apologizes for invading human territory. I still suspect someone may be lying, but the moment is sweet. Even the king becomes emotional. Then he explains that the divine code he follows contains the law of perfection. It demands perfect abundance and a world where nobody suffers hunger. Only then can the world truly be perfect. According to prophecy, the Saint of Ten will eventually appear and fulfill that wish, but they cannot wait forever. So the king asks whether Artines wants his help making demon territory fertile. Artines becomes emotional. She is finally moved one step closer to her dream. Then we see Kratos sitting in a chair. Jang Cho faces him while Kratos offers his thanks. Jang Cho does not understand. Kratos says yes, it is truly him, the original demon lord Kratos and owner of the body. He explains that he surrendered his body to Jang Cho and remained asleep inside this unknown space. Confused, Jang Cho asks whether Kratos brought him into this world. Kratos says no because he lacks the power to cross dimensions. He only made a wish, and some higher being must have heard and brought Jang Cho there. Jang Cho asks whether Kratos' wish was not to conquer the world and devour humans. Kratos says he experienced the same nightmare countless times. He dreamed of losing his mind from hunger and being forced to devour his own family and people. He dreamed of needing to invade human territory just to escape starvation. And every time, he eventually died at the hands of the celestial paladin. So even though he was a demon, he prayed and asked what he was supposed to do. He wanted to know the only way to escape that cursed land. He wanted to live peacefully in the vast world alongside other creatures. He begged for demonkind to be saved. That wish led to everything happening now. Jang Cho says Kratos seems surprisingly calm for someone whose body was taken. As a demon lord, he should want to live. Remaining in this empty space is basically the same as being dead. Kratos says it does not matter. Jang Cho now inhabits his body and fulfills his wish. Kratos says he will continue relying on him until the end. Then the system says Jang Cho protected countless lives from a defective product of the celestial kingdom. The protagonist opens his eyes, and as a reward the mana seed evolves. No, it actually falls into water and rises again as a sprout. His attribute multiplier increases to 24 times. He can now use 100% of the original Kratos' vitality. But Kratos makes a disgusted face and says he wants none of it. The stronger a player becomes, the harder the game gets. He would rather stay weak. The system tells him to stop complaining because he received incredible rewards. Strength is the foundation of agriculture. Kratos thinks he only wants to farm. Still, what was that strange meeting with the original Kratos? He asks whether the system knows anything, because he met Kratos in another dimension. But the system says it is only a message window and knows nothing. Kratos thinks that system has some nerve, but then someone calls his name. It is Artemis, wearing her usual tearful expression. She hugs him hard enough to crush him and says he finally woke up. Kratos finds it strange because everyone is gathered around his bed waiting. Asura and Sergi insist they were not waiting. The room is simply large enough for everyone to stand there. Baal says psychology calls this behavior tsundere. Kratos tells him not to start another lesson. Meanwhile, inside the king's chamber, Hector reports that Kratos woke up. The king asks how many days he slept. Hector says exactly 10. The king remembers the prophecy, saying the saint of the 10th would rise on the 10th day and lead the law of perfection. He cannot believe Kratos may be that person. But the scene shifts to the demon lord's castle. A small demon tells Hartok that an extremely energetic human is approaching. Hartok asks what he means, and the creature says, "The human looks powerful and somewhat insane. Kimchi has arrived." The problem is that none of them know him. I thought it would not matter, but the moment Hartok saw him, he screamed that the man was insane and ordered everyone to prepare for battle because something was clearly wrong with him. Meanwhile, back in the capital, workers tie down the angel statue. The castle and city remain heavily damaged, but some people want to celebrate. The king says the demons saved the city, so the citizens deserve to know and express gratitude. Because the disaster happened at night and everyone fled in panic, most people do not know who saved them. Kratos says it sounds interesting, but perhaps public recognition is not a good idea. Humans will not accept demons easily. They may suspect the king is lying, creating even more fear and anger. Marnika asks whether Kratos truly prefers secrecy, even if everyone forgets his achievements. Kratos says he never acted for fame. If only a few people accept the demons, that is enough. For example, His Majesty himself. Marnika looks at him and turns red. Kratos thinks the line worked. Years of flattering professors in college gave him real talent. Marnika clears his throat and says they still cannot pretend nothing happened. Kratos says establishing diplomatic relations is reward enough, but the king insists that he is Dior, king of Camelon, and always repays favors. That golden rule must be honored. His name is Dior Marnika. I used to call him Marnika, but I think Dior will be easier. Kratos smiles and thinks harvest time has arrived. He did not fight that giant statue merely to act heroic. Every seed he planted led to this opportunity. Then Kratos says the king never asked what reward he wanted, so perhaps His Majesty feels guilty. The king says Kratos may ask for anything. Kratos makes a serious expression and says he will request something simple. He wants Camelon's national treasure, the kingdom's sacred sword. The king is visibly shocked. Meanwhile, Kratos remembers how useful the sword is in the game. It continuously restores health while standing on hazardous terrain. More importantly, its scabbard removes every negative condition, including poison. It is the world's greatest purification item. Kratos plans to use it to cleanse the swamp of decay. He already knows where the sword is. He only needs the separate scabbard. The king looks away and says the sword was stolen long ago. Kratos says he already knows and only wants the scabbard. The king looks away again and says his ancestors ordered him to protect the scabbard at all costs. Then he looks at Kratos, who is crying with a devastated expression. Kratos apologizes and says he did not realize his request was unreasonable. He is ignorant and does not understand human gratitude. The king quickly says no and tells him to wait, but Kratos says it is fine. The king insisted he ask for something, and Kratos only wanted an item that could help his people, but he should have stayed silent. The king realizes Kratos looks completely devastated and apologizes before telling him to protect the scabbard carefully. Kratos smiles, and in the next panel, the scabbard is already in his hands. Now he only needs to find the sword. Then he can purify the swamp and create rice paddies. He has missed eating rice for a long time. In the next scene, Kratos tells everyone they will return home tomorrow with supplies and 200 engineers from the kingdom. Artemis warns that moving such a large group will attract attention. Some humans may also oppose diplomatic relations. Asura tells her to stop being negative and at least maintain appearances. Then Sergi, now without her helmet and fully revealing her pale elven appearance, clings to Artemis and warns Asura never to mistreat her sister again. Asura's completely confused while Baal tells him to respect his elders. Kratos agrees and says everyone would already be dead without Artemis. Artemis becomes emotional and loves hearing that. Then Kratos tells Asura to stop complaining merely because he spent a few days as a lightning rod. Baal pats his shoulder and tells him not to cling to the past, but live in the present. Eventually, Asura accepts it and apologizes to Artemis. She says it is fine and apologizes as well for nearly killing him in the swamp. Then Kratos admits Artemis has a point. Rumors will inevitably spread. Suddenly, the entire room starts shaking. Kratos wonders whether the angel has a second phase, but when he looks outside, the giant statue is walking. He immediately orders everyone to prepare for battle. Everyone draws their weapons. Kratos steps outside and calls out to the statue, but then his expression changes. The enormous creature stands before him in a bowed posture. It introduces itself as the statue empowered by the angels. Then it apologizes for the defect in the celestial kingdom's product. Before Kratos can respond, Sergi scolds it and says the idiot does not even know how to apologize properly. Baal tells her to calm down, but she says she is only being honest. Statue says the celestial kingdom understands the seriousness of the situation. To compensate for damage in the lower world, it will reward the demon lord who stopped the disaster and saved countless lives. From now on, the statue will serve Lord Kratos and may be used for any righteous purpose. Kratos stands there stunned, while the angel explains that its destroyed core makes it far less useful. However, interfering in the lower world violates celestial law, so it has now lost its connection to the celestial kingdom. Then the angel simply tells Kratos that it is at his service. Dior realizes everything is clear now, but wonders whether the citizens will truly feel grateful toward Kratos. A father holding his child asks why the demon lord is in the capital and why a holy angel is serving him. Kratos says fine. He will finally give the order he has wanted to give for a long time. Everyone panics and starts running, screaming that the demon invasion has begun. Then Kratos shouts, ordering the damned statue to repair all the destruction it caused. The angel lets out a loud cry and begins gathering the remains of destroyed buildings. The citizens do not understand. Is this really what the demon lord wants? In the crowd, Gavir thinks that just as he suspected, the demon he saw that day truly was Zhang Cho. In the next chapter, inside the capital, the pale statue carries blocks back and forth while everyone celebrates. Behind it, Kratos' group thinks he looks embarrassed, as though he only helped so the demons could survive. Artemis asks whether that was truly the only reason. Kratos says, of course, he only wanted points with the king and does not care about humans. Artemis thinks he is making excuses. He tells her to stop bothering him. Then Dior addresses the entire crowd. The kingdom of Camelon and the demons who protected the capital announce the beginning of major diplomatic relations. Camelon will send engineers to make demon territory fertile and search for a path toward coexistence. Everyone should salute the heroes who protected the capital. Kratos watches and thinks the pressure is overwhelming. Sergi tells him to smile because people are only thanking him. Artemis says he should look at their faces while responding. Many people appear genuinely happy. Humans are also relieved that tensions with demons may finally decrease. Artini says smiling now may earn him even more points. I am afraid his smile will ruin everything, and naturally he smiles and gives a small demonic wave. Instantly, the cheering crowd becomes frightened and children start crying. Kratos blames Artini because the smile was her idea. She decides not to answer. Sergi hugs Artini protectively and tells Kratos to stop picking on her. While the crowd below insults Kratos, Gavir shouts that Demon Lord Kratos is amazing. Kratos notices Lord Azram, and Gavir tells everyone that Demon Lord Kratos was also the one who saved them in Departia. His face is terrifying and incredibly ugly, but he is more righteous than anyone. Bloyd watches, then raises his arm and shouts Lord Kratos' name. Soon, everyone begins chanting, "Lord Kratos, Lord Kratos." Kratos stands there confused by the strange celebration. Most people set aside old legends about demons and accepted their gratitude. But not everyone felt that way. The engineering captain, Forkry, thinks differently. He swears he will never obey filthy, barbaric demons. In the next scene, they travel through a landscape that looks like a Windows wallpaper. The angel and the engineers march together. Forkry asks Branda a question. He knows Branda spent several days in demon territory and wants to know how demons live, what they wear, and what their homes look like. Branda says life there is extremely harsh. Most clothing consists of improvised rags. Water is too scarce even for drinking, so washing is nearly impossible. Most homes are only wooden boards and tents. They do not even have proper kitchens. Forkry thinks that demons truly are savages, exactly as he imagined. Then, from ahead, Kratos tells everyone to stop. They have traveled half the day, so it is time to eat. Forkry's expression changes. The scene cuts to him preparing stew. He tastes it and says the seasoning is perfect, with exactly the right amount of spice. Soldier says of course it is because Forkry created the recipe and is the finest cook among them. Forkry wears a villainous expression and thinks it is no surprise. He was elite even before joining the army. To him, cooking represents the peak of civilization. He looks to the side and sees Bal calmly eating a giant potato. Forkry asks a companion to pass him the makizo pepper powder. The man hands it over, and Forkry pours it into the pot. He thinks this is the strongest luxury seasoning in the kingdom. Now he will serve it to that demon. He approaches Bal and says eating only potatoes must become boring, so Bal should try the stew. Meanwhile, Forkry thinks these savage demons will bow before the taste of civilization. But the moment Bal takes a bite, his expression changes. He drops to the ground and starts rolling. Forkry tells him to calm down. There is no need to roll from happiness merely because he experienced a new flavor. But Bal sticks out his tongue, and Sergi asks what happened. He should not waste food. Then Sergi starts rolling too. She says starving people should appreciate any food they receive. Then she also collapses and rolls around. Forkry thinks these cave-dwelling fools simply cannot handle intense flavor. Then Artini appears behind him and asks whether he is bullying them. Forkry turns and says absolutely not. His cooking is merely too advanced. There is no poison, so Artini should try it herself. Artini says the human is underestimating demonkind. 1 second later, her tongue is hanging out too, burning from the spice. She rolls on the ground. Forkry says it is unfortunate. Demons should probably continue eating their usual food. Then someone calls to the captain. Forkry turns and sees Kratos approaching, asking what flavor made everyone lose their minds. Can he try some? Forkry thinks Kratos is about to suffer. But Kratos is Korean. Koreans love spicy food. They stare at each other. Forkry says he was going to offer Kratos a bowl, but the food clearly does not suit demons. This is cuisine for civilized people. Kratos smiles, thinking that unpleasant expression revealed the man's true intentions. He activates Blood Eye and sees darkness in Forkry's heart. Forkry is thinking he will show these barbaric demons the difference between their levels. Kratos realizes Forkri deliberately served spicy food to people unfamiliar with seasoning. Forkri hands him a bowl and says he will not refuse if the mighty demon lord wants to try. Kratos takes the jar and thinks Forkri does not know one important detail. Kratos is Korean from a nation obsessed with chili. He asks Forkri whether he has ever heard of kimchi. The blonde man does not understand. Meanwhile, Artemis warns Kratos not to eat it. Too late, Kratos tilts the jar, while everyone cries out that this will be humiliating. Forkri waits for Kratos to panic, but Kratos keeps drinking. Forkri cannot understand. Kratos empties the entire jar. Smoke rises from his mouth. Artemis sits nearby with her tongue out and tears in her eyes. Out of breath, Kratos says the flavor is rather boring. Forkri is stunned. He used twice the normal amount of pepper, so how can Kratos call it boring? Kratos estimates it at around 7,000 on the heat scale, perhaps slightly weaker than extremely spicy ramen. He wants something hotter. Then the system activates Berserker. Kratos looks to the side, snatches the small container from Forkri, opens it, and dumps everything into the soup. Forkri screams that Kratos will die. But Kratos drinks again and says it is unfortunately still missing something. He asks what the powder is, and Forkri says it is makiso pepper. Kratos immediately asks whether Forkri removes the placenta, the hottest part of the pepper. Forkri says leaving the placenta makes the pepper unbearably spicy. Kratos smiles and says Forkri just admitted he cannot handle spice. Forkri does not understand what that means, but somehow feels deeply humiliated. Then Kratos approaches the cart carrying makiso peppers. Forkri warns him not to eat one raw, but Kratos simply takes a bite. Forkri panics. For some reason, Kratos enjoys it, making a satisfied little expression. Forkri wonders how this is possible. Then he drops to his knees and asks how a demon can tolerate more spice than a human. Kratos leans closer and says that by Forkri's logic, handling more spice means Kratos is more civilized. Forkri finally realizes Kratos understood his scheme from the beginning. Kratos continues, saying Forkri's standards are ridiculous. Judging civilization by spice tolerance makes no sense, especially when the purest food is often uncooked. If a brilliant engineer cannot eat spicy food, does that make the engineer useless? Kratos believes useful and useless people exist, but Forkri's method of judging them is terrible. He points at Artemis and says she looks like a complete fool who deserves constant scolding, yet she is stronger than anyone. She becomes delighted by the compliment. Kratos continues, the pale woman who looks sick swings a sword faster than light, while the strange bird takes excellent care of children. And the enormous muscular man occasionally says surprisingly intelligent things. As for Forkri, even if he cannot handle spice, he may be the finest engineer in the entire kingdom. Kratos only needs him to help with this mission. Forkri is shaken. Kratos walks away with dignity, still eating the pepper. Then Branda approaches and says he understands Forkri grew up hating demons, but demons have changed and humans must change too. It is time to abandon old stories and create a new one. Forkri frowns and finally agrees. He will need to create dishes better suited to demon tastes. Then Kratos shouts that they are marching back to demon territory. After several weeks of travel, they finally arrive home. But kimchi is already there, fully equipped and working in the garden. Kratos looks over and asks why. That man is there. The next chapter shows the moment kimchi arrived. Hartok asked what a human was doing so deep in demon territory and demanded his name. Kimchi said he came to meet the demon lord. Hartok sensed no hostility from him, but his strange clothing still felt intimidating. Kimchi simply stood there staring until a lizard demon said this might be the same man who destroyed the fourth lord near Fort Magrat. The fourth lord was torn apart and destroyed with one strike. Hartok was stunned by that information. Kimchi said he hoped they would understand what happened. The fourth lord invaded human territory and attacked against Kratos' direct orders. His death was simply the result of that battle. Hartok became tense again because Kimchi could still be an enemy. Then he says the demon lord is absent and asks why Kimchi wants to meet Kratos. Kimchi pauses for a moment, then says he wants to find out who he is, who he truly is. Hartak doesn't really understand until someone behind them says they know exactly who he is. It's Zephyros, saying that man is the paladin who fell asleep in ancient times, the one destined to awaken when demons invaded humans, the nameless hero who would wipe them all out. Hartak starts trembling on the spot. He has heard of the ancient sleeping paladin from the Tower of the Seal, a being who appears when the demon lord awakens. Nobody knows when or why he came to exist, but legend says he would always exterminate every demon. Since demons couldn't enter that tower because of its barrier, they always sent someone to keep watch. Even then, one of their strongest was completely crushed by an incomprehensible force. Hartak remembers telling Kratos they should find and kill him, but the demon lord said leaving him alone would avoid provoking him. So why is he here now? Kimchi asks how they know about him. Zephyros explains that every demon knows the legend, and he recognized Kimchi from reports about the general Kimchi killed. Kimchi asks if that's all he knows. Zephyros says yes, except that he knows Kimchi isn't there to fight everyone. If they don't harm humans, the paladin won't attack them either. At least, that's what the demon lord said. Kimchi says they can trust that. He only wants to stay there for a while, until the demon lord returns. Zephyros asks Hartak what they should do since he's just standing there staring. But then Hartak lowers his power and says it's fine. He'll allow Kimchi to stay. After Hartak gave permission, Kimchi went to meet Branda's soldiers stationed there and said he was counting on everyone. Everyone kept thinking this man was scarier than any demon. Meanwhile, Kimchi found it strange that humans were there, but it was obvious they weren't hostages. Zephyros explained that they were staying to help with farming. Kimchi had already heard about that, so he asked if he could help too. But the demons watching knew he was the ancient paladin who exterminated demons. One glance from him, and everyone trembles and looks away. He glances to the side, and the other demons pretend not to notice him while continuing their work. Kimchi closes his eyes and starts remembering. Every demon he sees brings back memories of the moments he killed them. He truly killed everyone, even that poor little cheetah. Kimchi suddenly looks sad. Then someone calls out to Bisteka. It's Flute calling him over to play. The little dragon flies off, and Kimchi watches the two of them having fun. He feels terrible because he clearly remembers when she was consumed by rage and chased after her father. Then Kimchi appeared and blew her father apart. She lunged at him, and what you'd expect happened. He simply stretched out his arm to strike. Now he's shocked by the difference. Her smiling face in the present compared with her screaming as her head was cut off back then. Suddenly, everyone looks over. Kimchi kneels in front of Flute and apologizes, saying he was wrong. He remains there asking for forgiveness, while everyone else has no idea what's happening. In the next chapter, Kratos returns, and Kimchi says he came to ask something. He wants to know who he truly is. Kratos is confused and asks whether Hartak and Zephyros didn't tell him he's the ancient paladin. But Kimchi wants to know more. Kratos says he's incredibly strong and destined to wipe out the demons. Meanwhile, Kratos thinks the game doesn't provide much more information than that. Kimchi keeps staring. Kratos thinks Kimchi doesn't seem hostile, but he's still terrifying. Then Kimchi explains that he vaguely remembers his past lives. Dozens of times, he lived through lives where he slaughtered demons, but none of it ever felt like his own choice. He never wondered whether the demon before him had a family or even wanted to fight. Those doubts never crossed his mind. He simply killed everything. But he doesn't understand why anyone made him commit those massacres. Who could be cruel enough to do that? Kratos sits there in shock. He thinks Kimchi may already realize he was controlled by a player and existed as a character in a game. But Kimchi has no concept of games. He probably only senses that someone else was giving him orders. So what is Kratos supposed to say? If he admits he was the hand of fate behind those massacres, everything could go wrong. Then Kimchi starts crying. Kratos says his name is Kim Jong-xiao and that he came from another world. Kimchi doesn't understand. Kratos knows Kimchi won't attack him over that, so telling the truth may be the only option. Apparently, Kratos explains everything. Because Kimchi stands beneath the moonlight trying to understand that he's an invented character from something called a game. He asks whether that means he isn't real. Kratos explains that he might also be part of a story or something else entirely. That's basically enough to break reality. Now that you think about it, Kratos is also a character in the story we're reading. Are we characters too? Is someone reading us? Am I being read? Help! The manhwa narrator who never leaves his room. No way, I'm not a story. Nobody would write a mess like this. Then Kratos says maybe none of that matters because both he and Kimchi are free to make their own choices. They can be main characters or background extras. What matters is taking responsibility and doing what they believe is right. So Kimchi must decide how he wants to live from now on. Kimchi says he wants to help with farming, but then stands there thinking deeply about life. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. It's Flute calling him a crybaby. She walks over and tells him to stop crying so much. Meanwhile, Asura thinks that Man is the legendary nameless paladin. Sergi says maybe they should get rid of him at night because he killed the great general with one punch. Ashurat says they shouldn't start a fight over someone who devoured his own kind. Maybe it was better that general died. Flute tells Kimchi she heard from the adults that he could kill everyone, and now they're afraid. But the demon lord said that won't happen, and she trusts him because Kimchi seems like a good person. This feels like something is about to go wrong, because everything is going far too smoothly. Kimchi smiles and says yes. He's a friend of the demon lord and came to help with cultivation. Flute gets excited, then turns around and asks whether Ashurat and Sergi are a couple. Ashurat immediately yells that it's impossible because demons don't fall in love, and Sergi tells him to shut up. Flute says they make a beautiful couple, and both of them start tugging at her head. Kimchi watches them bickering and laughs. Then he remembers when he fought Sergi. She appeared and asked whether he was the one who defeated Ashurat. She came forward crying and said he would have to prove his strength to the ice monarch. He proved it by driving his sword through her chest. As she fell apart, she said she hoped to meet Ashurat again in a life where they wouldn't go hungry. Back in the present, Kimchi asks whether they're Sergi and Ashurat of the 4 heavenly kings. They say yes. Kimchi replies that their wish will come true in this life. Neither of them understands what he means. Then the scene shifts to the swamp. Kimchi walks around the area. Kratos said he planned to turn this place into a rice paddy. But Kimchi knows nothing about farming, so all he can do is wait. Suddenly, a light appears beside him, and the eye emerges, asking whether Kimchi plans to question Kratos about using its power. If Kimchi transformed it into the true sword instead of that ridiculous magic wand, he would gain enormous strength. Kimchi says he's already strong enough and isn't interested. Besides, wasn't the eye the one who told him to help with farming? The eye says yes. As the god of abundance, it wants this land to prosper, but it's worried about Kimchi. Does he truly trust Kratos? Even if this world was a game, Kratos guided him down a path of massacre. Kimchi says he'll keep watching, but the eye warns him to be careful. Kratos will grow far stronger than Kimchi can imagine. And when the day comes that Kimchi needs power to confront that demon, he can rely on the eye to grant it. Then the spirit returns to the wand, leaving Kimchi confused. The scene moves to the next day. Kratos orders everyone to build housing for the engineers who will be staying there. Zephyros is about to ask something, but Kratos says they must begin the first stage of cultivating the swamp of degradation. The swamp must be purified, and for that they need Camelon's sacred sword. From now on, his plan is to steal it. The next chapter begins in the abandoned land, deep within the 4-star region known as the Desert of Storms. At the bottom of an underground cliff, a young man sits on a rock. He introduces himself as Marash, a member of the orc race known for being weak. One day, a human merchant told him to buy this sword and travel to the abandoned land. If he defeated the demon lord with it, nobody would ever look down on orcs again. But he took the wrong path, fell into this ravine, and has never been able to escape. Years have passed. Starving, he begs someone to rescue him. Anyone would do, even the demon lord. Then he hears footsteps behind him. When he turns around, Kratos is approaching. Marash becomes emotional and launches into a speech. "My name is Marash, and I belong to the orc race. I've been trapped here for years." He simply won't stop talking. "If you leave, you can call me an idiot, but I've kept hope alive deep within my heart." He keeps going. Kratos stares at the endless wall of dialogue and smacks him directly in the mouth. Marash falls, holds his face, and starts talking again. Kratos walks closer and tells him to speak slowly. From now on, he is forbidden from saying more than 3 sentences. If he goes beyond that, he'll be punched. Marash says he understands. It's simply his first time being hit like that, so he's still adjusting. Kratos warns that one more sentence will earn him another punch. He can't understand why this kid is incapable of having a normal conversation. Then Kratos tells the kid to hand over the sword at his waist. In exchange, he'll rescue him and give him food. Marash says anything but that. Kratos asks whether he'd rather starve to death down there. The young orc says Lala doesn't want to be separated from him. Kratos immediately considers killing the kid for naming his sword. In the game, obtaining this weapon was ridiculously easy. You find Marash, and a flood of dialogue fills the screen. You skip every sequence and kill him. Done. Then you take the sword, that's all. But this is the real world, so in theory, Kratos can't simply kill him. Marash is alive, which means that plan is off the table. So Kratos tries another approach. He says, "Marash, if you remain here, you'll die. You know that, right? Giving me the sword would benefit both of us." Marash says he'll climb out, but Lala isn't interested. Kratos tells him to shut up and hand it over before he gets killed. The kid is already on the ground when Kratos reaches toward his waist and grabs the sword. But the sword asks where he thinks he's touching. Lala belongs to Marash. Kratos is confused by what the hell this sword is saying. The sword scolds Marash and tells him not to let that freak touch her. Marash apologizes, but Lala says he never keeps his promises. Kratos grabs the sword and says he doesn't care that it can talk. He needs it for purification while Marash tries to hold on. Lala replies that if Kratos separates her from Marash, she won't use even 1/10 of her power. Marash asks her to cooperate for once. He's starving, and Kratos is offering to rescue him. Lala keeps complaining that it sounds like he's trying to abandon her. He shouts back that all he wants is to live. They continue arguing. She says he's suffocating her, and he apologizes for making mistakes. Then Lala starts crying and says Marash is only acting strangely because he's hungry. He would never truly want to leave her. Marash apologizes and says that from now on, they may need to live separate lives. But the sword refuses to accept that. If he's serious, he must release her with his own hands. Marash looks frightened. He turns toward Kratos and says the orc race is weak, but Kratos tells him to focus on what matters. If Marash lets go of the sword, will Lala search for a new master? Lala says yes, but Marash is too weak to release her. Wait, so he's too weak even to lift and drop the sword? Kratos says he knows the perfect person to solve that problem. The scene cuts to Kratos calling for Baal and saying he has a special mission. Take this skinny orc and turn him into a muscular monster. Packed with likes for this video to help make even more great content. Hit that cheeky little bell, and I'm out.